THE ANGEL of the REVOLUTION by George Griffith. Chapter 1. At the 11th Hour. Victory! It flies! I am master of the powers of the air at last! They were strange words to be uttered, as they were, by a pale, haggard, half-starved looking young fellow in a dingy, comfortless room on the top floor of a South London tenement house, and yet there was a triumphant ring in his voice, and a clear, bright flush on his thin cheeks, that spoke at least for his own absolute belief in their truth. Let us see how far he was justified in that belief. To begin at the beginning, Richard Arnold was one of those men whom the world is wont to call dreamers and enthusiasts before they succeed, and heaven-born geniuses and benefactors of humanity afterwards. He was 26, and for nearly 6 years past he had devoted himself, soul and body, to a single idea, to the so far unsolved problem of aërial navigation. This idea had haunted him ever since he had been able to think logically at all, first dimly at school, and then more clearly at college, where he had carried everything before him in mathematics and natural science, until it had at last become a ruling passion that crowded everything else out of his life, and made him, commercially speaking, that most useless of social units, a one-idea'd man, whose idea could not be put into working form. He was an orphan, with hardly a blood relation in the world. He had started with plenty of friends, mostly made at college, who thought he had a brilliant future before him, and therefore looked upon him as a man whom it might be useful to know. But as time went on and no results came, these dropped off, and he got to be looked upon as an amiable lunatic, who was wasting his great talents and what money he had on impracticable fancies, when he might have been earning a handsome income if he had stuck to the beaten track and gone in for practical work. The distinctions that he had won at college, and the reputation he had gained as a wonderfully clever chemist and mechanician, had led to several offers of excellent positions in great engineering firms, but to the surprise and disgust of his friends he had declined them all. No one knew why, for he had kept his secret with the almost passionate jealousy of the true enthusiast, and so his refusals were put down to sheer foolishness, and he became numbered with the geniuses who are failures because they are not practical. When he came of age he had inherited a couple of £1,000, which had been left in trust to him by his father. Had it not been for that £2,000, he would have been forced to employ his knowledge and his talents conventionally, and would probably have made a fortune. But it was just enough to relieve him from the necessity of earning his living for the time being, and to make it possible for him to devote himself entirely to the realization of his life dream, at any rate until the money was gone. Of course, he yielded to the temptation. Nay, he never gave the other course a moment's thought. £2,000 would last him for years, and no one could have persuaded him that, with complete leisure, freedom from all other concerns, and money for the necessary experiments, he would not have succeeded long before his capital was exhausted. So he put the money into a bank whence he could draw it out as he chose, and withdrew himself from the world to work out the ideal of his life. Year after year passed, and still success did not come. He found practice very different from theory, and in 100 details he met with difficulties he had never seen on paper. Meanwhile his money melted away in costly experiments, which only raised hopes that ended in bitter disappointment. His wonderful machine was a miracle of ingenuity, and was mechanically perfect in every detail save one. It would do no practical work. Like every other inventor who had grappled with the problem, he had found himself constantly faced with that fatal ratio of weight to power. No engine that he could devise would do more than lift itself and the machine. Again and again he had made a toy that would fly, as others had done before him, but a machine that would navigate the air as a steamer or an electric vessel navigated the waters, carrying cargo and passengers, was still an impossibility, while that terrible problem of weight and power remained unsolved. In order to eke out his money to the uttermost, he had clothed and lodged himself meanly, and had denied himself everything but the barest necessaries of life. Thus he had prolonged the struggle for over 5 years of toil and privation and hope deferred, and now, when his last sovereign had been changed and nearly spent, success, real, tangible, practical success, had come to him, and the discovery that was to be to the 20th century what the steam engine had been to the 19th was accomplished. He had discovered the true motive power at last. 2 liquefied gases, which, when united, exploded spontaneously, were admitted by a clockwork escapement in minute quantities into the cylinders of his engine, and worked the pistons by the expansive force of the gases generated by the explosion. There was no weight but the engine itself and the cylinders containing the liquefied gases. Furnaces, boilers, condensers, accumulators, dynamos, all the ponderous apparatus of steam and electricity were done away with, and he had a power at command greater than either of them. There was no doubt about it. The moment that his trembling fingers set the escapement mechanism in motion, the model that embodied the thought and labour of years rose into the air as gracefully as a bird on the wing, and sailed round and round in obedience to its rudder, straining hard at the string which prevented it from striking the ceiling. It was weighted in strict proportion to the load that the full-sized air ship would have to carry. To increase this was merely a matter of increasing the power of the engine and the size of the floats and fans. The room was a large one, for the house had been built for a better fate than letting in tenements, and it ran from back to front with a window at each end. Out of doors there was a strong breeze blowing, and as soon as Arnold was sure that his ship was able to hold its own in still air, he threw both the windows open and let the wind blow straight through the room. Then he drew the air ship down, straightened the rudder, and set it against the breeze. In almost agonised suspense he watched it rise from the floor, float motionless for a moment, then slowly forged ahead in the teeth of the wind, gathering speed as it went. It was then that he had uttered that triumphant cry of "Victory!" All the long years of privation and hope deferred vanished in that one supreme moment of innocent and bloodless conquest, and he saw himself master of a kingdom as wide as the world itself. He let the model fly the length of the room before he stopped the clockwork and cut off the motive power, allowing it to sink gently to the floor. Then came the reaction. He looked steadfastly at his handiwork for several moments in silence, and then he turned and threw himself onto a shabby little bed that stood in one corner of the room, and burst into a flood of tears. Triumph had come, but had it not come too late? He knew the boundless possibilities of his invention, but they had still to be realised. To do this would cost thousands of pounds, and he had just 1/2 crown and a few coppers. Even these were not really his own, for he was already a week behind with his rent, and another payment fell due the next day. That would be 12 shillings in all, and if it was not paid he would be turned into the street. As he raised himself from the bed, he looked despairingly round the bare, shabby room. No, there was nothing there that he could pawn or sell. Everything saleable had gone already to keep up the struggle of hope against despair. The bed and washstand, the plain deal table, and the one chair that comprised the furniture of the room were not his. A little carpenter's bench, a few worn tools and odds and ends of scientific apparatus, and a dozen well-used books. These were all that he possessed in the world now, save the clothes on his back, and a plain painted sea-chest, in which he was wont to lock up his precious model when he had to go out. His model? No, he could not sell that. At best it would fetch but the price of an ingenious toy, and without the secret of the 2 gases it was useless. But was not that worth something? Yes, if he did not starve to death before he could persuade any one that there was money in it. Besides, the chest and its priceless contents would be seized for the rent next day, and then "God help me! What am I to do?" The words broke from him like a cry of physical pain and ended in a sob, and for all answer there was the silence of the room, and the inarticulate murmur of the streets below coming up through the open windows. He was weak with hunger and sick with excitement, for he had lived for days on bread and cheese, and that day he had eaten nothing since the crust that had served him for breakfast. His nerves too were shattered by the intense strain of his final trial and triumph, and his head was getting light. With a desperate effort he recovered himself, and the heroic resolution that had sustained him through his long struggle came to his aid again. He got up and poured some water from the ewer into a cracked cup and drank it. It refreshed him for the moment, and he poured the rest of the water over his head. That steadied his nerves and cleared his brain. He took up the model from the floor, laid it tenderly and lovingly in its usual resting place in the chest. Then he locked the chest, and sat down upon it to think the situation over. 10 minutes later he rose to his feet and said aloud, "It's no use. I can't think on an empty stomach. I'll go out and have one more good meal, if it's the last I ever have in the world, and then perhaps some ideas will come." So saying, he took down his hat, buttoned his shabby velveteen coat to conceal his lack of a waistcoat, and went out, locking the door behind him as he went. 5 minutes' walk brought him to the Blackfriars Road, and then he turned towards the river and crossed the bridge just as the motley stream of city workers was crossing it in the opposite direction on their homeward journey. At Ludgate Circus he went into an eating house and fared sumptuously on a plate of beef, some bread and butter, and a pint mug of coffee. As he was eating, a paper boy came in and laid an Echo on the table at which he was sitting. He took it up mechanically, ran his eye carelessly over the columns. He was in no humour to be interested by the tattle of an evening paper, but in a paragraph under the heading of Foreign News a once familiar name caught his eye, and he read the paragraph through. It ran as follows: Railway outrage in Russia. When the Berlin-Petersburg Express stopped last night at Kovno, the first stop after passing the Russian frontier, a shocking discovery was made in the smoking compartment of the palace car which had been on the train for the last few months. Colonel Dornovitch of the Imperial Police, who is understood to have been on his return journey from a secret mission to Paris, was found stabbed to the heart and quite dead. In the centre of the forehead were 2 short straight cuts in the form of a T, reaching to the bone. Not long ago Colonel Dornovitch was instrumental in unearthing a formidable Nihilist conspiracy, in connection with which over 50 men and women of various social ranks were exiled for life to Siberia. The whole affair is wrapped in the deepest mystery, the only clue in the hands of the police being the fact that the cross cut on the forehead of the victim indicates that the crime is the work, not of the Nihilists proper, but of that unknown and mysterious society, usually alluded to as the Terrorists, not one of whom has ever been seen save in his crimes. How the assassin managed to enter and leave the car unperceived while the train was going at full speed is an apparently insoluble riddle. Saving the victim and the attendants, the only passengers in the car who had not retired to rest were another officer in the Russian service and Lord Alanmere, who was travelling to St. Petersburg to resume, after leave of absence, the duties of the secretaryship to the British Embassy, to which he was appointed some 2 years ago. "Why, that must be the Lord Alanmere who was at Trinity in my time, or rather Viscount Tremayne as he was then," mused Arnold as he laid the paper down. "We were very good friends in those days. I wonder if he'd know me now, and lend me a £10 note to get me out of the infernal fix I'm in. I believe he would, for he was one of the few really good-hearted men I have so far met with. If he were in London, I really think I should take courage from my desperation, and put my case before him, and ask his help. However, he's not in London, and so it's no use wishing. Well, I feel more of a man for that shilling's worth of food and drink, and I'll go and wind up my dissipation with a pipe and a quiet think on the Embankment." End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2. At War with Society. When Richard Arnold reached the Embankment dusk had deepened into night, so far at least as nature was concerned. But in London, in the beginning of the 20th century, there was but little night to speak of, save in the sense of a division of time. The date of the paper which contained the account of the tragedy on the Russian railway was September 3rd, 1903, and within the last 10 years enormous progress had been made in electric lighting. The ebb and flow in the Thames had at last been turned to account, and worked huge turbines which perpetually stored up electric power that was used not only for lighting, but for cooking in hotels and private houses, and for driving machinery. At all the great centres of traffic huge electric suns cast their rays far and wide along the streets, supplementing the light of the lesser lamps with which they were lined on each side. The Embankment from Westminster to Blackfriars was bathed in a flood of soft white light from hundreds of great lamps running along both sides, and from the centre of each bridge a million candle-power sun cast rays upon the water that were continued in one unbroken stream of light from Chelsea to the Tower. On the north side of the river the scene was one of brilliant and splendid opulence, that contrasted strongly with the half-lighted gloom of the murky wilderness of South London, dark and forbidding in its irredeemable ugliness. From Blackfriars Arnold walked briskly towards Westminster, bitterly contrasting as he went the lavish display of wealth around him with the sordid and seemingly hopeless poverty of his own desperate condition. He was the maker and possessor of a far greater marvel than anything that helped to make up this splendid scene, and yet the ragged tramps, who were remorselessly moved on from one seat to another by the policemen as soon as they had settled themselves down for a rest and a doze, were hardly poorer than he was. For nearly 4 hours he paced backwards and forwards, every now and then stopping to lean on the parapet, and once or twice to sit down, until the chill autumn wind pierced his scanty clothing and compelled him to resume his walk in order to get warm again. All the time he turned his miserable situation over and over again in his mind, without avail. There seemed no way out of it, no way of obtaining the few pounds that would save him from homeless beggary, and his splendid invention from being lost to him and the world, certainly for years, and perhaps for ever. And then, as hour after hour went by, and still no cheering thought came, the misery of the present pressed closer and closer upon him. He dare not go home, for that would be to bring the inevitable disaster of the morrow nearer, and, besides, it was home no longer till the rent was paid. He had 2 shillings, and he owed at least 12. He was also the maker of a machine for which the Tsar of Russia had made a standing offer of £1 million sterling. That million might have been his if he had possessed the money necessary to bring his invention under the notice of the great autocrat. That was the position he had turned over and over in his mind, until its horrible contradictions maddened him. With a little money, riches and fame were his. Without it, he was a beggar in sight of starvation. And yet he doubted whether, even in his present dire extremity, he could, had he had the chance, sell what might be made the most terrific engine of destruction ever thought of, to the head and front of a despotism that he looked upon as the worst earthly enemy of mankind. For the 20th time he had paused in his weary walk to and fro to lean on the parapet close by Cleopatra's Needle. The Embankment was almost deserted now, save by the tramps and a few isolated wanderers like himself. For several minutes he looked out over the brightly glittering waters below him, wondering listlessly how long it would take him to drown if he dropped over, and whether he would be rescued before he was dead, and brought back to life, and prosecuted the next day for daring to try and leave the world, save in the conventional and orthodox fashion. Then his mind wandered back to the Tsar and his million, and he pictured to himself the awful part that a fleet of airships such as his would play in the general European war that people said could not now be put off for many months longer. As he thought of this, the vision grew in distinctness, and he saw them hovering over armies and cities and fortresses, and raining irresistible death and destruction down upon them. The prospect appalled him, and he shuddered as he thought that it was now really within the possibility of realization. and then his ideas began to translate themselves involuntarily into words which he spoke aloud, completely oblivious for the time being of his surroundings. "No, I think I would rather destroy it, and then take my secret with me out of the world, than put such an awful power of destruction and slaughter into the hands of the Tsar, or for that matter any other of the rulers of the earth. Their subjects can butcher each other quite efficiently enough as it is. The next war will be the most frightful carnival of destruction that the world has ever seen. But what would it be like if I were to give one of the nations of Europe the power of raining death and desolation on its enemies from the skies? No, no, such a power, if used at all, should only be used against, and not for, the despotisms that afflict the earth with the curse of war." "Then why not use it so, my friend, if you possess it, and would see mankind freed from its tyrants?" said a quiet voice at his elbow. The sound instantly scattered his vision to the winds, and he turned round with a startled exclamation to see who had spoken. As he did so, a whiff of smoke from a very good cigar drifted past his nostrils, and the voice again said in the same quiet, even tones "You must forgive me for my bad manners in listening to what you were saying, and also for breaking in upon your reverie. My excuse must be the great interest that your words had for me. Your opinions would appear to be exactly my own, too, and perhaps you will accept that as another excuse for my rudeness." It was the first really kindly, friendly voice that Richard Arnold had heard for many a long day, and the words were so well chosen and so politely uttered that it was impossible to feel any resentment. So he simply said in answer "There was no rudeness, sir, and besides, why should a gentleman like you apologise for speaking to a—" "Another gentleman?" quickly interrupted his new acquaintance. "Because I transgressed the laws of politeness in doing so, and an apology was due. Your speech tells me that we are socially equals. Intellectually you look my superior. The rest is a difference only of money, and that any smart swindler can bury himself in nowadays if he chooses. But come, if you have no objection to make my better acquaintance, I have a great desire to make yours. If you will pardon my saying so, you are evidently not an ordinary man, or else something tells me you would be rich. Have a smoke and let us talk, since we apparently have a subject in common. Which way are you going?" "Nowhere, and therefore anywhere," replied Arnold, with a laugh that had but little merriment in it. "I have reached a point from which all roads are one to me." "That being the case, I propose that you shall take the one that leads to my chambers in Savoy Mansions yonder. We shall find a bit of supper ready, I expect, and then I shall ask you to talk. Come along." There was no more mistaking the genuine kindness and sincerity of the invitation than the delicacy with which it was given. To have refused would not only have been churlish, but it would have been for a drowning man to knock aside a kindly hand held out to help him. So Arnold accepted, and the two new, strangely met and strangely assorted friends walked away together in the direction of the Savoy. The suite of rooms occupied by Arnold's new acquaintance was the beau ideal of a wealthy bachelor's abode. Small, compact, cosy, and richly furnished, yet in the best taste withal, the rooms looked like an indoor paradise to him, after the bare squalor of the one room that had been his own home for over 2 years. His host took him first into a dainty little bathroom to wash his hands, and by the time he had performed his scanty toilet, supper was already on the table in the sitting room. Nothing melts reserve like a good well-cooked meal washed down by appropriate liquids, and before supper was half over, Arnold and his host were chatting together as easily as though they stood on perfectly equal terms and had known each other for years. His new friend seemed purposely to keep the conversation to general subjects until the meal was over, and his pattern manservant had removed the cloth and left them together with the wine and cigars on the table. As soon as he had closed the door behind him, his host motioned Arnold to an easy chair on one side of the fireplace, threw himself into another on the other side, and said, "Now, my friend, plant yourself, as they say across the water. Help yourself to what there is as the spirit moves you, and talk. The more about yourself the better. But stop, I forgot we do not even know each other's name yet. Let me introduce myself first.
My name is Maurice Colston. I am a bachelor, as you see. For the rest, in practice I am an idler, a dilettante, a good deal else that is pleasant and utterly useless. In theory, let me tell you, I am a socialist, or something of the sort, with a lively conviction as to the injustice and absurdity of the social and economic conditions which enable me to have such a good time on earth without having done anything to deserve it, beyond having managed to be born the son of my father." He stopped and looked at his guest through the wreaths of his cigar smoke, as much as to say, "And now who are you?" Arnold took the silent hint, and opened his mouth and his heart at the same time. Quite apart from the good turn he had done him, there was a genial frankness about his unconventional host that chimed in him so well with his own nature, that he cast all reserve aside, and told plainly and simply the story of his life and its master passion, his dreams and hopes and failures, and his final triumph in the hour when triumph itself was defeat. His host heard him through without a word, but towards the end of his story his face betrayed an interest, or rather an expectant anxiety to hear what was coming next, that no mere friendly concern of the moment for one less fortunate than himself could adequately account for. At length, when Arnold had completed his story with a brief but graphic description of the last successful trial of his model, he leant forward in his chair, and fixing his dark steady eyes on his guest's face, said in a voice from which every trace of his former good humoured levity had vanished: "A strange story, and truer, I think, than the one I told you. Now tell me, on your honour as a gentleman, were you really in earnest when I heard you say on the Embankment that you would rather smash up your model and take the secret with you into the next world than sell your discovery to the Tsar for the $1,000,000 that he has offered for such an air ship as yours?" "Absolutely in earnest," was the reply. "I've seen enough of the seamy side of this much boasted civilization of ours to know that it is the most awful mockery that man has ever insulted his Maker with. It is based on fraud, and sustained by force that ruthlessly crushes all who do not bow the knee to Mammon. I am the enemy of a society that does not permit a man to be honest and live unless he has money and can defy it. I have just 2 shillings in the world, and I would rather throw them into the Thames, and myself after them, than take that $1,000,000 from the Tsar in exchange for an engine of destruction that would make him master of the world." "Those are brave words," said Colston with a smile. "Forgive me for saying so, but I wonder whether you would repeat them if I told you that I am a servant of His Majesty the Tsar, and that you shall have that $1,000,000 for your model and your secret the moment that you convince me that what you have told me is true." Before he had finished speaking, Arnold had risen to his feet. He heard him out, and then he said slowly and steadily: "I should not take the trouble to repeat them. I should only tell you that I am sorry that I have eaten salt with a man who could take advantage of my poverty to insult me. Good night." He was moving towards the door, when Colston jumped up from his chair, strode round the table, and got in front of him. Then he put his 2 hands on his shoulders, and, looking straight into his eyes, said in a tone that vibrated with emotion: "Thank God, I have found an honest man at last. Go and sit down again, my friend, my comrade, as I hope you soon will be. Forgive me for the foolishness that I spoke. I am no servant of the Tsar. He and all like him have no more devoted enemy on earth than I am. Look, I will soon prove it to you." As he said the last words, Colston let go Arnold's shoulders, flung off his coat and waistcoat, slipped his braces off his shoulders, and pulled his shirt up to his neck. Then he turned his bare back to his guest and said: "That is the sign manual of Russian tyranny, the mark of the knout." Arnold shrank back with a cry of horror at the sight. From waist to neck, Colston's back was a mass of hideous scars and wheals, crossing each other and rising up into purple lumps, with livid blue and grey spaces between them. As he stood there was not an inch of naturally coloured skin to be seen. It was like the back of a man who had been flayed alive, and then flogged with a cat-o'-nine-tails. Before Arnold had overcome his horror, his host had readjusted his clothing. Then he turned to him and said: "That was my reward for telling the governor of a petty Russian town that he was a brute beast for flogging a poor decrepit old Jewess to death. Do you believe me now when I say that I am no servant or friend of the Tsar?" "Yes, I do," replied Arnold, holding out his hand. "You were right to try me, and I was wrong to be so hasty. It is a failing of mine that has done me plenty of harm before now. I think I know now what you are without your telling me. Give me a piece of paper and you shall have my address, so that you can come to morrow and see the model. Only I warn you that you will have to pay my rent to keep my landlord's hands off it. And then I must be off, for I see it's past 12. "You are not going out again to night, my friend, while I have a sofa and plenty of rugs at your disposal," said his host. "You'll sleep here, and in the morning we'll go together to see this marvel of yours. Meanwhile, sit down and make yourself at home with another cigar. We have only just begun to know each other, we two enemies of society." End of chapter 2.
Chapter 3. A Friendly Chat. Soon after 8 the next morning, Colston came into the sitting-room where Arnold had slept on the sofa, and dreamt dreams of war and world revolts and battles fought in mid-air between aerial navies built on the plan of his own model. When Colston came in he was just awake enough to be wondering whether the events of the previous night were a reality or part of his dreams, a doubt that was speedily set at rest by his host drawing back the curtains and pulling up the blinds. The moment his eyes were properly open he saw that he was anywhere but in his own shabby room in Southwark, and the rest was made clear by Colston saying, "Well, Comrade Arnold, Lord High Admiral of the air, how have you slept? I hope you found the sofa big and soft enough, and that the last cigar has left no evil effects behind it." Oh, good morning. I don't know whether it was the whisky or the cigars, or what it was, but do you know I have been dreaming all sorts of absurd things about battles in the air, and dropping explosives on fortresses, and turning them into small volcanoes. When you came in just now I hadn't the remotest idea where I was. It's time to get up, I suppose. Yes, it's after 8 a good bit. I've had my tub, so the bathroom is at your service. Meanwhile, Burrows will be laying the table for breakfast. When you have finished your tub, come into my dressing-room and let me rig you out. We are about of a size, and I think I shall be able to meet your most fastidious taste. In fact, I could rig you out as anything, from a tramp to an officer of the Guards." "It wouldn't take much change to accomplish the former, I'm afraid, but really I couldn't think of trespassing so far on your hospitality as to take your very clothes from you. I'm deep enough in your debt already." "Don't talk nonsense, Richard Arnold. The tone in which those last words were said shows me that you have not duly laid to heart what I said last night. There is no such thing as private property in the Brotherhood, of which I hope, by this time to-morrow, you will be an initiate. What I have here is mine only for the purposes of the cause, wherefore it is as much yours as mine. For to-day we are going on the Brotherhood's business. Why then should you have any scruples about wearing the Brotherhood's clothes? Now clear out and get tubbed, and wash some of those absurd ideas out of your head." "Well, as you put it that way, I don't mind, only remember that I don't necessarily put on the principles of the Brotherhood with its clothes." So saying, Arnold got up from the sofa, stretched himself, and went off to make his toilet. When he sat down to breakfast with his host half an hour later, very few who had seen him on the Embankment the night before would have recognised him as the same man. The tailor, after all, does a good deal to make the man, externally at least, and the change of clothes in Arnold's case had transformed him from a superior-looking tramp into an aristocratic and decidedly good-looking man, in the prime of his youth, saving only for the thinness and pallor of his face, and a perceptible stoop in the shoulders. During breakfast they chatted about their plans for the day, and then drifted into generalities, chiefly of a political nature. The better Arnold came to know Maurice Colston, the more remarkable his character appeared to him, and it was his growing wonder at the contradictions that it exhibited that made him say towards the end of the meal, "I must say you're a queer sort of conspirator, Colston. My idea of Nihilists and members of the revolutionary societies has always taken the form of silent, stealthy, cautious beings, with a lively distrust and hatred of the whole human race outside their own circles. And yet here are you, an active member of the most terrible secret society in existence, pledged to the destruction of nearly every institution on earth, and carrying your life in your hand, opening your heart like a schoolboy to a man you have literally not known for 24 hours. Suppose you had made a mistake in me, what would there be to prevent me telling the police who you are and having you locked up with a view to extradition to Russia?" "In the first place," replied Colston quietly, "you would not do so, because I am not mistaken in you, and because in your heart, whether you fully know it or not, you believe as I do about the destruction that is about to fall upon society. In the second place, if you did betray my confidence, I should be able to bring such an overwhelming array of the most respectable evidence to show that I was nothing like what I really am, that you would be laughed at for a madman, and in the third place, there would be an inquest on you within 24 hours after you had told your story. Do you remember the death of Inspector Ainsworth, of the Criminal Investigation Department, about 6 months ago?" "Oh yes, of course I do. Hermit and all as I was, I could hardly help hearing about that, considering what a noise it made. But I thought that was cleared up. Didn't one of that gang of garotters that was broken up in South London a couple of months later confess to strangling him in the statement that he made before he was executed?" "Yes, and his widow is now getting 10 shillings a week for life on account of that confession. Birkett no more killed Ainsworth than you did, but he had killed 2 or 3 others, and so the confession didn't do him very much harm. No, Ainsworth met his death in quite another way. He accepted from the Russian Secret Police Bureau in London a bribe of £250 down, and the promise of another £250 if he succeeded in manufacturing enough evidence against a member of our outer circle to get him extradited to Russia on a trumped-up charge of murder. The inner circle learnt of this from one of our spies in the Russian London police, and well, Ainsworth was found dead, with the mark of the Terror upon his forehead, before he had time to put his treachery into action. He was executed by 2 of the Brotherhood, who are members of the Metropolitan Police Force, and who were afterwards complimented by the magistrate for the intelligent efforts they had made in bringing the murderers to justice." Colston told the dark story in the most careless of tones between the puffs of his after-breakfast cigarette. Arnold stifled his horror as well as he was able, but he could not help saying when his host was done, "This brotherhood of yours is well named the Terror, but was not that rather a murder than an execution?" "By no means," replied Colston a trifle coldly. "Society hangs or beheads a man who kills another. Ainsworth knew as well as we did that if the man he tried to betray by false evidence had once set foot in Russia, the torments of 100 deaths would have been his before he had been allowed to die. He betrayed his office and his faith to his English masters in order to commit this vile crime, and so he was killed as a murderous and treacherous reptile that was not fit to live. We of the Terror are not lawyers, and so we make no distinctions between deliberate plotting for money to kill and the act of killing itself. Our law is closer akin to justice than the hair-splitting fraud that is tolerated by society." Either from emotional or logical reasons, Arnold made no reply to this reasoning, and seeing he remained silent, Colston resumed his ordinary nonchalant, good-humoured tone, and went on. "But come, that will be horrors enough for to day. We have other business at hand, and we may as well get to it at once. About this wonderful invention of yours. Of course I believe all you have told me about it, but you must remember that I am only an agent, and that I am inexorably bound by certain rules in accordance with which I must act. Now, to be perfectly plain with you, and in order that we may thoroughly understand each other before either of us commits himself to anything, I must tell you that I want to see this model flying ship of yours in order to be able to report on it to night to the executive of the Inner Circle, to whom I shall also want to introduce you. If you will not allow me to do that, say so at once, and, for the present at least, our negotiations must come to a sudden stop." "Go on," said Arnold quietly. "So far I consent. For the rest I would rather hear you to the end." "Very well. Then, if the executive approve of the invention, you will be asked to join the Inner Circle at once, and to devote yourself, body and soul, to the society and the accomplishments of the objects that will be explained to you.
If you refuse, there will be an end of the matter, and you will simply be asked to give your word of honour to reveal nothing that you have seen or heard, and then allowed to depart in peace. If, on the other hand, you consent, in consideration of the immense importance of your secret, which there is no need to disguise from you, to the Brotherhood, the usual condition of passing through the outer circle will be dispensed with, and you will be trusted as absolutely as we shall expect you to trust us. Whatever funds you then require to manufacture an air ship on the plan of your model will be placed at your disposal, and a suitable place will be selected for the works that you will have to build. When the ship is ready to take the air, you will of course be appointed to the command of her, and you will pick your crew from among the workmen who will act under your orders in the building of the vessel. They will all be members of the outer circle, who will not understand your orders, but simply obey them blindly, even to the death. One member of the inner circle will act as your second in command, and he will be as perfectly trusted as you will be, so that in unforeseen emergencies you will be able to consult with him with perfect confidence. Now I think I have told you all. What do you say?" Arnold was silent for a few minutes, too busy for speech with the rush of thoughts that had crowded through his brain as Colston was speaking. Then he looked up at his host and said, "May I make conditions?" "You may state them," replied he with a smile, "but of course I don't undertake to accept them without consultation with with the executive." "Of course not," said Arnold. "Well, the conditions that I should feel myself obliged to make with your executive would be, briefly speaking, these. I would not reveal to any one the composition of the gases from which I derive my motive force. I should manufacture them myself in given quantities, and keep them always under my own charge. At the first attempt to break faith with me in this respect, I would blow the air ship and all her crew, including myself, into such fragments as it would be difficult to find one of them. I have and wish for no life apart from my invention, and I would not survive it." "Good," interrupted Colston. "There spoke the true enthusiast. Go on." "Secondly, I would use the machine only in open warfare, when the Brotherhood is fighting openly for the attainment of a definite end. Once the appeal to force has been made, I will employ a force such as no nation on earth can use without me, and I will use it as unsparingly as the armies and fleets engaged will employ their own engines of destruction on one another, but I will be no party to the destruction of defenceless towns and people who are not in arms against us. If I am ordered to do that, I tell you candidly that I will not do it. I will blow the air ship itself up first." "The conditions are somewhat stringent, although the sentiments are excellent," replied Colston. "Still, of myself, I can neither accept nor reject them. That will be for the executive to do. For my own part, I think that you will be able to arrive at a basis of agreement on them. And now I think we have said all we can say for the present. And so, if you are ready, we'll be off, and satisfy my longing to see the invention that is to make us the arbiters of war, when war comes, which I fancy will not be long now." Something in the tone in which these last words were spoken struck Arnold with a kind of cold chill, and he shivered slightly as he said in answer to Colston, "I am ready when you are, and no less anxious than you to set eyes on my model. I hope to goodness it is all safe. Do you know, when I am away from it I feel just like a woman away from her first baby." A few minutes later, two of the most dangerous enemies of society alive were walking quietly along the embankment towards Blackfriars, smoking their cigars, and chatting as conventionally as though there were no such things on earth as tyranny and oppression, and their necessarily ever-present enemies, conspiracy and brooding revolution. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4. The House on Clapham Common. 20 minutes' walk took Arnold and Colston to the door of the tenement house in which the former had lived since his fast dwindling store of money had convinced him of the necessity of bringing his expenses down to the lowest possible limit if he wished to keep up the struggle with fate very much longer. As they mounted the dirty, evil-smelling staircase, Colston said, Phew! Verily you are a hero of science if you have brought yourself to live in a hole like this for a couple of years rather than give up your dream and grow fat on the loaves and fishes of conventionality."
"This is a palace compared with some of the rookeries about here," replied Arnold, with a laugh. "The march of progress seems to have left this half of London behind as hopeless. 10 years ago there were a good many thousands of highly respectable mediocrities living on this side of the river, but now I am told that the glory has departed from the very best of its localities, and given them up to various degrees of squalor. Vice, poverty, and misery seem to gravitate naturally southward in London. I don't know why, but they do. Well, here is the door of my humble den." As he spoke he put the key in the lock and opened the door, bidding his companion enter as he did so. Arnold's anxiety was soon relieved by finding the precious model untouched in its resting place, and it was at once brought out. Colston was delighted beyond his powers of expression with the marvellous ingenuity with which the miracle of mechanical skill was contrived and put together, and when Arnold, after showing and explaining to him all the various parts of the mechanism and the external structure, at length set the engine working, and the air ship rose gracefully from the floor and began to sail around the room in the wide circle to which it was confined by its mooring line, he stared at it for several minutes in wondering silence, following it round and round with his eyes, and then he said in a voice from which he vainly strove to banish the signs of the emotion that possessed him, "It is the last miracle of science. With a few such ships as that one could conquer the world in a month." "Yes, that would not be a very difficult task, seeing that neither an army nor a fleet could exist for 12 hours with 2 or 3 of them hovering above it," replied Arnold. The trial over, Arnold set to work and took the model partly to pieces for packing up, and while he was putting it away in the old sea chest, Colston counted out 10 sovereigns and laid them on the table. Hearing the clink of the gold, Arnold looked up and said, "What is that for? A sovereign will be quite enough to get me out of my present scrape, and then if we come to any terms to night it will be time enough to talk about payment." "The Brotherhood does not do business in that way," was the reply. "At present your only connection with it is a commercial one, and £10 is a very moderate fee for the privilege of inspecting such an invention as this. Anyhow, that is what I am ordered to hand over to you in payment for your trouble now and to night, so you must accept it as it is given, as a matter of business." "Very well," said Arnold, closing and locking the chest as he spoke. "If you think it worth £10, the money will not come amiss to me. Now, if you will remain and guard the household gods for a minute, I will go and pay my rent and get a cab." Half an hour later his few but priceless possessions were loaded on a 4-wheeler, and Arnold had bidden farewell for ever to the dingy room in which he had passed so many hours of toil and dreaming, suffering and disappointment. Before lunch time they were safely bestowed in a couple of rooms which Colston had engaged for him in the same building in which his own rooms were. In the afternoon, among other purchases, a more convenient case was bought for the model, and in this it was packed with the plans and papers which explained its construction, ready for the evening journey. The two friends dined together at 6 in Colston's rooms, and at 7 sharp his servant announced that the cab was at the door. Within 10 minutes they were bowling along the Embankment towards Westminster Bridge in a luxuriously appointed hansom of the newest type, with the precious case lying across their knees. "This is a comfortable cab," said Arnold, when they had gone 100 yards or so. "By the way, how does the man know where to go? I didn't hear you give him any directions." "None were necessary," was the reply. "This cab, like a good many others in London, belongs to the Brotherhood, and the man who is driving it is one of the Outer Circle. Our Jehus are the most useful spies that we have. Many is the secret of the enemy that we have learned from, and many is the secret police agent who has been driven to his rendezvous by a terrorist who has heard every word that has been spoken on the journey." "How on earth is that managed?" "Every one of the cabs is fitted with a telephonic arrangement communicating with the roof. The driver has only to button the wire of the transmitter up inside his coat, so that the transmitter itself lies near to his ear, and he can hear even a whisper inside the cab. The man who is driving us, for instance, has a sort of retainer from the Russian Embassy to be on hand at certain hours on certain nights in the week,
Our cabs are all better horsed, better appointed, and better driven than any others in London, and consequently they are favourites, especially among the young attachés, and are nearly always employed by them on their secret missions or love affairs, which, by the way, are very often the same thing. Our own Jehu has a job on to night, from which we expect some results that will mystify the enemy not a little. We got our first suspicions of Ainsworth from a few incautious words that he spoke in one of our cabs." "It's a splendid system, I should think, for discovering the movements of your enemies," said Arnold, not without an uncomfortable reflection on the fact that he was himself now completely in the power of this terrible organization, which had keen eyes and ready hands in every capital of the civilized world. "But how do you guard against treachery? It is well known that all the governments of Europe are spending money like water to unearth this mystery of the Terror. Surely all your men cannot be incorruptible." "Practically they are so. The very mystery which enshrouds all our actions makes them so. We have had a few traitors, of course, but as none of them has ever survived his treachery by 24 hours, a bribe has lost its attraction for the rest." In such a conversation as this time was passed, while the cab crossed the river and made its way rapidly and easily along Kennington Road and Clapham Road to Clapham Common. At length it turned into the drive of one of those solid abodes of pretentious respectability which front the Common, and pulled up before a big stucco portico. "Here we are!" exclaimed Colston, as the doors of the cab automatically opened. He got out first, and Arnold handed the case to him, and then followed him. Without a word the driver turned his horse into the road again and drove off towards town, and as they ascended the steps the front door opened and they went in, Colston saying as they did so, "Is Mr. Smith at home?" "Yes, sir. You are expected, I believe. Will you step into the drawing room?" replied the clean-shaven and immaculately respectable manservant in evening dress, who had opened the door for them. They were shown into a handsomely furnished room lit with electric light. As soon as the footman had closed the door behind him, Colston said "Well, now, here you are, in the conspirators' den, in the very headquarters of those terrorists for whom Europe is being ransacked constantly without the slightest success. I have often wondered what the rigid respectability of Clapham Common would think if it knew the true character of this harmless-looking house. I hardly think an earthquake in Clapham Road would produce much more sensation than such a discovery would. And now," he continued, his tone becoming suddenly much more serious, "in a few minutes you will be in the presence of the inner circle of the Terrorists, that is to say, those who practically hold the fate of Europe in their hands. You know pretty clearly what they want with you. If you have thought better of the business that we have discussed, you are still at perfect liberty to retire from it, on giving your word of honour not to disclose anything that I have said to you." "I have not the slightest intention of doing anything of the sort," replied Arnold. "You know the conditions on which I came here. I shall put them before your council, and if they are accepted your brotherhood will, within their limits, have no more faithful adherent than I. If not, the business will simply come to an end as far as I am concerned, and your secret will be as safe with me as though I had taken the oath of membership." "Well said," replied Colston, "and just what I expected you to say. Now, listen to me for a minute. Whatever you may see or hear for the next few minutes, say nothing till you are asked to speak. I will say all that is necessary at first. Ask no questions, but trust to anything that may seem strange being explained in due course, as it will be. A single indiscretion on your part might raise suspicions which would be as dangerous as they would be unfounded. When you are asked to speak, do so without slightest fear, and speak your mind as openly as you have done to me." "You need have no fear for me," replied Arnold. "I think I am sensible enough to be prudent, and I am quite sure that I am desperate enough to be fearless. Little worse can happen to me than the fate that I was contemplating last night." As he ceased speaking there was a knock at the door. It opened, and the footman reappeared, saying in the most commonplace fashion, "Mr. Smith will be happy to see you now, gentlemen. Will you kindly walk this way?" They followed him out into the hall, and then, somewhat to Arnold's surprise, down the stairs at the back, which apparently led to the basement of the house. The footman preceded them to the basement floor and halted before a door in a little passage that looked like the entrance to a coal cellar. On this he knocked in a peculiar fashion with knuckles of one hand, while with the other he pressed the button of an electric bell concealed under the paper on the wall. The bell sounded faintly as though some distance off, and as it rang the footman said abruptly to Colston, "Das Wort ist Freiheit." Arnold knew German enough to know that this meant "the word is freedom," but why it should have been spoken in a foreign language mystified him not a little. While he was thinking about this the door opened as if by a released spring, and he saw before him a long narrow passage, lit by 4 electric arcs, and closed at the other end by a door, guarded by a sentry armed with a magazine rifle. He followed Colston down the passage, and when within a dozen feet of the sentry he brought his rifle to the ready, and the following strange dialogue ensued between him and Colston. "Quien va? Zwei Freunde der Bruderschaft. Pour la Libertad. Für Freiheit über alles. Pass, friends." The rifle grounded as the words were spoken, and the sentry stepped back to the wall of the passage. At the same moment another bell rang beyond the door, and then the door itself opened as the other had done. They passed through, and it closed instantly behind them, leaving them in total darkness. Colston caught Arnold by the arm and drew him towards him, saying as he did so, "What do you think of our system of passwords?" "Pretty hard to get through unless one knew them, I should think. Why the different languages?" "To make assurance doubly sure, every member of the Inner Circle must be conversant with 4 European languages. On these the changes are rung, and even I did not know what the 2 languages were to be to night before I entered the house, and if I had asked for Mr. Brown instead of Mr. Smith, we should never have got beyond the drawing room. When the footman told me in German that the word was freedom, I knew that I should have to answer the challenge of the sentry in German. I did not know that he would challenge in Spanish, and if I had not understood him, or had replied in any other language but German, he would have shot us both down without saying another word, and no one would have ever known what had become of us. You will be exempt from this condition because you will always come with me. I am in fact responsible for you." There doesn't seem much chance of any one getting through on false pretences," replied Arnold, with an irrepressible shudder. "Has any one ever tried?" "Yes, once. The 2 gentlemen whose disappearance made the famous Clapham mystery of about 12 months ago. They were 2 of the smartest detectives in the French service, and the only 2 men who ever guessed the true nature of this house. They are buried under the floor on which you are standing at the moment." The words were spoken with cruel, inflexible coldness, which struck Arnold like a blast of frozen air. He shivered, and was about to reply when Colston caught him by the arm again and said hurriedly, "Sh! We're going in. Remember what I said, and don't speak again till some one asks you to do so." As he spoke a door opened in the wall of the dark chamber in which they had been standing for the last few minutes, and a flood of soft light flowed in upon their dazzled eyes. At the same moment a man's voice said from the room beyond in Russian, "Who stands there?" "Maurice Colston and the Master of the Air," replied Colston in the same language. "You are welcome," was the reply. Then Colston, taking Arnold by the arm, led him into the room. Chapter 5. The Inner Circle. As soon as Arnold's eyes got accustomed to the light, he saw that he was in a large, lofty room with panelled walls adorned with a number of fine paintings. As he looked at these his gaze was fascinated by them even more than by the strange company which was assembled round the long table that occupied the middle of the room. Though they were all manifestly the products of the highest form of art, their subjects were dreary and repulsive beyond description. There was a horrible realism about them which reminded him irresistibly of the awful collection of pictorial horrors in the Musée Wiertz in Brussels, those works of the brilliant but unhappy genius who was driven into insanity by the sheer exuberance of his own morbid imagination. Here was a long line of men and women in chains staggering across a wilderness of snow that melted away into the horizon without a break. Beside them rode Cossacks armed with long whips,
that they used on men and women alike when their fainting limbs gave way beneath them, and they were like to fall by the wayside to seek the welcome rest that only death could give them. There was a picture of a woman naked to the waist and tied up to a triangle in a prison yard, being flogged by a soldier with willow wands, while a group of officers stood by apparently greatly interested in the performance. Another painting showed a poor wretch being knouted to death in the market place of a Russian town, and yet another showed a young and beautiful woman in a prison cell with her face distorted by the horrible leer of madness, and her little white hands clawing nervously at her long dishevelled hair. Arnold stood for several minutes fascinated by the hideous realism of the pictures, and burning with rage and shame at the thought that they were all too terribly true to life, when he was startled out of his reverie by the same voice that had called them from the dark room, saying to him in English, "Well, Richard Arnold, what do you think of our little picture gallery? The paintings are good in themselves, but it may make them more interesting to you if you know that they are all faithful reproductions of scenes that have really taken place within the limits of the so-called civilized and Christian world. There are some here in this room now who have suffered the torments depicted on those canvases, and who could tell you of worse horrors than even they portray. We should like to know what you think of our paintings." Arnold glanced towards the table in search of Colston, but he had vanished. Around the long table sat 14 masked and shrouded forms that were absolutely indistinguishable one from the other. He could not even tell whether they were men or women, so closely were their forms and faces concealed. Seeing that he was left to his own discretion, he laid the case containing the model, which he had so far kept under his arm, down on the floor, and, facing the strange assembly, said as steadily as he could, "My own reading tells me that they are only too true to the dreadful reality. I think that the civilized and Christian society which permits such crimes to be committed against humanity when it has the power to stop them by force of arms is neither truly civilized nor truly Christian." "And would you stop them if you could?" "Yes, if it cost the lives of millions to do it. They would be better spent than the 30 million lives that were lost last century over a few bits of territory." "That is true, and augurs well for our future agreement. Be kind enough to come to the table and take a seat." The masked man who spoke was sitting in the chair at the foot of the table, and as he said this one of those sitting at the side got up and motioned Arnold to take his place. As soon as he had done so, the speaker continued, "We are glad to see that your sentiments are so far in accord with our own, for that fact will make our negotiations all the easier. As you are aware, you are now in the inner circle of the Terrorists. Yonder empty chair at the head of the table is that of our chief, who, though not with us in person, is ever present as a guiding influence in our councils. We act as he directs, and it was from him that we received news of you and your marvellous invention. It is also by his direction that you have been invited here to-night with an object that you are already aware of. I see from your face that you are about to ask how this can be, seeing that you have never confided your secret to any one until last night. It will be useless to ask me, for I myself do not know. We who sit here simply execute the Master's will. We ask no questions, and therefore we can answer none concerning him." "I have none to ask," said Arnold, seeing that the speaker paused as though expecting him to say something. "I came at the invitation of one of your brotherhood to lay certain terms before you, for you to accept or reject as seems good to you. How you got to know of me and my invention is, after all, a matter of indifference to me. With your perfect system of espionage you might well find out more secret things than that." "Quite so," was the reply. "And the question that we have to settle with you is, how far you will consent to assist the work of the Brotherhood with this invention of yours, and on what conditions you will do so." "I must first know as exactly as possible what the work of the Brotherhood is."
Under the circumstances, there is no objection to your knowing that. In the first place, that which is known to the outside world as the Terror is an international secret society underlying and directing the operations of the various bodies known as the Nihilists, Anarchists, Socialists, in fact all those organizations which have for their object the reform or destruction, by peaceful or violent means, of society as it is present constituted. Its influence reaches beyond these into the various trade unions and political clubs, the moving spirits of which are all members of our outer circle. On the other side of society we have agents and adherents in all the courts of Europe, all the diplomatic bodies, and all the parliamentary assemblies throughout the world. We believe that society, as at present constituted, is hopeless for any good things. All kinds of nameless brutalities are practised without reproof in the names of law and order and commercial economics. On one side, human life is a splendid fabric of cloth of gold, embroidered with priceless gems, and on the other it is a mass of filthy, festering rags, swarming with vermin. We think that such a society which permits considerably more than half of humanity to be sunk in poverty and misery, while a very small portion of it fools away its life in perfectly ridiculous luxury, does not deserve to exist and ought to be destroyed. We also know that sooner or later it will destroy itself, as every similar society has done before it. For nearly 40 years there has now been almost perfect peace in Europe. At the same time, over 20 millions of men are standing ready to take the field in a week. War, universal war that will shake the world to its foundations, is only a matter of a little more delay and a few diplomatic hitches. Russia and England are within rifle shot of each other in Afghanistan, and France and Germany are flinging defiances at each other across the Rhine. Some one must soon fire the shot that will set the world in a blaze, and meanwhile the toilers of the earth are weary of these dreadful military and naval burdens, and would care very little if the inevitable happened tomorrow. It is in the power of the Terrorists to delay or precipitate that war to a certain extent. Hitherto all our efforts have been devoted to the preservation of peace, and many of the so-called outrages which had taken place in different parts of Europe, and especially in Russia during the last few years, have been accomplished simply for the purpose of forcing the attention of the administrations to internal affairs for the time, and so putting off what would have led to a declaration of war. This policy has not been dictated by any hope of avoiding war altogether, for that would have been sheer insanity. We have simply delayed war as long as possible because we have not felt that we have been strong enough to turn the tide of battle at the right moment in favour of the oppressed ones of the earth and against their oppressors. But this invention of yours puts a completely different aspect on the European situation. Armed with such a tremendous engine of destruction as a navigable airship must necessarily be, when used in conjunction with the explosives already at our disposal, we could make war impossible to our enemies by bringing into the field a force with which no army or fleet could contend without the certainty of destruction. By these means we should ultimately compel peace and enforce a general disarmament on land and sea. The vast majority of those who make the wealth of the world are sick of seeing that wealth wasted in the destruction of human life and the ruin of peaceful industries. As soon, therefore, as we are in a position to dictate terms under such tremendous penalties, all the innumerable organizations with which we are in touch all over the world will rise in arms and enforce them at all costs. Of course, it goes without saying that the powers that are now enthroned in the high places of the world will fight bitterly and desperately to retain the rule that they have held for so long, but in the end we shall be victorious, and then on the ruins of this civilization a new and a better shall arise. That is a rough, brief outline of the policy of the Brotherhood, which we are going to ask you to-night to join. Of course, in the eyes of the world we are only a set of fiends, whose sole object is the destruction of society and the inauguration of a state of universal anarchy. That, however, has no concern for us. What is called popular opinion is merely manufactured by the press according to order, and does not count in serious concerns. What I have described to you are the true objects of the Brotherhood, and now it remains for you to say yes or no, whether you will devote yourself and your invention to carrying them out or not." For 2 or 3 minutes after the masked spokesman of the Inner Circle had ceased speaking, there was absolute silence in the room. The calmly spoken words, which deliberately sketched out the ruin of a civilization and the establishment of a new order of things, made a deep impression on Arnold's mind. He saw clearly that he was standing at the parting of the ways, and facing the most tremendous crisis that could occur in the life of a human being. It was only natural that he should look back, as he did, to the life from which a single step would now part him for ever, without the possibility of going back. He knew that if he once put his hands to the plough and looked back, death, swift and inevitable, would be the penalty of his wavering. This, however, he had already weighed and decided. Most of what he had heard had found an echo in his own convictions. Moreover, the life that he had left had no charms for him, while to be the one of the chief factors in a world revolution was a destiny worthy both of himself and his invention. So the fatal resolution was taken, and he spoke the words that bound him for ever to the Brotherhood. "As I have already told Mr. Colston," he began by saying, "I will join and faithfully serve the Brotherhood if the conditions that I feel compelled to make are granted." "We know them already," interrupted the spokesman, "and they are freely granted. Indeed, you can hardly fail to see that we are trusting you to a far greater extent than it is possible for us to make you trust us, unless you choose to do so. The airship once built and afloat under your command, the game of war would, to a great extent, be in your own hands. True, you would not survive treachery very long, but on the other hand, if it became necessary to kill you, the airship would be useless, that is, if you took your secret of the motive power with you into the next world." "As I undoubtedly should," added Arnold quietly. "We have no doubt that you would," was the equally quiet rejoinder. "And now I will read to you the oath of membership that you will be required to sign. Even when you have heard it, if you feel any hesitation in subscribing to it, there will still be time to withdraw, for we tolerate no unwilling or half-hearted recruits." Arnold bowed his acquiescence, and the spokesman took a piece of paper from the table and read aloud "I, Richard Arnold, sign this paper in the full knowledge that in doing so I devote myself absolutely for the rest of my life to the service of the Brotherhood of Freedom, known to the world as the Terrorists. As long as I live, its ends shall be my ends, and no human consideration shall weigh with me where those ends are concerned. I will take life without mercy, and yield my own without hesitation at its bidding. I will break all other laws to obey those which it obeys, and if I disobey these, I shall expect death as the just penalty of my perjury." As he finished reading the oath he handed the paper to Arnold, saying as he did so, "There are no theatrical formalities to be gone through. Simply sign the paper and give it back to me, or else tear it up and go in peace." Arnold read it through slowly, and then glanced round the table. He saw the eyes of the silent figures sitting about him, shining at him through the holes in their masks. He laid the paper down on the table in front of him, dipped a pen in an inkstand that stood near, and signed the oath in a firm, unfaltering hand.
Then, committed for ever, for good or evil, to the new life that he had adopted, he gave the paper back again. The President took it and read it, then passed it to the mask on his right hand. It went from one to the other round the table, each one reading it before passing it on, until it got back to the President. When it reached him he rose from his seat, and, going to the fireplace, dropped it into the flames, and watched it until it was consumed to ashes. Then, crossing the room to where Arnold was sitting, he removed his mask with one hand, and held the other out to him in a greeting, saying as he did so, "Welcome to the Brotherhood, thrice welcome, for your coming has brought the day of redemption nearer." End of chapter 5. Chapter 6. New Friends. As Arnold returned the greeting of the President, all the other members of the circle rose from their seats and took off their masks and the black shapeless cloaks which had so far completely covered them from head to foot. Then, one after the other, they came forward and were formally introduced to him by the President. 9 of the 14 were men and 5 were women, of ages varying from middle age almost to girlhood. The men were apparently all between 25 and 35, and included some half-dozen nationalities among them. All, both men and women, evidently belonged to the educated, or rather to the cultured class. Their speech, which seemed to change with perfect ease from one language to another in the course of their somewhat polyglot converse, was the easy-flowing speech of men and women accustomed to the best society, not only in the social but the intellectual sense of the word. All were keen, alert, and swift of thought, and on the face of each one there was the dignifying expression of a deep and settled purpose, which at once differentiated them in Arnold's eyes from the ordinary idle or merely money-making citizens of the world. As each one came and shook hands with the new member of the Brotherhood, he or she had some pleasant word of welcome and greeting for him, and so well were the words chosen, and so manifestly sincere were they spoken, that by the time he had shaken hands all round, Arnold felt as much at home among them as though he were in the midst of a circle of old friends. Among the women were 2 who had attracted his attention and roused his interest far more than any of the other members of the circle. One of these was a tall and beautifully shaped woman, whose face and figure were those of a woman in the early 20s, but whose long, thick hair was as white as though the snows of 70 winters had drifted over it. As he returned her warm, firm hand-clasp, and looked upon her dark, resolute, and yet perfectly womanly figures, the young engineer gave a slight start of recognition. She noticed this at once, and said, with a smile and a quick flash from her splendid grey eyes, "Ah, I see you recognize me. No, I am not ashamed of my portrait. I am proud of the wounds that I received in the war with tyranny, so you need not fear to confess your recognition." It was true that Arnold had recognized her. She was the original of the central figure of the painting which depicted the woman being flogged by the Russian soldiers. Arnold flushed hotly at the words with the sudden passionate anger that they roused within him, and replied, in a low, steady voice, "Those who would sanction such a crime as that are not fit to live. I will not leave one stone of that prison standing upon another. It is a blot on the face of the earth, and I will wipe it out utterly." "There are thousands of blots as black as that on the earth, and I think you will find nobler game than an obscure Russian provincial prison. Russia has cities and palaces and fortresses that will make far grander ruins than that, ruins that will be worthy monuments of fallen despotism," replied the girl, who had been introduced by the President as Radna Michaelis. "But here is someone else waiting to make your acquaintance. This is Natasha. She has no other name among us, but you will soon learn why she needs none." Natasha was the other woman who had so keenly aroused Arnold's interest. Woman, however, she hardly was, for she was seemingly still in her teens, and certainly could not have been more than 20. He had mixed but little with women, and during the past few years not at all, and therefore the marvellous beauty of the girl who came forward as Radna spoke seemed almost unearthly to him, and confused his senses for the moment as some potent drug might have done. He took her outstretched hand in awkward silence, and for an instant so far forgot himself as to gaze blankly at her in speechless admiration. She could not help noticing it, for she was a woman, and for the same reason she saw that it was so absolutely honest and involuntary that it was impossible for any woman to take offence at it. A quick bright flush swept up her lovely face as his hand closed upon hers. Her darkly fringed lids fell for an instant over the most wonderful pair of sapphire blue eyes that Arnold had ever dreamed of, and when she raised them again the flush had gone, and she said, in a sweet, frank voice, "I am the daughter of Natas, and he has desired me to bid you welcome in his name, and I hope you will let me do so in my own as well. We are all dying to see this wonderful invention of yours. I suppose you are going to satisfy our feminine curiosity, are you not?" The daughter of Natas! This lovely girl, in the first sweet flush of her pure and innocent womanhood, the daughter of the unknown and mysterious being whose ill-omened name caused a shudder if it was only whispered in the homes of the rich and powerful, the name with which the death sentences of the Terrorists were invariably signed, and which had come to be an infallible guarantee that they would be carried out to the letter. No death warrants of the most powerful sovereigns of Europe were more certain harbingers of inevitable doom than were those which bore this dreaded name. Whether he were high or low, the man who received one of them made ready for his end. He knew not where or when the fatal blow would be struck. He only knew that the invisible hand of the Terror would strike him as surely in the uttermost ends of the earth as it would in the palace or the fortress. Never once had it missed its aim, and never once had the slightest clue been obtained to the identity of the hand that held the knife or pistol. Some such thoughts as these flashed one after another through Arnold's brain as he stood talking with Natasha. He saw at once why she had only that one name. It was enough, and it was not long before he learned that it was the symbol of an authority in the circle that admitted of no question. She was the envoy of him whose word was law, absolute and irrevocable to every member of the brotherhood, to disobey whom was death, and to obey whom had, so far at least, meant swift and invariable success, even where it seemed least to be hoped for. Of course, Natasha's almost girlish question about the air ship was really a command, which would have been none the less binding had she only had her own beauty to enforce it. As she spoke, the President and Colston, who had only lost himself for the time behind a mask and a cloak, came up to Arnold and asked him if he was prepared to give an exhibition of the powers of his model, and to explain its working and construction to the Circle at once. He replied that everything was perfectly ready for the trial, and that he would set the model working for them in a few minutes. The President then told him that the exhibition should take place in another room where there would be much more space than where they were, and bade him bring the box and follow him. A door was now opened in the wall of the room, remote from that by which he and Colston had entered, and through this the whole party went down a short passage, and through another door, at the end of which opened into a very large apartment, which, from the fact of its being windowless, Arnold rightly judged to be underground, like the council chamber that they had just left. A single glance was enough to show him the chief purpose to which the chamber was devoted. The wall at one end was covered with arm racks containing all the newest and most perfect makes of rifles and pistols, while at the other end, about 20 paces distant, were 3 electric signalling targets, graded, as was afterwards explained to him, to 1, 3, and 500 yards range. In a word, the chamber was an underground range for rifle and pistol practice, in which a volley could have been fired without a sound being heard 10 yards away. It was here that the accuracy of the various weapons invented from time to time was tested, and here, too, every member of the Circle, man and woman, practised with rifle and pistol until an infallible aim was acquired. A register of scores was kept, and at the head of it stood the name of Radna Michaelis. A long table ran across the end at which the arm racks were, and on this Arnold laid the case containing the model, he standing on one side of the table and the members of the Circle on the other, watching his movements with a curiosity that they took no trouble to disguise. He opened the case, feeling something like a scientific demonstrator with an advanced and critical class before him. In a moment the man disappeared, and the mechanician and the enthusiast took his place. As each part was taken out and laid upon the table, he briefly explained its use, and then, last of all, came the hull of the air ship. This was 3 feet long and 6 inches broad in its midships diameter. It was made in 2 longitudinal sections of polished aluminium, which shone like burnished silver. It would have been cigar-shaped but for the fact that the forward end was drawn out into a long sharp ram, the point of which was on a level with the floor of the hull amidships as it lay upon the table. 2 deep bilge plates running nearly the whole length of the hull kept it in an upright position and prevented the blades of the propellers from touching the table. For about half its whole length the upper part of the hull was flattened and formed a deck from which rose 3 short strong masts, each of which carried a wheel of thin metal, whose spokes were 6 inclined fans, something like the blades of a screw. A little lower than this deck there projected on each side a broad, oblong, slightly curved sheet of metal, very thin, but strengthened by means of wire braces, till it was as rigid as a plate of solid steel, although it only weighed a few ounces. These air planes worked on an axis amidships, and could be inclined either way through an angle of 30 degrees. At the pointed stern there revolved a powerful 4-bladed propeller, and from each quarter, inclined slightly outwards from the middle line of the vessel, projected a somewhat smaller screw working underneath the aft end of the air planes. The hull contained 4 small double-cylinder engines, one of which actuated the stern propeller, and the other 3 the fan wheels and side propellers. There were, of course, no furnaces, boilers, or condensers. 2 slender pipes ran into each cylinder from suitably placed gas reservoirs, or power cylinders, as the engineer called them, and that was all. Arnold deftly and rapidly put the parts together, continuing his running description as he did so, and in a few minutes the beautiful miracle of ingenuity stood complete before the wondering eyes of the circle, and a murmur of admiration ran from lip to lip, bringing a flush of pleasure to the cheek of its creator. "There," said he, as he put the finishing touches to the apparatus, "you see that she is a combination of 2 principles, those of the aeronef and the aeroplane. The first reached its highest development in Jules Verne's imaginary clipper of the clouds, and the second in Hiram Maxim's aeroplane. Of course, Jules Verne's aeronef was merely an idea, and one that could never be realized, while Rober's mysterious source of electrical energy remained unknown, as it still does. Maxim's aeroplane is, as you all know, also an unrealized ideal, so far as any practical use is concerned. He has succeeded in making it fly, but only under the most favourable conditions, and practically without cargo. Its 2 fatal defects have been shown by experience to be comparatively overwhelming weight of the engine and the fuel that he has to carry to develop sufficient power to rise from the ground and progress against the wind, and the inability of the machine to ascend perpendicularly to any required height. Without the power to do this, no air ship can be any use save under very limited conditions. You cannot carry a railway about with you, or a station to get a start from every time you want to rise, and you cannot always choose a nice level plain in which to come down. Even if you could, the aeroplane would not rise again without its rails and carriage. For purposes of warfare, then, it may be dismissed as totally useless. In this machine, as you see, I have combined the 2 principles. These helices on the masts will lift the dead weight of the ship perpendicularly without the slightest help from the side planes, which are used to regulate the vessel's flight when afloat. I will set the engines that work them in motion independently of the others which move the propellers, and then you'll see what I mean." As he spoke, he set one part of the mechanism working. Those watching saw the 3 helices begin to spin round, the centre one revolving in an opposite direction to the other 2, with a soft whirring sound that gradually rose to a high-pitched note. When they attained their full speed, they looked like solid wheels, and then the air ship rose, at first slowly, and then more and more swiftly, straight up from the table, until it strained hard at the piece of cord which prevented it from reaching the roof. A universal chorus of "Bravos!" greeted it as it rose, and every eye became fixed on it as it hung motionless in the air, sustained by its whirring helices. After letting it remain aloft for a few minutes, Arnold pulled it down again, saying as he did so, "That, I think, proves that the machine can rise from any position where the upward road is open, and without the slightest assistance of any apparatus. Now it shall take a voyage around the room. You see it is steered by this rudder fan under the stern propeller. In the real ship it will be worked by a wheel, like a rudder of a sea-going vessel, but in the model it is done by this lever, so that I can control it by a couple of strings from the ground." He went round to the other side of the table while he was speaking, and adjusted the steering gear, stopping the engines meanwhile. Then he put the model down on the floor, set all 4 engines to work, and stood behind with the guiding strings in his hands. The spectators heard a louder and somewhat shriller whirring noise than before, and the beautiful fabric with its shining silvery hull and side planes rose slantingly from the ground and darted forward down the room, keeping Arnold at a quick run, with the rudder strings tightly strained. Like an obedient steed, it instantly obeyed the slightest pull upon either of them, and twice made the circuit of the room before its creator pulled it down and stopped the machinery. The experiment was a perfect and undeniable success in every respect, and not one of those who saw it had the slightest doubt as to Arnold's air ship having at last solved the problem of aërial navigation, and made the Brotherhood lords of a realm as wide as the atmospheric ocean that encircles the globe. As soon as the model was once more resting on the table, the President came forward, and grasping the engineer by both hands, said in a voice from which he made but little effort to banish the emotion that he felt, "Bravo, brother! Henceforth you shall be known to the Brotherhood as the Master of the Air, for truly you have been the first among the sons of men to fairly conquer it. Come, let us go back and talk, for there is much to be said about this, and we cannot begin too soon to make arrangements for building the first of our aerial fleet. You can leave your model where it is in perfect safety, for no one ever enters this room save ourselves." So saying, the President led the way to the Council chamber, and there, after the Ariel, as it had already been decided to name the first air ship, had been christened in anticipation in 20-year-old champagne, the circle settled down at once to business, and for a good 3 hours discussed the engineer's estimate and plans for building the first vessel of the aerial fleet. At length the practical details were settled, and the President rose in token of the end of the conference. As he did so, he said somewhat abruptly to Arnold, "So far, so good. Now, there is nothing more to be done but to lay those plans before the Chief, and get his authority for withdrawing out of the Treasury sufficient money to commence operations. I presume you could reproduce them from memory if necessary, at any rate in sufficient outline to make them perfectly intelligible?" "Certainly," was the reply. "I could reproduce them in facsimile without the slightest difficulty. Why do you ask?" "Because the Chief is in Russia, and you must go to him and place them before him from memory. They are far too precious to be trusted to any keeping, however trustworthy. There are such things as railway accidents and other forms of sudden death, to say nothing of the Russian customs, false arrests, personal searches, and imprisonments on mere suspicion. We can risk none of these, and so there is nothing for it but your going to Petersburg and verbally explaining them to the Chief. You can be ready in 3 days, I suppose?" "Yes, in 2 if you like," replied Arnold, not a little taken aback at the unexpected suddenness of what he knew at once to be the first order that was to test his obedience to the Brotherhood. "But as I am absolutely ignorant of Russia and the Russians, I suppose you will make such arrangements as will prevent my making any innocent but possibly awkward mistakes?" "Oh yes," replied the President with a smile. "All arrangements have been made already, and I expect you will find them anything but unpleasant. Natasha goes to Petersburg in company with another lady member of the Circle whom you have not yet seen. You will go with them, and they will explain everything to you en route, if they have no opportunity of doing so before you start. Now, let us go upstairs and have some supper. I am famished, and I suppose every one else is too." Arnold simply bowed in answer to the President, but one pair of eyes at least in the room caught the quick faint flush that rose in his cheek as he was told in whose company he was to travel. As for himself, if the journey had been to Siberia instead of Russia, he would have felt nothing but pleasure at the prospect after that. They left the council chamber by the passage and the ante-room, the sentry standing to attention as they passed him, each giving the word in turn till the President came last and closed the doors behind him. Then the sentry brought up the rear and extinguished the lights as he left the passage. 15 minutes later there sat down to supper in the solidly comfortable dining room of the Upper House a party of ladies and gentlemen who chatted through the meal as merrily and innocently as though there were no such things as tyranny or suffering in the world, and whom not the most acute observer would have taken for the most dangerous and desperately earnest body of conspirators that ever plotted the destruction, not of an empire, but of a civilization and a social order that it had taken 20 centuries to build up. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7. The Daughter of Natas. Supper was over about 11, and then the party adjourned to the drawing-room, where for an hour or so Arnold sat and listened to such music and singing as he had never heard in his life before. The songs seemed to be in every language in Europe, and he did not understand anything like half of them, so far at least as the words were concerned. They were, however, so far removed from the average drawing-room medley of twaddle and rattle that the music interpreted the words into its own universal language and made them almost superfluous. For the most part they were sad and passionate, and once or twice, especially when Radna Michaelis was singing, Arnold saw tears well up into the eyes of the women, and the brows of the men contract and their hands clench with sudden passion at the recollection of some terrible scene or story that was recalled by the song. At last, close on midnight, the President rose from his seat and asked Natasha to sing the Hymn of Freedom. She acknowledged the request with an inclination of her head, and then as Radna sat down to the piano she took her place beside it. All the rest rose to their feet like worshippers in a church. The prelude was rather longer than usual, and as Radna played it, Arnold heard running through it, as it were, echoes of all the patriotic songs of Europe, from Scots Wha Hae and the Shan von Vocht to the forbidden Polish national hymn and the Swiss Republican song, which is known in England as God Save the Queen. The prelude ended with a few bars of the Marseillaise, and then Natasha began. It was a marvellous performance. As the air changed from nation to nation, the singer changed the language, and at the end of each verse the others took up the strain in perfect harmony, till it sounded like a chorus of the nations in miniature, each language coming in its turn until the last verse was reached. Then there was silence for a moment, and then the opening chords of the Marseillaise rang out from the piano, slow and stately at first, and then quickening, like the tread of an army going into battle. Suddenly Natasha's voice soared up, as it were, out of the music, and a moment later the song of the Revolution rolled forth in a flood of triumphant melody, above which Natasha's pure contralto thrilled sweet and strong, till to Arnold's intoxicated senses it seemed like the voice of some angel singing from the sky in the ears of men, and it was not until the hymn had been ended for some moments that he was recalled to earth by the President saying to him, "Some day, perhaps, you will be floating in the clouds, and you will hear that hymn rising from the throats of millions gathered together from the ends of the earth, and when you hear that, you will know that our work is done, and that there is peace on earth at last." "I hope so," replied the engineer quietly, "and what is more, I believe that some day I shall hear it." "I believe so too," suddenly interrupted Radna, turning round on her seat at the piano. "But there will be many a battle song sung to the accompaniment of battle music before that happens. I wish that all Russia were a haystack, and that you were beside it with a lighted torch," said Natasha, half in jest and half in earnest. "Yes, truly," replied Radna, turning round and dashing fiercely into the Marseillaise again. "I have no doubt of it. But come, it is after midnight, and we have to get back to Cheyne Walk.
The Princess will think we have been arrested or something equally dreadful. Ah, Mr. Colston, we have a couple of seats to spare in the brougham. Will you and our Admiral of the Air condescend to accept a lift as far as Chelsea?"
"The condescension is in the offer, Natasha," replied Colston, flushing with pleasure and glancing towards Radna the while. Radna answered with an almost imperceptible sign of consent, and Colston went on: "If it were in an utterly opposite direction—" "You would not be asked to come, sir, so don't try to pay compliments at the expense of common sense," laughed Natasha before he could finish. "If you do, you shall sit beside me instead of Radna all the way." There was a general smile at this retort, for Colston's avowed devotion to Radna and the terrible circumstances out of which it had sprung was one of the romances of the Circle. As for Arnold, he could scarcely believe his ears when he heard that he was to ride from Clapham Common to Chelsea, sitting beside this radiantly beautiful girl, beside whose innocence and gaiety there lay the shadow of her mysterious and terrible parentage. Lovely and gentle as she seemed, he knew even now how awful a power she held in the slender little hand whose nervous clasp he could still feel upon his own, and this knowledge seemed to raise an invisible yet impassable barrier between him and the possibility of looking upon her as under other circumstances it would have been natural for a man to look upon so fair a woman. Natasha's brougham was so far an improvement on those of the present day that it had two equally comfortable seats, and on these the four were cosily seated a few minutes after the party broke up. To Arnold, and doubtless to Colston also, the miles flew past at an unheard of speed, but for all that, long before the carriage stopped at the house in Cheyne Walk, he had come to the conviction that, for good or evil, he was now bound to the Brotherhood by far stronger ties than any social or political opinions could have formed. After they had said good night at the door, and received an invitation to lunch for the next day to talk over the journey to Russia, he and Colston decided to walk to the Savoy, for it was a clear moonlit night, and each had a good deal to say to the other, which could be better and more safely said in the open air than in a cab. So they lit their cigars, buttoned up their coats, and started off eastward along the embankment to Vauxhall. "Well, my friend, tell me how you have enjoyed your evening, and what you think of the company," said Colston, by way of opening the conversation.
"Until supper I had a very pleasant time of it. I enjoyed the business part of the proceedings intensely, as any other mechanical enthusiast would have done, I suppose, but frankly I confess that after that my mind is in a state of complete chaos, in the midst of which only one figure stands out at all distinctly."
"And that figure is?"
"Natasha. Tell me, who is she?"
"I know no more as to her true identity than you do, or else I would answer you with pleasure."
"What do you mean to say?"
"I mean to say just what I have said. Not only do I not know who she is, but I do not believe that more than 2 or 3 members of the Circle at the outside know any more than I do. Those are probably Nicholas Roburoff, the President of the Executive, and his wife, and Radna Michaelis."
"Then if Radna knows, how come is it that you do not know? You must forgive me if I am presuming on too short acquaintance, but it certainly struck me to night that you had very few secrets from each other."
"There is no presumption about it, my dear fellow," replied Colston with a laugh. "It is no secret that Radna and I are lovers, and that she will be my wife when I have earned her."
"Now you have raised my curiosity again," interrupted Arnold in an inquiring tone.
"And will very soon satisfy it. You saw that horrible picture in the Council Chamber, yes? Well, I will tell you the whole story of that some day when we have more time, but for the present it will be enough for me to tell you that I have sworn not to ask Radna to come with me to the altar while a single person who was concerned in that nameless crime remains alive. There were 5 persons responsible for it to begin with: the governor of the prison, the prefect of the police for the district, a spy who informed against her, and the 2 soldiers who executed the infernal sentence. It happened nearly 3 years ago, and there are 2 of them alive still, the governor and the prefect of police. Of course the Brotherhood would have removed them long ago had it decided to do so, but I got the circumstances laid before Natas by the help of Natasha, and received permission to execute the sentences myself. So far I have killed 3 with my own hand,
and the other two have not much longer to live. The governor has been transferred to Siberia, and will probably be the last that I shall reach. The prefect is now in command of the Russian secret police in London, and unless an accident happens he will never leave England." Colston spoke in a cold, passionless, merciless tone, just as a lawyer might speak of a criminal condemned to die by the ordinary process of the law, and as Arnold heard him he shuddered. But at the same time the picture of the council chamber came up before his mental vision, and he was forced to confess that men who could so far forget their manhood as to lash a helpless woman up to a triangle and flog her till her flesh was cut to ribbons were no longer men but wild beasts, whose very existence was a crime. So he merely said, "They were justly slain. Now tell me more about Natasha."
"There is very little more that I can tell you, I'm afraid. All I know is that the Brotherhood of the Terror is the conception and creation of a single man, and that that man is Natas, the father of Natasha, as she is known to us. His orders come to us either directly in writing through Natasha, or indirectly through him you have heard spoken of as the Chief."
"Oh, then the Chief is not Natas?"
"No, we have all of us seen him. In fact, when he is in London he always presides at the Circle meetings. You would hardly believe it, but he is an English nobleman, and secretary to the English Embassy at Petersburg."
"Then he's Lord Alanmere, and an old college friend of mine!" exclaimed Arnold. "I saw his name in the paper the night before last. It was mentioned in the account of the murder."
"We don't call those murders, my friend," dryly interrupted Colston. "We call them what they really are, executions."
"I beg your pardon. I was using the phraseology of the newspaper. What was his crime?"
"I don't know, but the fact that the Chief was there when he died is quite enough for me. Well, as I was saying, the Chief, as we call him, is the visible and supreme head of the Brotherhood, so far as we are concerned. We know that Natas exists, and that he and the Chief admit no one save Natasha to their councils. They control the treasury absolutely, and apart from the contributions of those of the members who can afford to make them, they appear to provide the whole of the funds. Of course, Lord Alanmere, as you know, is enormously wealthy, and probably Natas is also rich. At any rate, there is never any want of money where the work of the Brotherhood is concerned. The estimates are given to Natasha when the Chief is not present, and at the next meeting she brings the money in English gold and notes, or in foreign currency as may be required, and that is all we know about the finances. Perhaps I ought to tell you that there is also a very considerable mystery about the Chief himself. When he presides at the council meetings he displays a perfectly marvellous knowledge of both the members and the working of the Brotherhood. It would seem that nothing, however trifling, is hidden from him, and yet when any of us happen to meet him, as we often do, in society, he treats us all as the most perfect strangers, unless we have been regularly introduced to him as ordinary acquaintances. Even then he seems utterly ignorant of his connection with the Brotherhood. The first time I met him outside the Circle was at a ball at the Russian Embassy. I went and spoke to him, giving the sign of the inner circle as I did so. To my utter amazement he stared at me without a sign of recognition, and calmly informed me, in the usual way, that I had the advantage of him. Of course I apologized, and he accepted the apology with perfect good humour, but as an utter stranger would have done. A little later Natasha came in with the Princess Ornovsky, whom you are going to Russia with, and who is there one of the most trusted agents of the Petersburg police. I told her what had happened. She looked at me for a moment rather curiously with those wonderful eyes of hers, and then she laughed softly and said, 'Come, I will set that at rest by introducing you, but mind, not a word about politics or those horrible secret societies, as you value my good opinion.' I understood from this that there was something behind which could not be explained there, where every other one you danced with might be a spy, and I was introduced to his lordship, and we became very good friends in the ordinary social way. But I failed to gather the slightest hint from his conversation that he even knew of the existence of the Brotherhood. When we left I drove home with Natasha and the Princess to supper, and on the way Natasha told me that his lordship found it necessary to lead two entirely distinct lives, and that he adhered so rigidly to this rule that he never broke it even with her. Since then I have been most careful to respect what, after all, is a very wise, if not an absolutely necessary, precaution on his part."
"And now," said Arnold, speaking in a tone that betrayed not a little hesitation and embarrassment, "if you can do so, answer me one more question, and do so as shortly and directly as you can. Is Natasha in love with or betrothed to any member of the Brotherhood, as far as you know?" Colston stopped and looked at him with a laugh in his eyes. Then he put his hand on his shoulder and said, "As I thought and feared. You have not escaped the common lot of all heart-whole men upon whom those terrible eyes of hers have looked. The Angel of the Revolution, as we call her among ourselves, is peerless among the daughters of men. What more natural, then, than all the sons of men should fall speedily victims to her fatal charms? So far as I know, every man who has ever seen her is more or less in love with her, and mostly more. As for the rest, I am as much in the dark as you are, save for the fact that I know, on the authority of Radna, that she is not betrothed to any one, and, so far as she knows, still in the blissful state of maiden fancy freedom." "Thank God for that," said Arnold, with an audible sigh of relief. Then he went on in somewhat hurried confusion. "But there, of course, you think me a presumptuous ass, and so I am, wherefore—" "There is no need for you to talk nonsense, my dear fellow. There never can be presumption in an honest man's love, no matter how exalted the object of it may be. Besides, are you not now the central hope of the Revolution, and is not yours the hand that shall hurl destruction on its enemies? As for Natasha, peerless and all as she is, has not the poet of ages said of just such as her, 'She's beautiful, and therefore to be wooed; she is a woman, therefore to be won'? And who, too, has a better chance of winning her than you will have when you are commanding the aerial fleet of the Brotherhood, and, like a very Jove, hurling your destroying bolts from the clouds, and deciding the hazard of war when the nations of Europe are locked in the death struggle? Why, you see, such a prospect makes even me poetical. Seriously, though, you must not consider the distance between you two great. Remember that you are a very different person now to what you were a couple of days ago. Without any offence, I may say that you were then nameless, while now you have the chance of making a name that will go down to all time as that of the solver of the greatest problem of this or any other age. Added to this, remember that Natasha, after all, is a woman, and, more than that, a woman devoted heart and soul to a great cause, in which great deeds are soon to be done. Great deeds are still the shortest way to a woman's heart, and that is the way you must take if you are to hope for success." "I will," simply replied Arnold, and the tones in which the two words were said convinced Colston that he meant all that they implied to its fullest extent. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8. Learning the Part. It was nearly 11 the next morning by the time Arnold and Colston had finished breakfast. This was mostly due to the fact that Arnold had passed an almost entirely sleepless night, and had only begun to doze off towards morning. The events of the previous evening kept on repeating themselves in various sequences, time after time, until his brain reeled in the whirl of emotions that they gave rise to. Although of a strongly mathematical and even mechanical turn of mind, the young engineer was also an enthusiast, and therefore there was a strong colouring of romance in his nature which lifted him far above the level upon which his mere intellect was accustomed to work. Where intellect alone was concerned, as for instance in the working out of a problem in engineering or mechanics, he was cool, calculating, and absolutely unemotional. His highly disciplined mind was capable of banishing every other subject from consideration, save the one which claimed the attention of the hour, and of incorporating itself wholly with the work in hand until it was finished. These qualities would have been quite sufficient to assure his success in life on conventional lines. They would have made him rich and perhaps famous, but they would never have made him a great inventor, for no one can do anything really great who is not a dreamer as well as a worker. It was because he was a dreamer that he had sacrificed everything to the working out of his ideal, and risked his life on the chance of success, and it was for just the same reason that the tremendous purposes of the Brotherhood had been able to fire his imagination
with luridly brilliant dreams of a gigantic world tragedy, in which he, armed with almost supernatural powers, should play the central part. This of itself would have been enough to make all other considerations of trivial moment in his eyes, and to bind him irrevocably to the brotherhood. He saw, it is true, that a frightful amount of slaughter and suffering would be the price either of success or failure in so terrific a struggle, but he also knew that the struggle was inevitable in some form or other, and whether he took a part in it or not. But since the last sun had set, a new element had come into his life, and was working in line with both his imagination and his ambition. So far he had lived his life without any other human love than what was bound up with his recollections of his home and his boyhood. As a man he had never loved any human being. Science had been his only mistress, and had claimed his undivided devotion, engrossing his mind and intellect completely, but leaving his heart free. And now, as it were in an instant, a new mistress had come forward out of the unknown. She had put her hand upon his heart, and, though no words of human speech had passed between them, save the merest commonplaces, her soul had said to his, "This is mine. I have called it into life, and for me it shall live until the end." He had heard this as plainly as though it had been said to him with the lips of flesh, and he had acquiesced in the imperious claim with a glad submission which had yet to be tinged with the hope that it might some day become a mastery. Thus, as the silent, sleepless hours went by, did he review over and over again the position in which he found himself on the threshold of this strange new life, until at last physical exhaustion brought sleep to his eyes if not to his brain, and he found himself flying over the hills and vales of dreamland in his airship, with the roar of battle and the smoke of ruined towns far beneath him, and Natasha at his side, sharing with him the dominion of the air that his genius had won. At length Colston came in to tell him that breakfast was spoiling, and that it was high time to get up if they intended to be in time for their appointment at Chelsea. This brought him out of bed with effective suddenness, and he made a hasty toilet for breakfast, leaving more important preparations until afterwards. During the meal their conversation naturally turned chiefly on the visit that they were to pay, and Colston took the opportunity of explaining one or two things that it was necessary for him to know with regard to the new acquaintance that he was about to make at Chelsea. "So far as the outside world is concerned," said he, "Natasha is the niece of the Princess Ornovsky. She is the daughter of a sister of hers who married an English gentleman named Darrell, who was drowned with his wife about 12 years ago, when the Albania was wrecked off the coast of Portugal. The Princess had a sister who was drowned with her husband in the Albania, and she left a daughter about Natasha's then age, but who died of consumption shortly after in Nice. Under these circumstances it was of course perfectly easy for the Princess to adopt Natasha and introduce her into society as her niece as soon as she reached the age of coming out. This has been of immense service to the Brotherhood, as the Princess is, as I told you, one of the most implicitly trusted allies of the Petersburg police. She is received at the Russian court, and is therefore able to take Natasha into the best Russian society, where her extraordinary beauty naturally enables her to break as many hearts as she likes, and to learn secrets which are of the greatest importance to the Brotherhood. Her society name is Fedora Darrell, and it will scarcely be necessary to tell you that outside our own circle no such being as Natasha has any existence." "I perfectly understand," replied Arnold. "The name shall never pass my lips save in privacy, and indeed it is hardly likely that it will ever do so even then, for your habit of calling each other by your Christian names is too foreign to my British insularity." "It is a Russian habit, as you of course know, and added to that we are, so far as the cause is concerned, all brothers and sisters together, and so it comes natural to us. Anyhow, you will have to use it with Natasha, for in the circle she has no other name, and to call her Miss Darrell there would be to produce something like an earthquake." "Oh, in that case I dare say I shall be able to avoid the calamity, though there will seem to be a presumption about it that will not make me very comfortable at first." "Too much like addressing one's sweetheart, eh?" This brought the conversation to a sudden stop, for Arnold's only reply to it was a quick flush and a lapse into silence that was a good deal more eloquent than any verbal reply could have been. Colston noticed it with a smile, and got up and lit a pipe. For the first time for a good few years Arnold took considerable pains with his toilet that morning. A new fit-out had just been delivered by a tailor, who had promised the things within 24 hours and had kept his word. The consequences were that he was able to array himself in perfect morning costume, from his hat to his boots, and that was what it had not been his to do since he left college. Colston had recommended him in his easy, friendly way to pay scrupulous attention to externals in the part that he would henceforth have to play before the world. He fully saw the wisdom of this advice, for he knew that, however well a part may be played, if it is not dressed to perfection, some sharp eyes will see that it is a part and not a reality. The playing of his part was to begin that day, and he recognised that at least one of the purposes of his visit to Natasha was the determining of what that part was to be. He thus looked forward with no little curiosity to the events of the afternoon, quite apart from the supreme interest that centred in his hostess. They started out nearly a couple of hours before they were due at Cheyne Walk, as they had several orders to give with regard to Arnold's outfit for the journey that was before him, and this done they reached the house about a quarter of an hour before lunch time. They were received in the most delightful of sitting rooms by a very handsome, aristocratic-looking woman, who might have been anywhere between 40 and 50. She shook hands very cordially with Arnold, saying as she did so,
"Welcome, Richard Arnold. The friends of the cause are mine, and I have heard much about you already from Natasha, so that I already seem to know you. I am very sorry that I was not able to be at the circle last night to see what you had to show. Natasha tells me that it is quite a miracle of genius."
"She is too generous in her praise," replied Arnold, speaking as quietly as he could in spite of the delight that the words gave him. "It is no miracle, but only the logical result of thought and work. Still, I hope that it will be found to realise its promise when the time of trial comes."
"Of that I have no doubt, from all that I hear," said the Princess. "Before long I shall hope to see it for myself. Ah, here is Natasha. Come, I must introduce you afresh, for you do not know her yet as the world knows her."
Arnold heard the door open behind him as the Princess spoke, and turning round saw Natasha coming towards him with her hand outstretched and a smile of welcome on her beautiful face. Before their hands met, the Princess moved quietly between them and said, half in jest and half in earnest,
"Fedora, permit me to present to you Mr. Richard Arnold, who is to accompany us to Russia to inspect the war balloon offered to our little father, the Tsar. Mr. Arnold, my niece, Fedora Darrell. There, now you know each other."
"I am delighted to make your acquaintance, Mr. Arnold," said Natasha, with mock gravity as they shook hands. "I have heard much already of your skill in connection with aerial navigation, and I have no doubt but that your advice will be of the greatest service to His Majesty."
"That is as it may be," answered Arnold, at once entering into the somewhat grim humour of the situation. "But if it is possible, I should like to hear something a little definite as to this mission with which I have been, I fear, undeservingly honoured. I have been very greatly interested in the problem of aerial navigation for some years past, but I must confess that this is the first I have heard of these particular war balloons."
"It is for the purpose of enlightening you on that subject that this little party has been arranged," said the Princess, turning for the moment away from Colston, with whom she was talking earnestly in a low tone. "Ah, there goes the lunch bell. Mr. Colston, your arm. Fedora, will you show Mr. Arnold the way?"
Arnold opened the door for the Princess to go out, and then followed with Natasha on his arm. As they went out, she said in a low tone to him, "I think, if you don't mind, you'd better begin at once to call me Miss Darrell, so as to get into the way of it. A slip might be serious, you know."
"Your wishes are my laws, Miss Darrell," replied he, the name slipping as easily off his tongue as if he had known her by it for months. It may have been only a fancy on his part, but he thought he felt just the lightest imaginable pressure on his arm as he spoke. At any rate,
He was vain enough or audacious enough to take the impression for reality, and walked the rest of the way to the dining room on air. The meal was dainty and perfectly served, but there were no servants present for obvious reasons, and so they waited on themselves. Colston sat opposite the Princess and carved the partridges, while Arnold was vis-à-vis to Natasha, a fact which had a perceptible effect upon his appetite.
"Now," said the Princess, as soon as every one was helped, "I will enlighten you, Mr. Arnold, as to your mission to Russia. One part of the business, I presume, you are already familiar with?"
Arnold bowed his assent, and she went on.
"Then the other is easily explained. Interested as you are in the question, I suppose there is no need to tell you that for several years past the Tsar has had an offer open to all the world of £1,000,000 sterling for a vessel that will float in the air and be capable of being directed in its course as a ship at sea can be directed."
"Yes, I am well aware of the fact. Pray proceed." As he said this, Arnold glanced across the table at Natasha, and a swift smile and a flash from her suddenly unveiled eyes told him that she too was thinking of how the world's history might have been altered had the Tsar's millions been paid for his invention. Then the Princess went on.
"Well, through a friend at the Russian Embassy, I have learned that a French engineer has, as he says, perfected a balloon constructed on a new principle, which he claims will meet the conditions of the Tsar's offer. My friend also told me that His Majesty had decided to take an entirely disinterested opinion with regard to this invention, and asked me if I could recommend any English engineer who had made a study of aerial navigation, and who would be willing to go to Russia, superintend the trials of the war balloon, and report as to their success or otherwise. This happened a few days ago only, and as I happened to read an article that you will remember you wrote about 6 months ago in the 19th, or as it is now called the 20th century, I thought of your name and said I would try to find someone. 2 days later I got news from the circle of your invention, never mind how, you will learn that later on, and called at the Embassy to say I had found someone whose judgment could be absolutely relied upon. Now, wasn't that kind of me, to give you such a testimonial as that to His Omnipotence, the Tsar of all the Russias?"
Once more Arnold bowed his acknowledgments, this time somewhat ironically, and Natasha interrupted the narrative by saying, with a spice of malice in her voice, "No doubt the little father will duly recognise your kindness, Princess, when he gets quite to the bottom of the matter."
"I hope he will," replied the Princess, "but that is a matter of the future, and of considerable doubt as well."
Then turning to Arnold again, she continued,
"You will now, of course, see the immense advantage there appear to be in getting you to examine these war balloons. They are evidently the only possible rivals to your own invention in the field, and therefore it is of the utmost importance that you should know their strength or their weakness, as the case may be. Well, that is all I have to say so far. It has been decided that you shall go, if you are willing, with us to Petersburg the day after tomorrow to see the balloon and make your report. All your expenses will be paid on the most liberal scale, for the Tsar is no niggard in spending either his own or other people's money, and you will have a handsome fee into the bargain for your trouble."
"So far as the work is concerned, of course, I undertake it willingly," said Arnold, as the Princess stopped speaking. "But it hardly seems to me to be right that I should take even the Tsar's money under such circumstances. To tell you the truth, it looks to me rather uncomfortably like false pretences." Again Natasha's eyes flashed approval across the table,
but nevertheless she said, "You seem to forget, my friend, that we are at war with the Tsar, and all's fair in love and war. Besides, if you have any scruples about keeping the fee for your professional services, which, after all, you will render as honestly as though it were the merest matter of business, you can put it into the treasury, and so ease your conscience. Remember, too," she went on more seriously, "how the enormous wealth of this same Tsar has swollen by the confiscation of fortunes whose possessors had committed no other crime than becoming obnoxious to the corrupt bureaucracy."
"I will take the fee if I fairly earn it, Miss Darrell," replied Arnold, returning the glance as he spoke, "and it shall be my first contribution to the treasury of the Brotherhood."
"Spoken like a sensible man," chimed in the Princess. "After all, it is no worse than spoiling the Egyptians, and you have scriptural authority for that. However, you can do as you like with His Majesty's money when you get it. The main fact is that you have the opportunity of going to earn it, and that Colonel Martinov is coming here to tea this afternoon to bring our passports, specially authorizing us to travel without customs examination or any kind of questioning to any part of the Tsar's dominions. And that, I can assure you, is a very exceptional honour indeed."
"Who did you say? Martinov? Is that the Colonel Martinov who is the director of the secret police here?" asked Colston hurriedly.
"Yes," replied the Princess. "The same. Why do you ask?"
"Because," said Colston quietly, "he received the sentence of death nearly a month ago, and to morrow night he will be executed, unless there is some accident. It was he who stood with the governor of Brovno in the prison yard and watched Radna Michaelis flogged by the soldiers. I received news this morning that the arrangements are complete, and that the sentence will be carried out to morrow night." "Yes, that is so," added Natasha, as Colston ceased speaking. "Everything is settled. It is therefore well that he should do something useful before he meets his fate."
"How curious that it should just happen so," said the Princess calmly, as she rose from the table and moved towards the door, followed by Natasha.
As soon as the ladies had left the room, Colston and Arnold lit their cigarettes and chatted while they smoked over their last glass of claret. Arnold would have liked to have asked more about the coming tragedy, but something in Colston's manner restrained him, and so the conversation remained on the subject of the Russian journey until they returned to the sitting room. Chapter 9. The Beginning of Sorrows. On the 6th of March 1904, just 6 months after Arnold's journey to Russia, a special meeting of the Inner Circle of the Terrorists took place in the Council Chamber at the house on Clapham Common. Although it was only attended by 12 persons all told, and those men and women whose names were unknown outside the circle of their own society and the records of the Russian police, it was the most momentous conference that had taken place in the history of the world since the council of war that Abdurrahman the Moslem had taken with his chieftains 1172 years before, and by taking their advice spared the remnants of Christendom from the sword of Islam. Then the fate of the world hung in the balance of a council of war, and the supremacy of the cross or the crescent depended, humanly speaking, upon the decision of a dozen warriors. Now the fate of the civilization that was made possible by that decision lay at the mercy of a handful of outlaws and exiles who had laboriously brought to perfection the secret schemes of a single man. The work of the Terrorists was finally complete. Under the whole fabric of society lay the mines which a single spark would now explode, and above this slumbering volcano the earth was trembling with the tread of millions of armed men, divided into huge hostile camps, and only waiting until diplomacy had finished its work in the dark and gave the long-awaited signal of inevitable and universal war. To-night that spark was to be shaken from the torch of revolution, and to-morrow the first of the mines would explode. After that, if the course to be determined on by the Terrorist Council failed to arrive at the results which it was designed to reach, the armies of Europe would fight their way through the greatest war that the world had ever seen,
The fates would once more decide in favour of the strongest battalions, the fittest would triumph, and a new era of military despotism would begin, perhaps neither much better nor much worse than the one it would succeed. If, on the other hand, the plans of the Terrorists were successfully worked out to their logical conclusion, it would not be war only, but utter destruction that society would have to face. And then with dissolution would come anarchy. The thrones of the world would be overthrown, the fabric of society would be dissolved, commerce would come to an end, the structure that it had taken 20 centuries of the discipline of war and the patient toil of peace to build up would crumble into ruins in a few short months, and then, well, after that no man could tell what would befall the remains of the human race that had survived the deluge. The means of destruction were at hand, and they would be used without mercy, but for the rest no man could speak. When Nicholas Roburoff, the President of the Executive, rose in his place at 8 o'clock to explain the business in hand, every member present saw at a glance, by the gravity of his demeanour, that the communication that he had to make was of no ordinary nature. But even they were not prepared for the catastrophe that he announced in the first sentence that he uttered. "Friends," he said, in a voice that was rendered deeply impressive by the emotion that he vainly tried to conceal, "it is my mournful duty to tell you that she whom any one of us would willingly shed our blood to serve, or save from the slightest evil, our beautiful and beloved Angel of the Revolution, as we so fondly call her, Natasha, the daughter of the Master, has, in the performance of her duty to the cause, fallen into the hands of Russia." Save for a low murmuring groan that ran round the table, the news was received in silence. It was too terrible, too hideous in the awful meaning that its few words conveyed, for any exclamations of grief, or any outburst of anger, to express the emotions that it raised. Not one of those who heard it but had good reason to know what it meant for a revolutionist to fall into the hands of Russia. For a man it meant the last extremity of human misery that flesh and blood could bear, but for a young and beautiful woman it was a fate that no words could describe, a doom that could only be thought of in silence and despair. And so the friends of Natasha were silent, though they did not yet despair. Roburoff bowed his head in acknowledgment of the inarticulate but eloquent endorsement of his words, and went on. "You already know the outcome of Richard Arnold's visit to Russia, how he was present at the trial of the Tsar's war balloon, and was compelled to pronounce it such a complete success that the autocrat at once gave orders for the construction of a fleet of 50 aerostats of the same pattern, and how, thanks to the warning conveyed by Anna Orlovsky, he was able to prevent his special passport being stolen by a police agent, and so to foil the designs of the chief of the 3rd Section to stop him taking the secret of the construction of the war balloon out of Russia. You also know that he brought back the chief's authority to build an airship after the model which was exhibited to us here, and that since his return he has been prosecuting that work on Drumcraig Island, one of the possessions of the chief in the Outer Hebrides, which he placed at his disposal for the purpose. You know also that Natasha and Anna Orlovsky went to Russia partly to discover the terms of the secret treaty that we believe to exist between France and Russia, and partly to warn and, if possible, remove from Russian soil a large number of our most valuable allies, whose names had been revealed to the Minister of the Interior, chiefly through the agency of the spy Martinov, who was executed in this room 6 months ago. The first part of the task was achieved, not without difficulty, but with complete success, and of that more anon. The second part was almost finished when Natasha and Anna Orlovsky were surprised in the house of Alexei Kasatakin, a member of the Moscow Nihilist circle, in the Bolshoi Dmitrietka. He had been betrayed by one of his own servants, and a police visit was the result.
Added to this, there is a reason to believe that she had, quite apart from this, become acquainted with enough official secrets to make her removal desirable in high quarters. I need not tell you that this is the usual way in which the Tsar rewards those of his secret servants who get to know too much. The fact of her being found in the house of a betrayed Nihilist was taken as sufficient proof of sympathy or complicity, and she was arrested. Natasha, as Fedora Darrell, claimed to be a British subject, and as such to be allowed to go free in virtue of the Tsar's safe conduct which she exhibited. Instead of that, she was taken before the chief of the Moscow police, rudely interrogated, and then brutally searched. Unhappily, in the bosom of her dress was found a piece of paper bearing some of the new police cipher. That was enough. That night they were thrown into prison, and 3 days later taken to the convict depot under sentence of exile by administrative process to Sakhalin for life. You know what that means for a beautiful woman like Natasha. She will not go to Sakhalin. They do not bury beauty like hers in such an abode of desolation as that. If she cannot be rescued, she will only have two alternatives before her. She will become the slave and plaything of some brutal governor or commandant at one of the stations, or else she will kill herself. Of course, of these two, she would choose the latter, if she could and when she could. Should she be driven to that last resort of despair, she shall be avenged as woman never yet was avenged. But rescue must, if possible, come before revenge. The information that we received from the Moscow agent tells us that the convict train to which Natasha and Anna Ornovsky are attached left the depot nearly a fortnight ago. They were to be taken by train in the usual way to Nizhny Novgorod, thence by barge on the Volga and Kama to Perm, and on by rail to Tiumen, the forwarding station for the east. Until they reach Tiumen, they will be safe from anything worse than what the Russians are pleased to call discipline. But once they disappear into the wilderness of Siberia, they will be lost to the world, and far from all law but the will of their official slave drivers. It has therefore been decided that the rescue shall be attempted before the chain gang leaves Tiumen, if it can be reached in time. As nearly as we can calculate, the march will begin on the morning of Friday the 9th, that is to say, in 3 nights and 1 day from now. Happily we possess the means of making the rescue, if it can be accomplished by human means. I have received a report from Richard Arnold, saying that the Ariel is complete, and that she has made a perfectly satisfactory trial trip to the clouds. The Ariel is the only vehicle in existence that could possibly reach the frontier of Siberia in the given time, and it is fitting that her first duty should be the rescue of the Angel of the Revolution from the clutches of the tyrant of the North. Alexis Mazanov, it is the will of the Master that you shall take these instructions to Richard Arnold and accompany him on the voyage in order to show him what course to steer and assist him in every way possible. You will find the chief's yacht at Port Patrick, ready to convey you to Drumcraig Island. When you have heard what is further necessary for you to hear, you will take the midnight express from Euston. Have you any preparations to make?" "No," replied Mazanoff, or Colston, to call him by a name more familiar to the reader. "I can start in half an hour if necessary, and on such an errand you may, of course, depend on me not to lose much time. I presume there are full instructions here?" "Yes, both for the rescue and for your conduct afterwards, whether you are successful or unsuccessful," said the President. Then turning to the others, he continued "You may now rest assured that all that can be done to rescue Natasha will be done, and we must therefore turn to other matters. I said a short time ago that the conditions of the secret treaty between France and Russia had been discovered by the 2 brave women who are now suffering for their devotion to the cause of the Revolution. A full copy of them is in the hands of the Chief, who arrives in London to day, and will at once lay the documents before Mr. Balfour, the Premier. It is extremely hostile to England, and amounts in fact to a compact on the part of France to declare war and seize the Suez Canal as soon as the first shot is fired between Great Britain and Russia. In return for this, Russia is to invade Germany and Austria, destroy the eastern frontier fortresses with her fleet of war balloons, and then cross over and do the same on the Rhine, while France at last throws herself upon her ancient foe. Meanwhile, the French fleet is to concentrate in the Mediterranean as quietly and rapidly as possible before war actually breaks out, so as to be able to hold the British and Italians in check and shut the Suez Canal, while Russia, who is pushing her troops forward to the Hindu Kush, gets ready for a dash at the passes and a rush upon Kashmir before Britain can get sufficient men out to India by the Cape to give her very much trouble. As there also exists a secret compact between Britain and the Triple Alliance, binding all four powers to declare war the moment one is threatened, the disclosure of this treaty must infallibly lead to war in a few weeks. In addition to this, measures have been taken to detach Italy from the Triple Alliance at the last moment if possible. Success in this respect is, however, somewhat uncertain. To make assurance doubly sure, the Chief informs me that he has ordered Ivan Brasov, who is in command of a large reconnoitring party on the Afghan side of the Hindu Kush, to provoke reprisals from a similar party of Indian troops who have been told off to watch their movements. Captain Brasov is one of us, and can be depended upon to obey at all costs. He will do this in a fortnight from now, and therefore we may feel confident that Great Britain and Russia will be at war within a month. With the first outbreak of war, our work for the present ceases, so far as active interference goes. We shall therefore withdraw from the scene of action until the arrival of the supreme moment when the nations of Europe shall be locked in the death struggle, and the fate of the world will rest in our hands. The will of the Master now is that all the members of the Brotherhood shall at once wind up their businesses and turn all of their possessions that are not portable and useful into money. A large steamer has been purchased and manned with members of the Outer Circle who are sailors by profession. She is now being loaded at Liverpool with all machinery and materials necessary for the construction of 12 airships like the Ariel. This steamer, when ready for sea, will sail ostensibly for Rio de Janeiro with a cargo of machinery, but in reality for Drumcraig, where she will embark the workmen who will be left there by the Ariel with all the working plant on the island. And from there she will proceed to a lonely island off the west coast of Africa, between Cape Blanco and Cape Verde, where new works will be set up and a fleet of airships put together as rapidly as possible. The position of this island is in the instructions which Alexis Mazanoff takes to Drumcraig tonight, and the Ariel will rendezvous there when the work that is in hand for her is done. The members of the Brotherhood will, of course, go in the steamer as passengers for Rio, so that no suspicions may be aroused, and every one must be ready to embark in 10 days from now. That is all I have to say at present in the name of the Master. And now, Alexis Mazanoff, it is time you set out. We shall remain here and discuss every detail fully so that nothing may be overlooked. You will find that everything has been provided for in the instructions that you have, so go, and may the Master of Destiny be with you." As he spoke he held out his hand, which the young man grasped heartily, saying, "Farewell. I will obey to the death, and if success can be earned we will earn it. If not, you shall hear of the Ariel's work in Russia before the week is out." He then took leave of the other members of the Council, coming last to Radna. As their hands clasped, she said, "I wish I could come with you, but that is impossible. But bring Natasha back to us safe and sound, and there is nothing that you could ask of me that I will not say yes to. Go, and God speed your good work. Farewell." For all answer he took her in his arms before them all. Their lips met in one long silent kiss,
and a moment later he had gone to strike the first blow in the coming world war, and to bring the beginning of sorrows on the tyrant of the North. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10. The Ariel. On the 6th stroke of 12 that night, the Scotch express drew out of Euston Station. At 9:30 the next morning, the Lurline, Lord Alanmere's yacht, steamed out of Port Patrick Harbour, and at 1 o'clock precisely she dropped her anchor in the little inlet that served for a harbour at Drumcraig. Colston had the quarter boat lowered and pulled ashore without a moment's delay, and as his foot touched the shore, Arnold grasped his hand, and after the first words of welcome, asked for the latest news of Natasha. Without immediately answering, Colston put his arm through his, drew him away from the men who were standing about, and told him as briefly and gently as he could the terrible news of the calamity that had befallen the Brotherhood, and the errand upon which he had come. Arnold received the blow as a brave man should, in silence. His now bronzed face turned pale, his brows contracted, and his teeth clenched till Colston could hear them gritting upon each other. Then a great wave of agony swept over his soul, as a picture too horrible for contemplation rose before his eyes, and after that came calm, the calm of rapid thought and desperate resolve. He remembered the words that Natasha had used in a letter that she had given him when she took leave of him in Russia. "We shall trust you to rescue us, and, if that is no longer possible, to avenge us." Yes, and now the time had come to justify that trust and prove his own devotion. It should be proved to the letter, and if there was cause for vengeance, the proof should be written in blood and flame over all the wide dominions of the Tsar. Grief might come after, when there was time for it, but this was the hour of action, and a strange, savage joy seemed to come with the knowledge that the safety of the woman he loved now depended mainly upon his own skill and daring. Colston respected his silence and waited until he spoke. When he did, he was astonished at the difference that those few minutes had made in the young engineer. The dreamer and the enthusiast had become the man of action, prompt, stern, and decided. Colston had never before heard from his lips the voice in which he at length said to him, "Where is this place? How far is it as the crow flies from here?"
"At a rough guess I would say about 2,200 miles, almost due east, and rather less than 200 miles on the other side of the Urals."
"Good. That'll be 20 hours' flight for us, or less if this south-west wind holds good."
"What?" exclaimed Colston. 20 hours, did you say? You must surely be making some mistake. Don't you mean 40 hours? Think of the enormous distance. Why, even then we should have to travel over 60 miles an hour through the air."
"My dear fellow, I don't make mistakes where figures are concerned. The paradox of aërial navigation is, the greater the speed, the less the resistance. In virtue of that paradox I am able to tell you that the speed of the Ariel in moderate weather is 120 miles an hour, and 120 into 2,200 goes 18 times and 1/3. This is Wednesday, and we have to be on the Asiatic frontier at daybreak on Friday. We shall start at dusk to night, and you shall see to morrow's sunset over the Urals."
"That means from the eastern side of the range."
"Of course. There will be no harm in being a few hours too soon. In case we may have a long cruise, I must have additional stores and power cylinders put on board. Come, you've not seen the Ariel yet. I've made several improvements on the model, as I expected to do when I came to the actual building of the ship, and what is more important than that, I have immensely increased the motive power and economised space and weight at the same time. In fact, I don't despair now of 200 miles an hour before very long. Come." The engineer and the enthusiast had now come to the fore again, and the man and the lover had receded, put back as it were, until the time for love, or perchance for sorrow, had come. He put his arm through Colston's and led him up a hill path through a little gorge which opened into a deep valley, completely screened on all sides by heather-clad hills. Sprinkled about the bottom of this valley were a few wooden dwelling houses and workshops, and in the centre was a huge shed, or rather an enclosure now, for its roof had been taken off.
In this lay, like a ship in a graving dock, a long, narrow, grey painted vessel, almost exactly like a sea-going ship, save for the fact that she had no funnel, and that her three masts, instead of yards, each carried a horizontal fan wheel, while from each of her sides projected, level with the deck, a plane twice the width of the deck and nearly as long as the vessel herself. They entered the enclosure and walked round the hull. This was 70 feet long and 12 wide amidships, and, save for its size, it was the exact counterpart of the model already described. As soon as he had taken Colston round the hull and roughly explained its principal features, reserving more detailed description and the inspection of the interior for the voyage, he gave the necessary orders for preparing for a lengthy journey, and the two went on board the Lurline to dinner, which Colston had deferred in order to eat it in Arnold's company. After dinner they carefully discussed the situation in order that every possible accident might be foreseen, argued the pros and cons of the venture in all their bearings, and even went so far as to plan the vengeance they would take, should by any chance the rescue fail or come too late. The instructions, signed by Natas himself, were very precise on certain essential points, and in their broad outlines, but, like all wisely planned instructions to men such as these, they left ample margin for individual initiative in case of emergency. Some of the stores of the Lurline had to be transferred to the Ariel, and these were taken ashore after dinner, and at the same time Colston made his first inspection of the interior of the air ship under the guidance of her creator. What struck him most at first sight was the apparent inadequacy of the machinery to the attainment of the tremendous speed at which Arnold had promised they should travel. There were 4 somewhat insignificant-looking engines in all. Of these, 1 drove the stern propeller, 1 the side propellers, and 2 the fan wheels on the masts. He learnt as soon as the voyage began that, by a very simple switch arrangement, the power of the whole 4 engines could be concentrated on the propellers, for, once in the air, the lifting wheels were dispensed with and lowered on deck, and the ship was entirely sustained by the pressure of the air under her planes. There was not an ounce of superfluous wood or metal about the beautifully constructed craft, but for all that she was complete in every detail, and the accommodation she had for crew and passengers was perfectly comfortable, and in some respects cosy in the extreme. Forward there was a spacious cabin with berths for 6 men, and aft there were separate cabins for 6 people, and a central saloon for common use. On deck there were 3 structures, a sort of little conning tower forward, a wheelhouse aft, and a deck saloon amidships. All these were, of course, so constructed as to offer the least possible resistance to the wind, or rather the current created by the vessel herself when flying through the air at a speed greater than that of the hurricane itself. All were closely windowed with toughened glass, for it is hardly necessary to say that, but for such a protection, every one who appeared above the level of the deck would be almost instantly suffocated, if not whirled overboard by the rush of air when the ship was going at full speed. Her armament consisted of 4 long, slender cannon, 2 pointing over the bows and 2 over the stern. The crew that Arnold had chosen for the voyage consisted, curiously enough, of men belonging to the 4 nationalities which would be principally concerned in the titanic struggle which a few weeks would now see raging over Europe. Their names were Andrew Smith, Englishman and coxswain, Ivan Petrovitch, Russian, Franz Mayer, German, and Jean Guichard, Frenchman. Diverse as they were, there were never 4 better workers or 4 better friends. They had no country but the world, and no law save those which governed their brotherhood. They conversed in assorted but perfectly intelligible English, for the very simple reason that Mr. Andrew Smith consistently refused to attempt even the rudiments of any other tongue. While the stores were being put on board, Arnold made a careful examination of every part of the machinery, and then of the whole vessel, in order to assure himself that everything was in perfect order. This done, he gave his final instructions to those of the little community who were left behind to await the arrival of the steamer, and as the sun sank behind the western ridges of the island he went on board the Ariel with Colston, took his place at the wheel, and ordered the fan wheels to be set in motion. Colston was standing by the open door of the wheelhouse as Arnold communicated his order to the engine room by pressing an electric button, one of 4 in a little square of mahogany in front of the wheel. There was no vibration or grinding as would have been the case in starting a steamer, but only a soft whirring, humming sound that rose several degrees in pitch as the engines gained speed, and the fan wheels revolved faster and faster until they sang in the air, and the Ariel rose without a jar or a tremor from the ground, slowly at first, and then more and more swiftly, until Colston saw the ground sinking rapidly beneath him, and the island growing smaller and smaller, until it looked like a little patch on the dark grey water of the sea. Away to the north and west he could see the innumerable islands of the Hebrides, while to the east the huge mountainous mass of the mainland of Scotland loomed dark upon the horizon. When the barometer marked 800 feet above sea level, the Ariel passed through a stratum of light clouds, and on the upper side of this the sun was still shining, shooting his almost level rays across it as though over some illimitable sea of white fleecy billows whose crests were tipped with rosy golden light. Above the surface of this fairy sea rose north eastward the black mass of Ben More on the island of Mull, and to the southward the lesser peaks of Jura and Islay. While he was still wrapped in admiration of the strange beauty of this, to him, marvellous scene, the Ariel had risen to 1,000 feet, still almost in a vertical line from the island. Arnold now pressed another button, and the stern propeller began to revolve swiftly and noiselessly, and Colston saw the waves of the cloud sea begin to slip behind, although so smooth was the working of the machinery and the motion of the air ship that but for this he could hardly have guessed that he was in motion. Arnold now turned a few spokes of the wheel and headed the Ariel due east by the compass. Then he touched a third button. The side propellers began to turn swiftly on their axes, and at the same time the speed of the fan wheels slackened and gradually stopped. Colston now began to feel the air rushing by him in a stream so rapid and strong that he had to take hold of the side of the wheelhouse doorway to steady himself. "I think you'd better come inside and shut the door," said Arnold. "We are getting up speed now, and in a few minutes you won't be able to hold yourself there. You'll be able to see just as well inside." Colston did as he was bidden, and soon as he was safely inside, Arnold pulled a lever beside the wheel and slightly inclined the planes from forward aft. At the same time the fan wheels began to slide down the masts until they rested upon the deck. "Now you shall see her fly," said Arnold, taking a speaking tube from the wall and whistling thrice into it. Colston felt a slight tremor in the deck beneath his feet, and then a lifting movement. He staggered a little and said to Arnold, "What's that? Are we going higher still?" "Yes," replied the engineer. "She's feeling the airplanes now under the increased speed. I'm going up to 1,500 feet, so that we shall only have the highest peaks to steer clear of in crossing Scotland. Now use your eyes, and you will see something worth looking at." The upper part of the wheelhouse was constructed almost entirely of glass, and so Colston could see just as well as if he had been on deck outside. He did use his eyes. In fact, for some time to come, all his other senses seemed to be merged in that of sight, for the scene was one of such rare and marvellous beauty, and the sensations that it called up were of so completely novel a nature, that for the time being he felt as though he had been suddenly transported into fairyland. The cloud sea now lay about 700 feet beneath them. The sun had sunk quite below the horizon even at that elevation, but his absence was more than made up for by the nearly full moon, which had risen to the southward, as though to greet the conqueror of the air, and was spreading a flood of silvery radiance over the snowy plain beneath, through the great gaps in which they could see the darker sheen of the moving sea waves. Their course lay almost exactly along the 56th parallel of latitude, and took them across Argyll, Dumbarton, and Stirlingshire to the head of the Firth of Forth. As they approached the mainland, Colston saw one or two peaks rise up out of the clouds, and soon they were sweeping along in the midst of a score or so of these. To the left Ben Lomond towered into the clear sky above his attendant peaks, and to the right the lower summits of the Campsie Fells soon rose a few miles ahead. The rapidity with which these mountain tops rose up on either side and were left behind proved to Colston that the Ariel must be travelling at a tremendous speed, and yet, but for the very slight quivering of the deck, there was no motion perceptible, so smoothly did the air ship glide through the elastic medium in which she floated. So engrossed was he with the unearthly beauty of the new world into which he had risen, that for nearly 2 hours he stood without speaking a word. Arnold, wrapped in his own thoughts, maintained a like silence, and so they sped on amidst a stillness that was only broken by the soft whirring of the propellers and the singing of the wind past the masts and stays. At length a faint sound, like the dashing of breakers on a rocky coast, roused Colston from his reverie, and he turned to Arnold and said, "What is that? Not the sea, surely?" "Yes, those are the waves of the Firth of Forth breaking on the shores of Fife." "What? Do you mean to tell me that we have crossed Scotland already? Why, we have not been an hour on the way yet." "Oh yes, we have," replied the engineer. "We have been nearly 2. You have been so busy looking about you that you have not noticed how the time has passed. We have travelled a little over 240 miles. We are over the German Ocean now, and as there will be no more hills until we reach the Urals, we can go down a little." As he spoke he moved the lever beside him about an inch, and instantly the clouds seemed to rise up towards them as the Ariel swept downwards in her flight. 100 feet above them Arnold touched the lever again, and the air ship at once resumed her horizontal course. Then he put her head a little more to the northward, and called down the speaking tube for Andrew Smith to come and relieve him. A minute later Smith's head appeared at the top of the companion ladder which led from the saloon to the wheelhouse, and Arnold gave him the wheel and the course, saying at the same time to Colston, "Now come down and have something to eat, and then we will have a smoke and chat and go to bed. There's nothing more to be seen until the morning, and then I will show you Petersburg as it looks from the clouds." "If you told me you would show me the Urals themselves, I should believe you after what I have seen," replied Colston, as together they descended the companion way from the wheelhouse to the saloon. "Ah, I'm afraid that will be too much even for the Ariel to accomplish in the time," said Arnold. "Still, I think I can guarantee that you shall cross Europe in such time as no man has ever crossed it before." End of chapter 10. Chapter 11. First Blood. After supper the two friends ascended to the deck saloon for a smoke, and to continue their discussion of the tremendous events in which they were so soon to be taking part. They found the Ariel flying through a cloudless sky over the German Ocean, whose white-crested billows, silvered by the moonlight, were travelling towards the north-east under the influence of the south-west breeze, from which the engineer had promised himself assistance when they started. "We seem to be going at a most frightful speed," said Colston, looking down at the water. "There's a strong south-west breeze blowing, and yet those white horses seem to be travelling quite the other way." "Yes," replied Arnold, looking down. "This wind will be travelling about 20 miles an hour, and that means that we are making nearly 150. The German Ocean here is 500 miles across, and we shall cross it at this rate in about 3 hours and a half, and if the wind holds over the land we shall sight Petersburg soon after sunrise. The sun will rise to-morrow morning a few minutes after 5 by Greenwich time, which is about 2 hours behind Petersburg time. Altogether we shall make, I expect, from 2 to 2½ hours gain on time." The two men talked until a few minutes after 10, and then went to bed. Colston, who had been travelling all the previous night, began to feel drowsy in spite of the excitement of the novel voyage, and almost as soon as he lay down in his berth dropped off into a sound, dreamless sleep, and knew nothing more until Arnold knocked at his door and said, "If you want to see the sunrise you'd better get up. Coffee will be ready in a quarter of an hour." Colston pulled back the slide which covered the large oblong pane of toughened glass which was let into the side of his cabin, and looked out. There was just light enough in the grey dawn to enable him to see that the Ariel was passing over a sea dotted in the distance with an immense number of islands. "The Baltic," he said to himself as he jumped out of bed. "This is travelling with a vengeance. Why, we must have travelled a good deal over 1,000 miles during the night. I suppose those islands will be off the coast of Finland. If so, we are not far from Petersburg, as the Ariel seems to count distance." The most magnificent spectacle that Colston had ever seen in his life, or, for the matter of that, ever dreamed of, was the one that he saw from the conning tower of the Ariel, while the sun was rising over the vast plain of mingled land and water which stretched away to the eastward until it melted away into the haze of early morning. The sky was perfectly clear and cloudless, save for a few light clouds that hung about the eastern horizon, and were blazing gold and red in the light of the newly risen sun. The air ship was flying at an elevation of about 2,000 feet, which appeared to be her normal height for ordinary travelling. There was land upon both sides of them, but in front opened a wide bay, the northern shores of which were still fringed with ice and snow.
"That is the Gulf of Finland," said Arnold. "The winter must have been very late this year, and that probably means that we shall find the eastern side of the Ural still snowbound."
"So much the better," replied Colston. "They will have a much better chance of escape if there is good travelling for a sleigh."
"Yes," replied Arnold, his brows contracting as he spoke. "Do you know, if it was not for the Master's explicit orders, I should be inclined to smash up the station at Ekaterinburg a few hours beforehand, and then demand the release of the whole convict train under penalty of laying the town in ruins."
Colston shook his head, saying, "No, no, my friend, we must have a little more diplomacy than that. Your thirst for the life of the enemy will no doubt be fully gratified later on. Besides, you must remember that you would probably blow some hundreds of perfectly innocent people to pieces, and very possibly a good many friends of the cause among them."
"True," replied Arnold. "I didn't think of that. But I'll tell you what we can do, if you like, without transgressing our instructions or hurting any one except the soldiers of the Tsar, who of course are paid to slaughter and be slaughtered, and so don't count."
"What's that?" asked Colston.
"We shall be passing over Kronstadt in a little over an hour, and we might take the opportunity of showing His Majesty the Tsar what the Ariel can do with the strongest fortress in Europe. How would you like to fire the first shot in the War of the Revolution?"
Colston was silent for a few moments, and then he looked up and said "There is not the slightest reason why we should not take a shot at Kronstadt, if only to give the Russians a foretaste of favours to come. Still, I won't fire the first shot on any account, simply because that honour belongs to you. I'll fire the second with pleasure."
"Very good," replied Arnold. "We'll have 2 shots apiece, one each as we approach the fortress, and one each as we leave it. Now come and take a preparatory lesson in the new gunnery." They went down to the chief saloon, and there Arnold showed Colston a model of the new weapon with which the Ariel was armed, and thoroughly explained the working of it. After this they went to the wheelhouse, where Arnold inclined the planes at a sharper angle, and sent the Ariel flying up into the sky until the barometer showed an elevation of 3,000 feet. Then he signalled to the engine room, the fan wheels rose from the deck, as if by their own volition, and as soon as they reached their places began to spin round faster and faster, until Colston could again hear the high-pitched singing sound that he had heard as the Ariel rose from Drumcraig Island. At the same time the speed of the vessel rapidly decreased, the side propellers ceased working, and the stern screw revolved more and more slowly, until the speed came down to about 30 miles an hour. By this time the great fortress of Kronstadt could be distinctly seen lying upon its island, like some huge watchdog crouched at the entrance to his master's house, guarding the way to St. Petersburg. "Now," said Arnold, "we can go outside without any fear of being blown off into space." They went out and walked forward to the bow. Arrived there they found 2 of the men, each with a curious-looking shell in his arms. The projectiles were about 2 feet long and 6 inches in diameter, and were, as Arnold told Colston, constructed of papier mâché. There were 3 blades projecting from the outside, and running spirally from the point to the butt. These fitted into grooves in the inside of the cannon, which were really huge air guns 20 feet long, including the air chamber at the breech. The projectiles were placed in position, the breeches of the guns closed, and a minute later the air chambers were filled with air at a pressure of 200 atmospheres, pumped from the forward engines through pipes leading up to the guns for the purpose. "Now," said Arnold, "we're ready. Meanwhile you 2 can go and load the 2 after guns." The men saluted and retired, and Arnold continued "Just take a look down with your glasses and see if they see us. I expect they do by this time." Colston put his field glasses to his eyes and looked down at the fortress, which was now only 6 or 7 miles ahead. "Yes," he said,
At any rate, I can see a lot of little figures running about on the roof of one of the ramparts, which I suppose are soldiers. What's the range of your gun? I should say the fortress is about 6 miles off now."
"We can hit it from here if you like," replied Arnold, "and if we were 1,000 feet higher I could send a shell into Petersburg. See, there is the city of palaces. Away yonder in the distance you can just see the sun shining on the houses. We could see it quite plainly if it wasn't for the haze that seems to be lying over the Neva." While he was speaking, Arnold trained the gun according to a scale on a curved steel rod which passed through a screw socket in the breech of the piece. "Now," he said, "watch." He pressed a button on the top of the breech. There was a sharp, but not very loud sound as the compressed air was released. Something rushed out of the muzzle of the gun, and a few seconds later Colston could see the missile boring its way through the air and pursuing a slanting but perfectly direct path for the centre of the fortress. A second later it struck. He could see a bright greenish flash as it smote the steel roof of the central fort. Then the fort seemed to crumble up and dissolve into fragments, and a few moments later a dull report floated up into the sky, mingled, as he thought, with screams of human agony. For a moment he stared in silence through the glasses. Then he turned to Arnold and said in a voice that trembled with violent emotion, "Good God, that is awful! The whole of the centre citadel is gone as though it had been swept off the face of the earth. I can hardly see even the ruins of it. Surely that's murder rather than war." "No more murder than the use of torpedoes in naval warfare as far as I can see," replied Arnold coolly. "Remember, too," he continued in a sterner tone, "that fortress belongs to the power that flogged Radna and has captured Natasha. Come, let's see what execution you can do." He crossed the deck and set the other gun by its scale, saying as he did so, "Put your finger on the button and press when I tell you." Colston did as he was bid, and as his finger touched the little knob his hand was as firm as though he had been making a shot at billiards. "Now." He pressed the button down hard. There was the same sharp sound, and a second messenger of destruction sped its way towards the doomed fortress. They saw it strike, and then came the flash, and after that a huge cloud of dust mingled with flying objects that might have been blocks of masonry, guns, or human bodies, rose into the air and then fell back again to the earth. "There goes one of the angles of the fortification into the sea," said Arnold as he saw the effects of the shot. "Kronstadt won't be much good when the war breaks out, it strikes me. I suppose they'll be replying soon with a few rifle shots. We'd better quicken up a bit." He went aft to the wheelhouse, followed by Colston, and signalled for the 3 propellers to work at their utmost speed. The order was instantly obeyed, and the fan wheel ceased revolving, and under the impetus of her propellers the Ariel leapt forwards and upwards like an eagle on its upward swoop, rose 500 feet in the air, and then swept over Kronstadt at a speed of more than 100 miles an hour. As they passed over they saw a series of flashes rise from one of the untouched portions of the fortress, but no bullets came anywhere near them. In fact, they must have passed through the air 2 or 3 miles astern of the flying Ariel. No soldier who ever carried a rifle could have sent a bullet within 1,000 yards of an object 70 feet long, travelling over 100 miles an hour at a height of nearly 4,000 feet, and so the Russians wasted their ammunition. As soon as they had passed over the fortress, Arnold signalled for the propellers to stop and the fan wheels to revolve again at half speed. The air ship stopped within 3 miles and remained suspended in air over the opening mouth of the Neva. Then the 2 afterguns were trained upon the fortress, and Colston and Arnold fired them together. The 2 shells struck at the same moment, one in each of the 2 angles of the ramparts. Their impact was followed by a tremendous explosion, far greater than could be accounted for by the shells themselves. "There goes one, if not 2, of his powder magazines. Look, half the fortress is a wreck. I wonder which fired the lucky shot." The man who a year before had been an inoffensive student of mechanics and an enthusiast dreaming of an unsolved problem, spoke of the frightful destruction of life and the havoc that he had caused by just pressing a button with his finger, as coolly and quietly as a veteran officer of artillery might have spoken of shelling a fort. There were 2 reasons for this almost miraculous change.
One was to be found in the bitter hatred of Russian tyranny which he had imbibed during the last 6 months, and the other was the fact that the woman for whom he would have himself died 1,000 deaths if necessary was a captive in Russian chains, being led at that moment to slavery and degradation. As soon as they had seen the effects of the last 2 shots, Arnold said with a grim half smile on his lips, "I think it will be better if we don't show ourselves too plainly to Petersburg. It will take some time for the news of the destruction of Kronstadt to reach the city, and of course there will be the wildest rumours as to the agency by which it was done, so we may as well leave them to argue the matter out among themselves." He signalled again to the engine room, and with the united aid of her planes and the fan wheels, the Ariel mounted up and up into the sky, driven only by the stern propeller, and with the force of the other engines concentrated on the lifting wheels, until a height of 5,000 feet was reached. At that height she would have looked, if she could have been seen at all, nothing more than a little grey spot against the blue of the sky, and as they heard afterwards, she passed over St. Petersburg without being noticed. From St. Petersburg to Tiumen, as the crow flies, the distance is 1,150 English miles, and 9 hours after she had passed over the capital of the North, the Ariel had winged her way over the Urals and the still snow-clad forests of the eastern slopes, past the tear-washed pillar of farewells, and had come to a rest after her voyage of 2,200 miles, including the delay at Kronstadt, in 20 hours, almost to the minute, as her captain had predicted. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12. In the Master's Name. The Ariel, in order to avoid being seen from the town, had made a wide circuit to the northward at a considerable elevation, and as soon as a suitable spot had been sought out by means of the field glasses, she dropped suddenly and swiftly from the clouds into the depths of the dense forest through which the Tobolsk road runs from Tiumen to the banks of the Tobol. From Tiumen to the Tobol is about 25 miles by road. The railway, which was then finished as far as Tomsk, ran to Tobolsk by a more northerly and a direct route than the road, but convicts were still marched on foot along the great post road after the gangs had been divided at Tiumen according to their destinations. The spot which had been selected for the resting place of the Ariel was a little glade formed by the bend of a frozen stream about 5 miles east of the town, and at a safe distance from the road. Painted a light whitish grey all over, she would have been invisible even from a short distance as she lay amid the snow-laden trees, and Arnold gave strict orders that all the window slides were to be kept closed and no light shown on any account. Every precaution possible was taken to obviate a discovery which should seriously endanger the success of the rescue, but nevertheless the fan wheels were kept aloft, and everything was in readiness to rise into the air at a moment's notice should any emergency require them to do so. It was a little after 3 o'clock in the Thursday afternoon when the Ariel settled down in her resting place, and half an hour later Colston and Ivan Petrovitch appeared on deck completely disguised, the former as a Russian fur trader, and the latter as his servant. All the arrangements for the rescue had been once more gone over in every detail, and just before he swung himself over the side, Colston shook hands for the last time with Arnold, saying as he did so, "Well, good bye again, old fellow. Ivan shall come back and bring you the news if necessary, but if he doesn't come, don't be uneasy, but possess your soul in patience till you hear the whistle from the road in the morning. I expect the train will get in some time during the night, and in that case we shall have everything ready to make the attempt soon after daybreak, if not before. If we can get as far as this without being pursued, we shall come right on board. If not, we must trust to our horses and our pistols to keep the Cossacks at a distance till you can help us. In any case, rest assured that once clear of Tiumen we shall never be taken alive. Those are the Master's orders, and I will shoot Natasha myself before she goes back to captivity." "Yes, do so," replied Arnold. His lips quivered as he spoke, but there was no tremor in the hand with which he gripped Colston's in farewell. "She will prefer death to slavery, and I shall prefer it for her. But if you have to do it, you will at least have the consolation of knowing that within 12 hours of your death the Tsar shall be lying buried beneath the ruins of the Peterhof Palace,
I will have his life for hers, if only I live to take it."
"I will tell her," said Colston simply, "and if die she must, she will die content."
So saying, he descended the little rope ladder, followed by Ivan, and in a few moments the two were lost in the deep shadow of the trees, while Arnold went down into the saloon to await with what patience he might the moment that would decide the fate of the daughter of Natas and the man who had gone, as he would so gladly have done, to risk his life to restore her to liberty. Rather more than half an hour's tramp through the forest brought Colston and Ivan out onto the road at a point a little less than 5 miles from Tiumen. Colston was provided with passports and permits to travel for himself and Ivan. These, of course, were forged on genuine forms, which the Terrorists had no difficulty in obtaining through their agents in high places, who were as implicitly trusted as the Princess Ornovski had been but a few months before. So skilfully were they executed, however, that it would have been a very keen official eye that had discovered anything wrong with them. They described him as Stepan Bakuinin, fur merchant of Nizhny Novgorod, travelling in pursuit of his business with his servant Peter Petrovitch, also of Nizhny Novgorod. Instead of going straight into the town by the main road, they made a considerable detour and entered it by a lane that led them through a collection of miserable huts occupied by the poorest class of Siberian mujiks, half peasants, half townsfolk, who cultivate their patches of ground during the brief spring and summer, and struggle through the long dreary winter as best they can on their scanty savings and what work they can get to do from the government or their richer neighbours. Colston had never been in Tiumen before, but Ivan had. For 10 years before he had voluntarily accompanied his father, who had been condemned to 5 years' forced labour on the new railway works from Tiumen to Tobolsk, for giving a political fugitive shelter in his house. He had died of hard labour and hard usage, and that was one reason why Ivan was a member of the outer circle of the Terrorists. He led his master through the squalid suburb to the business part of the town, which had considerably developed since the through line to Tobolsk and Tomsk had been constructed, and at length they stopped before a comfortable-looking house in the street that ends at the railway station. They knocked, gave their names, and were at once admitted. The servant who opened the door to them led them to a room in which they found a man of about 50 in the uniform of a sub-commissioner of police. As Colston held out his hand to him, he said, "In the master's name." The official took his hand, and bending over it replied in a low tone, "I am his servant. What is his will?" "That Anna Ornovski and Fedora Darrell, the English girl who was taken with her, be released as soon as may be," replied Colston. "Is the train from Ekaterinburg in yet?" "Not yet. The snow is still deep between here and the mountains. The winter has been very severe and long. We have almost starved in Tiumen, in spite of the railway. There has been a telegram from Ekaterinburg to say that the train descended the mountains safely, and one from Kanishlov to say that we expect it soon after 10 tonight." "Good. That is sooner than we expected in London. We thought it would not reach here till tomorrow morning." "In London? What do you mean? You cannot have come from London, for there has been no train for 2 days." "Nevertheless, I have come from London. I left London yesterday evening." "Yesterday evening? But with all submission that is impossible. If there were a railway the whole distance it could not be done." "To the Master there is nothing impossible. Look, I received that the evening I left London." As he spoke, Colston held out an envelope. The Russian examined it closely. It bore the Ludgate Hill postmark, which was dated March 7th. Colston's host bent over it with almost superstitious reverence, and handed it back, saying humbly, "Forgive my doubts, nobleness. It is a miracle. I ask no more. The Tsar himself could not have done it. The Master is all-powerful, and I am proud to be his servant, even to the death." Although the 20th century had dawned, the Siberian Russians were still inclined to look even upon the railway as a miracle. This man, although he occupied a post of very considerable responsibility and authority under the Russian Government, was only a member of the outer circle of the Terrorists, as most of the officials were, and therefore he knew nothing of the existence of the Ariel, and Colston purposely mystified him with the apparent miracle of his presence in Tiumen after so short an absence from London, in order to command his more complete obedience in the momentous work that was on hand. He allowed the official a few moments to absorb the full wonder of the seeming marvel, and then he replied "Yes, we are all his servants to the death. At least I know of none who has even thought of treason to him and lived to put their thoughts into action. But tell me, are all the arrangements complete as far as you can make them? Much depends upon how you can carry them out, you know, to say nothing of the 2,000 roubles that I shall hand to you as soon as the two ladies are delivered into my charge."
"All is arranged, nobleness," replied the official, bowing involuntarily at the mention of the money. "Such of the prisoners, that is to say the politicals, who can afford to pay for the privilege, may by these new regulations be lodged in the houses of approved persons during their sojourn in Tiumen, if it be only for a night, and so escape the common prison. We knew at the police bureau of the arrest of the Princess Ornovsky some days ago, and I have obtained permission from the chief of police to lodge Her Highness and her companion in misfortune, if they are prepared to pay what I shall ask. It has come to be looked upon as a sort of perquisite of diligent officials, and as I have been very diligent here, I had no difficulty in getting the permission, which I shall have to pay for in due course." "Just so. Nothing for nothing in Russian official circles. Very good. Now listen. If this escape is successfully accomplished, you will be degraded and probably punished into the bargain for letting the prisoners slip through your fingers. But that must not happen if it can be prevented. Now this has been foreseen, as everything is with the Master, and his orders are that you shall take this passport, which you will find in perfect order, save for the fact that the date has been slightly altered, from me as soon as I have got the ladies safely in the troika out on the Tobolsk road. Put off the livery of the Tsar, disguise yourself as effectually as may be, and take the first train back to Perm and Nizhny Novgorod as Stepan Bakuninin, fur merchant. The servant you can leave behind on any excuse. From Novgorod you can travel via Moscow to Königsberg, and if you will take my advice, you will get out of Russia as soon as the fates will let you." "It shall be done, nobleness. But how will the disappearance of Dmitri Sudeikin, Sub-Commissioner of Police, be accounted for?" "That has also be provided for. Before you go you will pin this with a dagger to your sitting-room table." The official took the little piece of paper which Colston held out to him as he spoke. It read thus: "Dmitri Sudeikin, Sub-Commissioner of Police at Tiumen, has been removed for over-zeal in the service of the Tsar. Natas." Sudeikin bowed almost to the ground as the dreaded name of the Master of the Terror met his eyes, and then he said, as he handed the paper back "It is so. The Master sees all, and cares for the least of his servants. My life shall be forfeited if the ladies are not released as I have said." "It probably will be," returned Colston dryly. "None of us expect to get out of this business alive if it does not succeed. Now that is all I have to say for the present. It is for you to bring the ladies here as your prisoners, to see us out of the town before daybreak, and to have the troika in readiness for us on the Tobolsk road. Then see to yourself, and I will be responsible for the rest." As it still wanted more than 2 hours to the expected arrival of the train, Sudeikin had the samovar or tea urn brought in, and Colston and Ivan made a hearty meal after their 5-mile walk through the snow. Then they and their host lit their pipes and smoked and chatted, until a distant whistle warned Sudeikin that the train was at last approaching the station, and that it was time for him to be on duty to receive his convict lodgers. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13. For Life or Death. No time had ever seemed so long to Colston as did the hour and a half which passed after the departure of Sudeikin until his return. He would have given anything to have accompanied him to the station, but it would have been so very unwise to have incurred the risk of being questioned, and perhaps obliged to show the passport that Sudeikin was to use, that he controlled his impatience as best he could, and let events take their course. At length, when he had looked at his watch for the 50th time, and found that it indicated nearly 11:30, there was a heavy knock at the door. As it opened, Colston heard a rattle of arms and a clinking of chains. Then there was a sound of gruff guttural voices in the entrance hall, and the next moment the door of the room was thrown open, and Sudeikin walked in, followed by a young man in the uniform of a lieutenant of the line.
and after them came 2 soldiers, to one of whom was handcuffed the Princess Ornovski, and to the other Natasha. Shocked as he was at the pitiable change that had taken place in the appearance of the 2 prisoners since he had last seen them in freedom, Colston was far too well trained in the school of conspiracy to let the slightest sign of surprise or recognition escape him. He and Ivan rose as the party entered, greeted Soudeikin, and saluted the officer, hardly glancing at the 2 pale, haggard women in their rough grey shapeless gowns and hoods as they stood beside the men to whom they were chained. As the officer returned Colston's salute, he turned to Soudeikin and said civilly enough "I did not know you had another guest. I hope we shall not overcrowd you."
"By no means," replied the Commissioner, waving his hand towards Colston as he spoke. "This is only my nephew, Ernst Vronsky, who is staying with me for a day or 2 on his way through to Nizhny Novgorod with his furs, and that is his servant Ivan Arkavitch. You need not be uneasy. I have plenty of rooms, as I live almost alone, and I have set apart one for the prisoners which I think will satisfy you in every way. Would it please you to come and see it?"
"Yes, we will go now and get them put in safety for the night, if you will lead the way." As the party left the room, Colston caught one swift glance from Natasha, which told him that she understood his presence in the house fully, and he felt that, despite her miserable position, he had an ally in her who could be depended upon. The officer carefully examined the room which had been provided for the 2 prisoners, tried the heavy shutters with which the windows were closed, and took from Soudeikin the keys of the padlocks to the bars which ran across them. He then directed the prisoners to be released from their handcuffs and locked them in the room, stationing one of the soldiers at the door and sending the other to patrol the back of the house from which the 2 windows of the room looked out. At the end of 2 hours the sentries were to change places, and in 2 hours more they were to be relieved by a detachment from the night patrol. This arrangement had been foreseen by Soudeikin, and it had been settled that the rescue was to be attempted as soon as the guard had been changed. This would give the prisoners time to get a brief but much needed rest after their long and miserable journey from Perm, penned up like sheep in iron-barred cattle trucks, and it would leave the drowsiest part of the night from 4 o'clock to sunrise for the hazardous work in hand. "That is a pretty girl you have there, Captain," said Colston as the officer returned to the sitting room. "Is she for the mines or Stalin?"
"For Stalin by sentence, but as a matter of fact for neither, as far as I can see."
"You mean the little father will pardon her or give her a lighter sentence, I suppose?" The officer grinned meaningly as he replied
"No, what? That is hardly likely. What I mean is that Captain Kharkov, who is in command of the convict train from here, has had instructions to convey her as comfortably as possible and with no more fatigue than is necessary to Chit in the Trans-Baikal, and that he is also charged with a letter from the Governor of Perm to the Governor of Chit. You know these gentlemen like to do each other a good turn when they can, and so putting 2 and 2 together, I should say that His Excellency of Perm has concluded that our pretty prisoner will serve to beguile the dullness of that God-forsaken hole in which His Excellency of Chit is probably dying of ennui. She will be more comfortable there than at Stalin, and it is a lucky thing for her that she has found favour in His Excellency's eyes."
Colston could have shot the fellow where he sat leering across the table, but though his blood was at boiling point, he controlled himself sufficiently to make a reply after the same fashion, and soon after took his leave and retired for the night. At 4 o'clock the guard was changed. The new officer, after taking the keys, unlocked the door of the room in which Natasha and the Princess were confined, and roused them up to satisfy himself that they were still in safe keeping. It was a brutal formality, but perfectly characteristic of Siberian officialism. The man who had been on guard so far joined the patrol and returned to the barracks, while the new officer made himself comfortable with a bottle of brandy, with which Soudeikin had obligingly provided him in the sitting room. It was a bitterly cold night, and he drank a couple of glasses of it in quick succession. 10 minutes after he had swallowed the second, he rolled backwards on the couch on which he was sitting and went fast asleep. A few moments later he had ceased to breathe. Then the door opened softly, and Soudeikin and Colston slipped into the room. The former shook him by the shoulder. His eyes remained half closed, his head lolled loosely from side to side, and his arms hung heavily downwards.
"He's gone.
whispered Soudeikin, and without another word they set to work to strip the uniform off the lifeless body. Then Colston dressed himself in it and gave his own clothes to Soudeikin. As soon as the change was effected, Colston took the keys and went to the door at which the sentry was keeping guard. The man was already half asleep, and blinked at him with drowsy eyes as he challenged him. For all answer the Terrorist levelled his pistol at his head and fired. There was a sharp crack that could hardly have been heard on the other side of the wall, and the man tumbled down with a bullet through his brain. Colston stepped over the corpse, unlocked the door, and found Natasha and the Princess already dressed in male attire as two peasant boys, with sheepskin coats and shapkas, and wide trousers tucked into their half boots. These disguises had been provided beforehand by Soudeikin and hidden in the bed in which they were to sleep. Colston grasped their hands in silence, and the three left the room. In the passage they found Ivan and Soudeikin, the former dressed in the uniform of the soldier who had been on guard outside the house, and whose half-stripped corpse was now lying buried in the snow.
"Ready,"
whispered Soudeikin.
"Have you finished in there?" asked Colston, jerking his thumb towards the sitting room.
Soudeikin nodded in reply, and the five left the house by the back door. It was then after 4:30. Fortunately it was a dark, cloudy morning, and the streets of the town were utterly deserted. By ones and twos they stole through the by-streets and lanes without meeting a soul, until Soudeikin at length stopped at a house on the eastern edge of the town, about a mile from the Tobolsk road. He tapped at one of the windows. The door was softly opened by an invisible hand, and they entered and passed through a dark passage and out into a stable yard behind the house. Under a shed they found a troika, or 3-horse sleigh, with the horses ready harnessed, in charge of a man dressed as a mujik. They got in without a word, all but Soudeikin, who went to the horses' heads, while the other man went and opened the gates of the yard. The bells had been removed from the harness, and the horses' feet made no sound as Soudeikin led them out through the gate. Ivan took the reins, and Colston held out his hand from the sleigh. There was a roll of notes in it, and as he gave it to Soudeikin he whispered, "Farewell. If we succeed, the Master shall know how well you have done your part." Soudeikin took the money with a salute and a whispered farewell, and Ivan trotted the horses quietly down the lane and swung round into the road at the end of it. So far all had gone well, but the supreme moment of peril had yet to come. A mile away down the road was the guard house on the Tobolsk road leading out of the town, and this had to be passed before there was even a chance of safety. As there was no hope of getting the sleigh past unobserved, Colston had determined to trust to a rush when the moment came. He had given Natasha and the Princess a magazine pistol apiece, and held a brace in his own hands, so among them they had 100 shots. Ivan kept his horses at an easy trot till they were within 100 yards of the guard house. Then, at a sign from Colston, he suddenly lashed them into a gallop, and the sleigh dashed forward at a headlong speed, swept round the curve past the guard house, hurling one of the sentries on guard to the earth, and away out on to the Tobolsk road. The next instant the notes of a bugle rang out clear and shrill just as another sounded from the other end of the town. Colston at once guessed what had happened. The inspector of the patrols, in going his rounds, had called at Soudeikin's house to see if all was all right, and had discovered the tragedy that had taken place. He looked back and saw a body of Cossacks galloping down the main street towards the guard house, waving their lanterns and brandishing their spears above their heads. "Whip up, Ivan! They'll be on us in a couple of minutes!" he cried. And Ivan swung his long whip out over the horses' ears and shouted at them till they put their heads down and tore over the smooth snow in gallant style. By the time the race for life and death really began they had a good mile start, and as they had only 4 more to go, Ivan did not spare his cattle, but plied whip and voice with a will till the trees whirled past in a continuous dark line, and the sleigh seemed to fly over the snow almost without touching it. Still the Cossacks gained on them yard by yard, till at the end of the 4th mile they were less than 300 yards behind. Then Colston leant over the back of the sleigh, and taking the best aim he could, sent 6 shots among them. He saw a couple of the flying figures reel and fall, but their comrades galloped heedlessly over them, yelling wildly at the top of their voices, and every moment lessening the distance between themselves and the sleigh. Colston fired 12 more shots into them, and had the satisfaction of seeing 3 or 4 of them roll into the snow. At the same time he put a whistle to his lips, and blew a long shrill call that sounded high and clear above the hoarse yells of the Cossacks. Their pursuers were now within 100 yards of them, and Natasha, speaking for the first time since the race had begun, said, "I think I can do something now." As she spoke she leaned out of the sleigh sideways and began firing rapidly at the Cossacks. Shot after shot told either upon man or beast, for the daughter of Natas was one of the best shots in the Brotherhood. But before she had fired a dozen times, a bright gleam of white light shot downwards over the trees, apparently from the clouds, full in the faces of their pursuers. Involuntarily they reined up like one man, and their yells of fury changed in an instant into a general cry of terror. The Cossacks are as brave as any soldiers on earth, and they can fight any mortal foe like the fiends that they are. But here was an enemy they had never seen before, a strange, white, ghostly-looking thing that floated in the clouds and glared at them with a great, blazing, blinding eye, dazzling them and making their horses plunge and rear like things possessed. They were not long left in doubt as to the intentions of their new enemy. Something came rushing through the air and struck the ground almost at the feet of their first rank. Then there was a flash of green light, a stunning report, and men and horses were rent into fragments and hurled into the air like dead leaves before a hurricane. Only 3 or 4 who had turned tail at once were left alive, and these, without daring to look behind them, drove their spurs into their horses' flanks and galloped back to Tiumen, half mad with terror, to tell how a demon had come down from the skies, annihilated their comrades, and carried the fugitives away into the clouds upon its back. When they reached the town it was a scene of the utmost panic. Soldiers were galloping and running hither and thither, bugles were sounding, and the whole population were turning out into the snow-covered streets. On every lip there were only 2 words: Natas, the terrorists. The death sentence on Soudeikin, the sub-commissioner of police, had been found pinned with a dagger to the table in the room in which lay the body of the lieutenant, with the bloody T on his forehead. Soudeikin had vanished utterly, leaving only his uniform behind him. So had the 2 prisoners for whom he had made himself responsible, and at the door of their room lay the corpse of their sentry, with a bullet hole clean through his head from front to back, while in the snow under one of the windows of the room lay the body of the other sentry, stabbed through the heart. From the very midst of one of the strongholds of Russian tyranny in Siberia, 2 important prisoners and a police official had been spirited away as though by magic, and now upon the top of all the wonder and dismay came the fugitive Cossacks with their wild tale about the air demon that had swooped down and destroyed their troop at a single blow. To crown all, half an hour later 3 horses mad with fear came galloping up the Tobolsk road, dragging behind them an empty sleigh, to one of the seats of which was pinned a scrap of paper, on which was written: "The daughter of Natas sends greeting to the governor of Tiumen, and thanks him for his hospitality." End of chapter 13. Chapter 14. The Psychological Moment. On the morning of Tuesday, the 9th of March, 1904, the Times published the following telegram at the head of its foreign intelligence: Astounding occurrence in Russia. Destruction of Kronstadt by an unknown airship. From our own correspondent. St. Petersburg, March the 8th, 4 p.m. Between 6 and 7 this morning, the fortress of Kronstadt was partially destroyed by an unknown airship, which was first sighted approaching from the westward at a tremendous speed. 4 shots in all were fired upon the fortress, and produced the most appalling destruction. There was no smoke or flame visible from the guns of the airship, and the explosives with which the missiles were charged must have been far more powerful than anything hitherto used in warfare, as in the focus of the explosion masses of iron and steel and solid masonry were instantly reduced to powder. 2 shots were fired as the strange vessel approached, and 2 as she left the fortress. The 2 latter exploded over one of the powder magazines, dissolved the steel roof to dust, and ignited the whole contents of the magazine, blowing that portion of the fortification bodily into the sea. At least half the garrison has disappeared, most of the unfortunate men having been practically annihilated by the terrific force of the explosions. The airship was not of the navigable balloon type, and is described by the survivors as looking more like a flying torpedo boat than anything else. She flew no flag, and there is no clue to her origin.
After destroying the fortress, she ascended several thousand feet, and continued her eastward course at such a prodigious speed that in less than 5 minutes she was lost to sight. The excitement in St. Petersburg almost reaches the point of panic. All efforts to keep the news of the disaster secret have completely failed, and I have therefore received permission to send this telegram, which has been revised by the censorship, and may therefore be accepted as authentic. Within an hour of the appearance of this telegram, which appeared only in the Times, the Russian censorship having refused to allow any more to be dispatched, the astounding news was flying over the wires to every corner of the world. The Times had a lengthy and very able article on the subject, which, although by no means alarmist in tone, told the world, in grave and weighty sentences, that there could now be no doubt but that the problem of aerial navigation had been completely solved, and that therefore mankind stood confronted by a power that was practically irresistible, and which changed the whole aspect of warfare by land and sea. In the face of this power, the fortresses, armies, and fleets of the world were useless and helpless. The destruction of Kronstadt had proved that to demonstration. From a height of several thousand feet, and a distance of nearly 7 miles, the unknown air vessel had practically destroyed, with 4 shots from her mysterious, smokeless, and flameless guns, the strongest fortress in Europe. If it could do that, and there was not the slightest doubt but that it had done so, it could destroy armies wholesale without a chance of reprisals, sink fleets, and lay cities in ruins, at the leisure of those who commanded it. And here arose the supreme question of the hour, a question beside which all other questions of national or international policy sank instantly into insignificance. Who were those who held this new and appalling power in their hands? It was hardly to be believed that they were representatives of any regularly constituted national power, for although the air was full of rumours of war, there was at present unbroken peace all over the world. Even in the hands of a recognised power, the possession of such a frightful engine of destruction could not be viewed by the rest of the world with anything but the gravest apprehension, for that power, however insignificant otherwise, would now be in a position to terrorise any other nation or league of nations, however great. Manifestly, those who had built the one air vessel that had been seen, and had given such conclusive proof of her terrible powers, could construct a fleet if they chose to do so, and then the world would be at their mercy. If, however, as seemed only too probable, the machine was in the hands of a few irresponsible individuals, or, still worse, in those of such enemies of humanity as the Nihilists, or that yet more mysterious and terrible society who were popularly known as the Terrorists, then indeed the outlook was serious beyond forecast or description. At any moment the forces of destruction and anarchy might be let loose upon the world in such fashion that little less than the collapse of the whole fabric of society might be expected as the result. The above necessarily brief and imperfect digest gives only the headings of an article which filled nearly 2 columns of the Times, and it is needless to say that such an article in the leading columns of the most serious and respectable newspaper in the world produced an intense impression wherever it was read. Of course the telegram was instantly copied by the evening papers, which ran out of special editions for the sole purpose of reproducing it, with their own comments upon it, which, after all, were not much more original than the telegram. Meanwhile the Berliner Tageblatt, the Neue Freie Presse, the Kölnische Zeitung, and the Journal des Débats had received later and somewhat similar telegrams, and had given their respective views of the catastrophe to the world. By noon all the capitals of Europe were in a fever of expectation and apprehension. The cables had carried the news to America and India, and when the evening of the same day brought the telegraphic account of the extraordinary occurrence at Tiumen in the grey dusk of the early morning, proving almost conclusively that the rescue had been effected by the same agency that had destroyed Kronstadt, and that, worse than all, the air vessel was at the command of Natas, the unknown chief of the mysterious Terrorists, excitement rose almost to frenzy, and everywhere the wildest rumours were accepted as truth. In a word, the psychological moment had come all over Europe,
the moment in which all men were thinking of the same thing, discussing the same event, and dreading the same results. To have found a parallel state of affairs, it would have been necessary to go back more than 100 years to the hour when the head of Louis XVI. Fell into the basket of the guillotine, and the monarchies of Europe sprang to arms to avenge his death. Meanwhile, other and not less momentous events had, unknown to the newspapers or the public, been taking place in 3 very different parts of the world. On the evening of Saturday the 6th, Lord Alanmere had called upon Mr. Balfour in Downing Street, and had laid the duplicates of the secret treaty between France and Russia, and copies of all the memoranda appertaining to it, before him, and had convinced him of their authenticity. At the same time he showed him plans of the war balloons, of which a fleet of 50 would, within a few days, be at the command of the Tsar. The result of this interview was a meeting of a Cabinet Council, and the immediate dispatch of secret orders to mobilise the fleet and the army, to put every available ship into commission, and to double the strength of the Mediterranean squadron at once. That evening 3 Queen's messengers left Charing Cross by the night mail, 1 for Berlin, 1 for Vienna, and 1 for Rome, each of them bearing a copy of the secret treaty. On Monday morning a council of ministers was held at the Peterhof Palace in St. Petersburg, presided over by the Tsar, and convened to discuss the destruction of Kronstadt. At this council it was announced that the fleet of war balloons would be ready to take the air in a week's time from then, and that the concentration of troops on the Afghan frontier was as complete as it could be without provoking immediate hostilities with Britain. In fact, so close were the Cossacks and the Indian troops to each other, both on the Pamirs and on the western slopes of the Hindu Kush, that a collision might be expected at any moment. The Council of the Tsar decided to let matters take their course in the east, and to make all arrangements with France to simultaneously attack the Triple Alliance as soon as the war balloons had been satisfactorily tested. Soon after daybreak on Wednesday the 10th, an affair of outposts took place near the northern end of the Soar Ulang Pass of the Hindu Kush, between 2 considerable bodies of Cossacks and Gurkhas, in which, after a stubborn fight, the Russians gave way before the magazine fire of the Indian troops, and fled, leaving nearly a fourth of their number on the field. The news of this encounter reached London on Wednesday night, and was published in the papers on Thursday morning, together with the intelligence that the fight had been watched from a height of nearly 3,000 feet by a small party of men and women in an airship, evidently a vessel of war, from the fact that she carried 4 long guns. She took no part in the fight, and as soon as it was over went off to the south-west, at a speed which carried her out of sight in a few minutes. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15. A Voyage of Discovery. While all Europe was thrilling with the apprehension of approaching war, and the excitement caused by the appearance of the strange airship and the news of its terrible exploits at Kronstadt and Tiumen, the Ariel herself was quietly pursuing her way in mid-air south-westerly from the scene of the skirmish outside the Soar Ulang Pass. She was bound for a region in the midst of Africa, which even in the first decade of the 20th century was still unknown to the geographer and untrodden by the explorer. Fenced in by huge and precipitous mountains, round whose bases lay the vast forests and impenetrable swamps and jungles from whose deadly areas the boldest pioneers had turned aside as being too hopelessly inhospitable to repay the cost and toil of exploration, it had remained undiscovered and unknown save by 2 men, who had reached it by the only path by which it was accessible, through the air and over the mountains, which shut it in on every side from the external world. These 2 adventurous travellers were a wealthy and eccentric Englishman named Lewis Holt, and Thomas Jackson, his devoted retainer, and these 2 had taken it into their heads, or rather Lewis Holt had taken it into his head, to achieve in fact the feat which Jules Verne had so graphically described in fiction, and to cross Africa in a balloon. They had set out from Zanzibar towards the end of the last year of the 19th century, and, with the exception of 1 or 2 vague reports from the interior, nothing more had been heard of them until, nearly a year later, a collapsed miniature balloon had been picked up in the Gulf of Guinea by the captain of a trading steamer, who had found in the little car attached to it a hermetically sealed meat tin, which contained a manuscript, the contents of which will become apparent in due course. The captain of the steamer was a practical and somewhat stupid man, who read the manuscript with considerable scepticism, and then put it away, having come to the conclusion that it was no business of his, and that there was no money in it anyhow. He thought nothing more of it until he got back to Liverpool, and then he gave it to a friend of his, who was a Fellow of the Royal Geographical Society, and who duly laid it before that body. It was published in the Transactions, and there was some talk of sending out an expedition under the command of an eminent explorer to rescue Lewis Holt and his servant, but when that personage was approached on the subject, it was found that the glory would not be at all commensurate with the expense and risk, and so, after being the usual 9 days' wonder, and being duly elaborated by several able editors in the daily and weekly press, the strange adventures of Lewis Holt had been dismissed, as of doubtful authenticity, into the limbo of exhausted sensations. One man, however, had laid the story to heart somewhat more seriously, and that was Richard Arnold, who, on reading it, had formed the resolve that, if ever his dream of aërial navigation were realized, the first use he would make of his air ship would be to discover and rescue the lonely travellers who were isolated from the rest of the world in the strange, inaccessible region of which the manuscript had given a brief but graphic and fascinating account. He was now carrying out that resolve, and at the same time working out a portion of a plan that was not his own, and which he had been very far from foreseeing when he made the resolution. Lewis Holt's original manuscript had been purchased by the President of the Inner Circle, and the Ariel was now, in fact, on a voyage of exploration, the object of which was the discovery of this unknown region, with a view to making it the seat of a settlement from which the members of the Executive could watch in security and peace the course of the tremendous struggle which would ere long be shaking the world to its foundations. In such a citadel as this, fenced in by a series of vast natural obstacles, impassable to all who did not possess the means of aërial locomotion, they would be secure from molestation, though all the armies of Europe sought to attack them, and the Ariel could, if necessary, traverse in 25 hours the 3,000-odd miles which separated it from the centre of Europe. After the rescue of Natasha and the Princess on the Tobolsk road, the Ariel, in obedience to the orders of the Council, had shaped her course southward to the western slopes of the Hindu Kush, in order to be present at the pre-arranged attack of the Cossacks on the British reconnoitring force. Arnold's orders were simply to wait for the engagement, and only to watch it, unless the British were attacked in overwhelming numbers. In that case he was to have dispersed the Russian force, as the plan of the Terrorists did not allow of any advantage being gained by the soldiers of the Tsar in that part of the world just then. As the British had defeated them unaided, the Ariel had taken no part in the affair, and after vanishing from the sight of the astonished combatants, had proceeded upon her voyage of discovery. As a good month would have to elapse before she could keep her rendezvous with the steamer that was to bring out the materials for the construction of the new airships from England, there was plenty of time to make the voyage in a leisurely and comfortable fashion. As soon, therefore, as he was out of sight of the skirmishers, he had reduced the speed of the Ariel to about 40 miles an hour, using only the stern propeller driven by one engine, and supporting the ship on the airplanes and the 2 fan wheels. At this speed he would traverse the 3,000-odd miles which lay between the Hindu Kush and Aeria, as Lewis Holt had somewhat fancifully named the region that could be reached only through the air, in a little over 75 hours, or rather more than 3 days. Those 3 days were the happiest that his life had so far contained. The complete success of his invention and the absolute fulfilment of his promises to the Brotherhood had made him a power in the world, and a power which, as he honestly believed, would be used for the highest good of mankind when the time came to finally confront and confound the warring forces of rival despotisms. But far more than this in his eyes was the fact that he had been able to use the unique power which his invention had placed in his hands to rescue the woman that he loved so dearly from a fate which, even now that it was past, he could not bring himself to contemplate. When she had first greeted him in the council chamber of the Inner Circle, the distance that had separated her from him had seemed immeasurable, and she, the daughter of Natas, and the idol of the most powerful society in the world, might well have looked down upon him, the nameless dreamer of an unrealized dream, and a pauper, who would not have known where to have looked for his next meal had the Brotherhood not had faith in him and his invention. But now all that was changed. The dream had become reality, and the creation of his genius was bearing her with him swiftly and smoothly through a calm atmosphere and under a cloudless sky, over sea and land, with more ease than a bird wings its flight through space. He had accomplished the greatest triumph in the history of human discovery. He had revolutionized the world, and ere long he would make war impossible. Surely this entitled him to approach even her on terms of equality, and to win her for his own if he could. Natasha saw this too as clearly as he did, more clearly perhaps, for while he only arrived at the conclusion by a process of reasoning, she reached it intuitively at a single step. She knew that he loved her, that he had loved her from the moment that their hands had first met in greeting, and, peerless as she was among women, she was still a woman, and the homage of such a man as this was sweet to her, albeit it was still unspoken. She knew too that the hopes of the Revolution, which before all things human claimed her whole-souled devotion, now depended mainly upon him and the use that he might make of the power that lay in his hands, and this of itself was no light bond between them, though not necessarily having anything to do with affection. So far she was heart whole, and though many had attempted the task, no man had yet made her pulses beat a stroke faster for his sake. Ever since she had been old enough to know what tyranny meant, she had been trained to hate it, and prepared to work against it, and, if necessary, to sacrifice herself body and soul to destroy it. Thus, hatred rather than love had been the creed of her life, and the mainspring of her actions, and, save her father and her one friend Radna, she stood aloof from mankind and its loves and friendships, rather the beautiful incarnation of an abstract principle than a woman to whom love and motherhood were the highest aims of existence. More than this, she was the daughter of a Jew, and therefore held herself absolutely at her father's disposal as far as marriage was concerned, and if he had given her in wedlock even to a Russian official, telling her that the cause demanded the sacrifice, she would have obeyed, though her heart had broken in the same hour. Although he had never hinted directly at such a thing, the conviction had been growing upon her for the last 2 or 3 years that Natas really intended her to marry Tremayne, and so, in the case of his own death, form a bond that should hold him to the Brotherhood when the chain of his own control was snapped. Though she instinctively shrank from such a union of mere policy, she would enter it without hesitation at her father's bidding, and for the sake of the cause to which her life was devoted. How great such a sacrifice would be, should it ever be asked of her, no one but herself could ever know, for she was perfectly well aware that in Tremayne's strange double life there were 2 loves, one of which, and that not the real and natural one, was hers. Had she felt that she had the disposal of herself in her own hands, she would not perhaps have waited with such painful apprehension the avowal which hour after hour, now that they were brought into such close and constant relationship on board this little vessel high in mid-air, she saw trembling on the lips of her rescuer. Arnold's life of hard, honest work, and his constant habit of facing truth in its most uncompromising forms, had made dissimulation almost impossible to him, and added to that, situated as he was, there was no necessity for it. Colston knew of his love, and the Princess had guessed it long ago. Did Natasha know his open secret? Of that he hardly dared to be sure, though something told him that the inevitable moment of knowledge was near at hand. For the first 24 hours of the voyage he had seen very little of either her or the Princess, as they had mostly remained in their cabins, enjoying a complete rest after the terrible fatigue and suffering they had gone through since their capture in Moscow. But on the Thursday morning they had had breakfast in the saloon with him and Colston, and had afterwards spent a portion of the morning on deck, deeply interested in watching the fight between the British and Russians. Thanks to Radnor's foresight, they had each found a trunk full of suitable clothing on board the Ariel. These had been taken to Drum Craig by Colston and placed in the cabins intended for their use, and so they were able to discard the uncouth but useful costumes in which they had made their escape. In the afternoon Arnold had to perform the pleasant task of showing them over the Ariel, explaining the working of the machinery, and putting the wonderful vessel through various evolutions to show what she was capable of doing. He rushed her at full speed through the air, took flying leaps over outlying spurs of mountain ranges that lay in their path, swooped down into valleys, and flew over level plains 50 yards from the ground like an albatross over the surface of a smooth tropic sea. Then he soared up from the earth again until the horizon widened out to a vast extent, and they could see the mighty buttresses of the roof of the world stretching out below them in an endless succession of ranges as far as the eye could reach. Neither Natasha nor the Princess could find words to at all adequately express all that they saw and learned during that day of wonders, and all night Natasha could hardly sleep for waking dreams of universal empire and a world at peace, equitably ruled by a power that had no need of aggression, because all the realms of the earth and air belonged to those who wielded it. When at last she did go to sleep, it was to dream again, and this time of herself, the Angel of the Revolution, sharing the aerial throne of the world empire with a man who had made revolutions impossible by striking the sword from the hand of the tyrants of earth for ever. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16. A wooing in mid-air. After breakfast on the Friday morning, Natasha and Arnold were standing in the bows of the Ariel, admiring the magnificent panorama that lay stretched out 5,000 feet below them. The air ship had by this time covered a little over 2,000 miles of her voyage, and was now speeding smoothly and swiftly along over the south-western shore of the Red Sea, a few miles southwards of the 16th parallel of latitude. Eastward the bright blue waves of the sea were flashing behind them in the cloudless morning sun. The high mountains of the African coast rose to the right and left and in front of them, and through the breaks in the chain they could see the huge masses of Abyssinia to the southward, and the vast plains that stretched away westward across the blue and white Niles, away to the confines of the Libyan desert. "What a glorious world!" exclaimed Natasha, after gazing for many silent minutes with entranced eyes over the limitless landscape. "And to think that, after all, this is but a little corner of it." "It is yours, Natasha, if you'll have it," replied Arnold quietly, yet with a note in his voice that warned her that the moment which she had expected and yet dreaded had already come. There was no use in avoiding the inevitable for a time. It would be better if they understood each other at once, and so she looked round at him with eyebrows elevated in a well-simulated surprise, and said, "Mine? What do you mean, my friend?" There was an almost imperceptible emphasis on the last word that brought the blood to Arnold's cheek, and he answered, with a ring in his voice that gave unmistakable evidence of the effort that he was making to restrain the passion that inspired his words, "I mean just what I say. All the kingdoms of the world, and the glory of them from pole to pole, and from east to west, shall be yours, and shall obey your lightest wish. I have conquered the air, and therefore the earth and sea. In 2 months from now I shall have an aerial navy afloat that will command the world, and is it not needless to tell you, Natasha, why I glory in the possession of that power? Surely you must know that it is because I love you more than all that a subject world can give me, and because it makes it possible for me, if not to win you, at least not to be unworthy to attempt the task." It was a distinctly unconventional declaration, such a one indeed as no woman had ever heard since Alexander the Great had whispered in the ears of Lais his dreams of universal empire, but there was a straightforward earnestness about it which convinced her beyond question that it came from no ordinary man, but from one who saw the task before him clearly, and had made up his mind to achieve it. For a moment her heart beat faster than it had ever yet done at the bidding of a man's voice, and there was a bright flush on her cheeks and a softer light in her eyes as she replied, in a more serious tone than Arnold had ever heard her use: "My friend, you have forgotten something. You and I are not a man and a woman in the relationship that exists between us. We are two factors in a work such as has never been undertaken since the world began, two units in a mighty problem whose solution is the happiness or the ruin of the whole human race. It is not for us to speak of individual love while these tremendous issues hang undecided in the balance. One does not speak of love in the heat of war, and you and I and those who are with us are at war with the powers of the earth, and higher things than the happiness of individuals are at stake. You know my training has been one of hate and not of love. Until the hate is quenched, I must not know what love is. Remember your oath, the oath which I have taken as well as you. As long as I live, those ends shall be my ends, and no human considerations shall weigh with me where those ends are concerned. Is not this love of which you speak a human consideration that might clash with the purposes of the brotherhood, whose ends you and I have solemnly sworn to hold supreme above all earthly things? My father has told me that when love takes possession of a human soul, reason abdicates her throne, and great aims become impossible. No, no, that great power which you hold in your hands was not given you just to win the love of a woman, and I tell you frankly that you will never win mine with it. More than this, if I saw you using it for such an end, I would take care that you did not use it for long. No man ever had such an awful responsibility laid upon him as the possession of this power lays upon you. It is yours to make or mar the future of the human race, of which I am but a unit. It is not the power that will ever win either my respect or my love, but the wisdom and the justice with which it may be used."
"Ah, I see you distrust me. You think that because I have the power to be a despot, that therefore I may forget my oath and become one. I forgive you for the thought, unworthy of you as it is, and also, I hope, of me. No, Natasha, I am no skilled hand at love making, for I have never wooed any mistress but one before to day, and she is won only by plain honesty and hard service. Just what I will devote to the winning of you, whether you are to be won or not. But I must have expressed myself clumsily indeed for you to have even thought of treason to the cause. You are no more devoted adherent of it than I am. You have suffered in one way and I in another from the falsehood and rottenness of present-day society, but you do not hate it more utterly than I do, and you would not go to greater lengths than I would to destroy it. Yours is a hatred of emotion, and mine is a hatred of reason. I have proved that, as society is constituted, it is the worst and not the best qualities of humanity that win wealth and power, and such respect as the vulgar of all classes can give. But it is not such power as this that I would lay at your feet when I ask you to share the world empire with me. It is an empire of peace, and not of war, that I shall offer to you."
"Then," said Natasha, taking a step towards him and laying her hand on his arm as she spoke, "when you have made war impossible to the rivalry of nations and races, and have proclaimed peace on earth, then I will give myself to you, body and soul, to do with as you please, to kill or keep alive, for then truly you will have done that which all the generations of men before you have failed to do, and it will be yours to ask and to have." As she spoke these last words, Natasha bowed her proudly carried head, as though in submission to the dictum that her own lips had pronounced, and Arnold, laying his hand on hers and holding it for a moment unresisting in his own, said, "I accept the condition, and as you have said, so shall it be. You shall hear no more words of love from my lips until the day that peace shall be proclaimed on earth and war shall be no more. And when that day comes, as it shall do, I will hold you to your words, and I will claim you and take you, body and soul, as you have said.
though I break every other human tie save man's love for woman, to possess you." Natasha looked him full in the eyes as he spoke these last words. She had never heard such words before, and by their very strength and audacity they compelled her respect and even her submission. Her heart was still untamed and unconquered, and no man was its lord, yet her eyes sank before the steady gaze of his, and in a low, sweet voice she answered, "So be it. There never was a true woman yet who did not love to meet her master. When that day comes I shall have met my master, and I will do his bidding. Till then we are friends and comrades in a common cause to which both our lives are devoted. Is it not better that it should be so?" "Yes, I am content. I would not take the prize before I have won it. Only answer me one question frankly, and then I have done, till I may speak again."
"What is that?"
"Have I a rival? Not among men, for of that I am careless, but in your own heart?"
"No, none. I am heart whole and heart free. Win me if you can. It is a fair challenge, and I will abide by the result, be it what it may."
"That is all I ask for. If I do not win you, may Heaven do so to me that I shall have no want of the love of woman for ever."
So saying, he raised her hand to his lips and kissed it, in token of the compact that was made between them. Then, intuitively divining that she wished to be alone, he turned away without another word, and walked to the after end of the vessel. Natasha remained where she was for a good half hour, leaning on the rail that surrounded the deck, and gazing out dreamily over the splendid and ever-changing scene that lay spread out beneath her. Truly it was a glorious world, as she had said, even now, cursed as it was with war and the hateful atrocities of human selfishness, and the sordid ambition of its despots. What would it be like in the day when the sword should lie rusting on the forgotten battlefield, and the cannon's mouth be choked with the desert dust for ever? What was now a hell of warring passions would then be a paradise of peaceful industry, and he who had the power, if any man had, to turn that hell into the paradise that it might be, had just told her that he loved her, and would create that paradise for her sake. Could he do it? Was not this marvellous creation of his genius, that was bearing her in mid-air over land and sea, as a woman had never travelled before, a sufficient earnest of his power? Truly it was. And to be won by such a man was no mean destiny, even for her, the daughter of Natas, and the peerless angel of the Revolution. Situated as they were, it would of course have been impossible, even if it had been in any way desirable, for Arnold and Natasha to have kept their compact secret from their fellow travellers, who were at the same time their most intimate friends. There was not, however, the remotest reason for attempting to do so. Although with regard to the rest of the world the members of the Brotherhood were necessarily obliged to live lives of constant dissimulation, among themselves they had no secrets from each other. Thus, for instance, it was perfectly well known that Tremayne, during those periods of his double life in which he acted as chief of the Inner Circle, regarded the daughter of Natas with feelings much warmer than those of friendship or brotherhood in a common cause, and until Arnold and his wonderful creation appeared on the scene, he was looked upon as the man who, if any man could, would some day win the heart of their idolised angel. Of the other love that was the passion of his other life, no one save Natasha, and perhaps Natas himself, knew anything, and even if they had known, they would not have considered it possible for any other woman to have held a man's heart against the peerless charms of Natasha. In fact, they would have looked upon such rivalry as mere presumption, that it was not at all necessary for their incomparable young Queen of the Terror to take into serious account. In Arnold, however, they saw a worthy rival even to the chief himself, for there was a sort of halo of romance, even in their eyes, about this serious, quiet-spoken young genius who had come suddenly forth from the unknown obscurity of his past life to arm the Brotherhood with a power which revolutionized their tactics and virtually placed the world at their mercy. In a few months he had become alike their hero and their supreme hope, so far as all active operations went. And now that with his own hand he had snatched Natasha from a fate of unutterable misery, and so signally punished their persecutors, it seemed to be only in the fitness of things that he should love her, win her for his own, if won she was to be by any man. This, at any rate, was the line of thought which led the Princess and Colston each to express their unqualified satisfaction with the state of affairs arrived at in the compact that had been made between Natasha and Arnold, armed neutrality, as the former smilingly described to the Princess while she was telling her of the strange wooing of her now avowed lover. Natasha was no woman to be wooed and won in the ordinary way, and it was fitting that she should be the guerdon of such an achievement as no man had ever undertaken before since the world began. The voyage across Africa progressed pleasantly and almost uneventfully for the 36 hours after the crossing of the Red Sea. After passing over the mountains of the coast, the Ariel had travelled at a uniform height of about 3,000 feet, over a magnificent country of hill and valley, forest and prairie, occasionally being obliged to rise another 1,000 feet or so to cross some of the ridges of mountain chains which rose into the peaks and mountain knots, some of which touched the snow line. Several times the air ship was sighted by the people of the various countries over which she passed, and crowds swarmed out of the villages and towns, gesticulating wildly and firing guns and beating drums to scare the flying demon away. Once or twice they heard bullets singing through the air, but of these they took little heed, beyond quickening the speed of the air ship for a time, knowing that there was not a chance in 100,000 of the Ariel being hit, and that even if she were, the bullet would glance harmlessly off her smooth hull of hardened aluminium. Once only they descended in a delightful little valley among the mountains, which appeared to be totally uninhabited, and here they renewed their store of fresh water and laid in one of fruit, as well as taking advantage of the opportunity to stretch their legs on terra firma. This was on the Saturday morning, and when they again rose into the air to continue their voyage, they saw that they had crossed the great mountain mass that divides the Sahara from the little known regions of equatorial Africa, and that in front of them to the south-west lay, as far as the eye could reach, a boundless expanse of dense forest and jungle and swamp, a gloomy and forbidding-looking region which it would be well nigh impossible to traverse on foot. Early in the afternoon the four voyagers were gathered in the deck saloon, closely examining a somewhat rudely drawn chart that was spread out on the table. It was the map that formed part of the manuscript which had been found in the car of Louis Holt's miniature balloon, and sketched out his route from Zanzibar to Aeria, and the country lying around, so far as he had been able to observe it.
"This gives us, after all, very little idea of the distance we have yet to go," said Arnold, "for though Holt has got his latitude presumably right, we have very little clue as to his longitude, for he says himself that his watch was stopped in a thunderstorm, and that in the same storm he lost all count of the distance he had travelled. Added to that, he admits that he was blown about for 12 days in one direction and another, so that all we really know is that somewhere across this fearful wilderness beneath us we shall find Aeria, but where is still a problem."
"What is your own idea?" asked Colston.
"Not a very clear one, I must confess. At this elevation we can see about 60 miles as the atmosphere is now, and as far as we can see to the south-west there is nothing but the same kind of country that we have under us. We have travelled rather more than 2,700 miles since we left the Hindu Kush, and according to my reckoning Aeria lies somewhere between 3,000 and 3,200 miles south-west of where we started from on Thursday morning. That means that we are within between 300 and 500 miles of Aeria, unless indeed our calculations are wholly at fault, and at that rate, as we only have about 4½ hours daylight left, we shall not get there to day at our present speed."
"Couldn't we go a bit faster?" put in Natasha. "You know, I and the Princess are dying to see this mysterious unknown country that only 2 other people have ever seen."
"You have but to say so, Natasha, and it is already done," replied Arnold, signalling at the same moment to the engine room by means of a similar arrangement of electric buttons to that which was in the wheelhouse. "Only you must remember that you must not go out on deck now, or you will be blown away like a feather into space." While he was speaking the 3 propellers had begun to revolve at full speed,
and the Ariel darted forward with a velocity that caused the mountain she had just crossed to sink rapidly on the horizon. All the afternoon the Ariel flew at full speed over the seemingly interminable wilderness of swamp and jungle, until, when the equatorial sun was within a few degrees of the horizon, one of the crew, who had been stationed in the conning tower at the bows, signalled to call the attention of the man in the wheelhouse. Arnold, who was in the after saloon at the time, heard the signal and hurried forward to the look out. He gave one quick glance ahead, signalled half speed to the engine room, and then went aft again to the saloon and said, "Area is in sight." Immediately every one hastened to the deck saloon, from the windows of which could be seen a huge mass of mountains looming dark and distinct against the crimsoning western sky. It rose like some vast precipitous island out of the sea of forest that lay about its base, and above the mighty rock walls that seemed to rise sheer from the surrounding plain, at least a dozen peaks towered into the sky, 2 of their summits covered with eternal snow, and shining like points of rosy fire in the almost level rays of the sun. As nearly as Arnold could judge, in the deceptive state of the atmosphere, they were still between 30 and 40 miles from it, and as it would not be safe to approach its lofty cliffs at a high rate of speed in the half-light that would so soon merge into darkness, he said to his companions, "We shall have to find a resting place up among the cliffs on this side to night, for we have lost the moon, and unless it were absolutely necessary to cross the mountains in the dark, I should not care to do so with the ladies on board. Besides, there is no hurry now that we are here. We shall get a much finer first impression of our new kingdom if we cross at sunrise. What do you think?" All agreed that this would be the best plan, and so the Ariel ran up to within a mile of the rocks, and then the forward engine was connected with the dynamo, and the searchlight, which had so disconcerted the Cossacks on the Tobolsk road, was turned on to the cliffs, which they carefully explored until they found a little plateau covered with luxuriant vegetation and well watered, about 2,000 feet above the plain below. Here it was decided to come to a halt for the night, and to reserve the exploration of area for the morning, and so the fan wheels were sent aloft, and so the Ariel, after hovering for a few minutes over the verdant little plain, seeking for a suitable spot to alight in, sank gently to the earth after her flight of more than 3,000 miles. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17. Area Felix. Everyone on board the Ariel was astir the next morning as soon as the first rays of dawn were shooting across the vast plain that stretched away to the eastward, and by the time it was fairly daylight, breakfast was over, and all were anxiously speculating as to what they would find on the other side of the tremendous cliffs, on an eyrie in which they had found a resting place for the night. As soon as all was ready for a start, Arnold said to Natasha, who was standing alone with him on the after part of the deck, "If you would like to steer the Ariel into your new kingdom, I should be delighted to give you the lesson in steering that I promised you yesterday." Natasha saw the inner meaning of the offer at a glance, and replied with a smile that made his blood tingle, "That would be altogether too great a responsibility for a beginner. I might run on to some of these fearful rocks, but if you will take the helm when the dangerous part comes, I will learn all I can by watching you."
"As long as you are with me in the wheelhouse for the next hour or so," said Arnold, with almost boyish frankness, "I shall be content. I need scarcely tell you why I want to be alone with you when we first sight this new home of our future empire."
"I have half a mind not to come after that very injudicious speech. Still, if only for the sake of its delightful innocence, I will forgive you this time. You really must practise the worldly art of dissimulation a little, or I shall have to get the Princess to play chaperone."
Natasha spoke these words in a bantering tone, and with a flush on her lovely cheeks, that forced Arnold to cut short the conversation for the moment by giving an order to Andrew Smith, who at that instant put his head out of the wheelhouse door to say, "All ready, sir." "Very well," replied Arnold. "I will take the wheel, and do you tell every one to keep under cover." Smith saluted and disappeared, and then Natasha and Arnold went into the wheelhouse while Colston and the Princess took their places in the deck saloon, the 2 men off duty going into the conning tower forward.
"Why every one under cover, Captain Arnold?" asked Natasha, as soon as the two were ensconced in the wheelhouse and the door shut.
"Because I am going to put the Ariel through her paces, and enter area in style," replied he, signalling for the fan wheels to revolve. "The fact is, so far as I can see, these mountains are too high for us to rise over them by means of the lifting wheels, which are only calculated to carry the ship to a height of about 5,000 feet. After that the air gets too rarefied for them to get a solid grip. Now, these mountains look to me more like 7,000 feet high."
"Then how will you get over them?"
"I shall first take a cruise and see if I can find a negotiable gap, and then leap it."
"What? Leap 7,000 feet?"
"No, you forget that we shall be over 5,000 up when we take the jump, and I have no doubt that we shall find a place where 1,000 feet or more will take us over. That we shall rise easily with the planes and propellers, and you will see such a leap as man never made in the world before." While he was speaking, the Ariel had risen from the ground and was hanging a few hundred feet above the little plateau. He gave the signal for the wheels to be lowered and the propellers to set to work at half speed. Then he pulled the lever which moved the air planes, and the vessel sped away forwards and upwards at about 60 miles an hour. Arnold headed her away from the mountains until he had got an offing of a couple of miles, and then he swung her round and skirted the cliffs, rising ever higher and higher, and keeping a sharp look out for a depression among the ridges that still towered nearly 3,000 feet above them. When he had explored some 20 miles of the mountain wall, Arnold suddenly pointed towards it and said, "There's a place I think will do. Look yonder, between those two high peaks away to the southward. That ridge is not more than 6,000 feet from the earth, and the Ariel can leap that as easily as an Irish hunter would take a 5-barred gate."
"It looks dreadfully high from here," said Natasha, in spite of herself, turning a shade paler at the idea of taking a 6,000-foot ridge at a flying leap. She had splendid nerves, but this was her first aerial voyage, and it was also the first time that she had ever been brought so closely face to face with the awful grandeur of nature in her own secret and solitary places. She would have faced a levelled rifle without flinching, but as she looked at that frowning mass of rocks, towering up into the sky, and then down into the fearful depths below, where huge trees looked like tiny shrubs, and vast forests like black patches of heather on the earth, her heart stood still in her breast when she thought of the frightful fate that would overwhelm the Ariel and her crew should she fail to rise high enough to clear the ridge, or if anything went wrong with her machinery at the critical moment. "Are you sure you can do it?" she asked almost involuntarily.
"Perfectly sure," replied Arnold quietly. "Otherwise I should not attempt it with you on board. The Ariel contains enough explosives to reduce her and us to dust and ashes, and if we hit that ridge going over she would go off like a dynamite shell. No, I know what she can do, and you need not have the slightest fear."
"I am not exactly afraid, but it looks a fearful thing to attempt."
"If there were any danger I should tell you, with my usual lack of dissimulation, but really there is none, and all you have to do is to hold tight when I tell you, and keep your eyes open for the first glimpse of area." By this time the Ariel was more than 10 miles away from the mountains. Arnold, having now got offing enough, swung her round again, headed her straight for the ridge between the two peaks, and signalled full speed to the engine room. In an instant the propellers redoubled their revolutions, and the Ariel gathered away until the wind sang and screamed past her masts and stays. She covered 8 miles in less than 4 minutes, and it seemed to Natasha as though the rock wall were rushing towards them at an appalling speed, still frowning down 1,000 feet above them. For the instant she was all eyes. She could neither open her lips nor move a limb for sheer, irresistible physical terror. Then she heard Arnold say sharply, "Now, hold on tight." The nearest thing to her was his own arm, the hand of which grasped one of the spokes of the steering wheel. Instinctively she passed her own arm under it, and then clasped it with both her hands. As she did so she felt the muscles tighten and harden. Then with his other hand he pulled the lever back to the full, and inclined the planes to their utmost. Suddenly, as though some Titan had overthrown it, the huge black wall of rock in front seemed to sink down into the earth, the horizon widened out beyond it, and the Ariel soared upwards and swept over it,
nearly 1,000 feet to the good. "Ah!" The exclamation was forced from her white lips by an impulse that Natasha had no power to resist. All the pride of her nature was conquered and humbled for the moment by the marvel that she had seen, and by the something greater and stranger than all that she saw in the man beside her who had worked this miracle with the single touch of his hand. A moment later she had recovered her self-possession. She unclasped her hand from his arm, and as the colour came back to her cheeks, she said, as he thought, more sweetly than she had ever spoken to him before "My friend, you have glorious nerves where physical danger is concerned, and now I freely forgive you for fainting in the council chamber when Martinov was executed. But don't try mine again like that if you can help it. For the moment I thought that the end of all things had come. Oh, look! What a paradise! Truly, this is a lovely kingdom that you have brought me to."
"And one that you and I will yet reign over together," replied Arnold quietly, as he moved the lever again and allowed the Ariel to sink smoothly down the other side of the ridge over which she had taken her tremendous leap. When she had called it a paradise, Natasha had used almost the only word that would fitly describe the scene that opened out before them as the Ariel sank down after her leap across the ridge. The interior of the mountain mass took the form of an oval valley, as nearly as they could guess about 50 miles long by perhaps 30 wide. All round it the mountains seemed to rise unbroken by a single gap or chasm to between 3,000 and 4,000 feet above the lowest part of the valley, and above this again the peaks rose high into the sky, 2 of them to the snow line, which in this latitude was over 15,000 feet above the sea. Of the 2 peaks which reached to this altitude, one was at either end of a line drawn through the greater length of the valley, that is to say, from north to south. At least 10 other peaks all round the walls of the valley rose to heights varying from 8,000 to 12,000 feet. The centre of the valley was occupied by an irregularly shaped lake, plentifully dotted with islands about its shores, but quite clear of them in the middle. In its greatest length it would be about 12 miles long, while its breadth varied from 5 miles to a few hundred yards. Its sloping shores were covered with the most luxuriant vegetation, which reached upwards almost unbroken, but changing in character with the altitude, until there was a regular series of transitions from the palms and bananas on the shores of the lake to the sparse and scanty pines and firs that clung to the upper slopes of the mountains. The lake received about a score of streams, many of which began as waterfalls far up the mountains, while 2 of them at least had their origin in the eternal snows of the northern and southern peaks. So far as they could see from the air ship, the lake had no outlet, and they were therefore obliged to conclude that its surplus waters escaped by some subterranean channel, probably to reappear again as a river welling from the earth, it might be hundreds of miles away. Of inhabitants there were absolutely no traces to be seen, from the direction in which the Ariel was approaching. Animals and birds there seemed to be in plenty, but of man no trace was visible, until in her flight along the valley the Ariel opened up one of the many smaller valleys formed by the ribs of the encircling mountains. There, close by a clump of magnificent tree ferns and nestling under a precipitous ridge, covered from base to summit with dark green foliage and brilliantly coloured flowers, was a well-built log hut, surrounded by an ample verandah, also almost smothered in flowers, and surmounted by a flagstaff from which fluttered the tattered remains of a Union Jack. In a little clearing to one side of the hut, a man who might very well have passed for a modern edition of Robinson Crusoe, so far as his attire was concerned, was busy skinning an antelope which hung from a pole suspended from 2 trees. His back was turned towards them, and so swift and silent had been their approach that he did not hear the soft whirring of the propellers until they were within some 300 yards of him. Then, just as he looked round to see whence the sound came, Andrew Smith, who was standing in the bows near the conning tower, put his hands to his mouth and roared out a regular sailor's hail. "Thomas Jackson, ahoy!" The man straightened himself up, stared open-mouthed for a moment at the strange apparition, and then, with a yell either of terror or astonishment, bolted into the house as hard as he could run.
As soon as he was able to speak for laughing at the queer incident, Arnold sent the fan wheels aloft and lowered the Ariel to within about 20 feet of the ground, over a level patch of sward, across which meandered a little stream on its way to the lake. While she was hanging motionless over this, the man who had fled into the house reappeared, almost dragging another man somewhat similarly attired after him, and pointing excitedly towards the Ariel. The second comer, if he felt any astonishment at the apparition that had invaded his solitude, certainly betrayed none. On the contrary, he walked deliberately from the hut to the bit of sward over which the Ariel hung motionless, and seeing two ladies leaning on the rail that ran round the deck, he doffed his goatskin cap with a well-bred gesture, and said, in a voice that betrayed not the slightest symptom of surprise,
"Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, and welcome to Aeria. I see that the problem of aerial navigation has been solved. I always said it would be in the first 10 years of the 20th century, though I often got laughed at by the wiseacres, who know nothing until they see a thing before their noses. May I ask whether that little message that I sent to the outside world some years ago has procured me the pleasure of this visit?"
"Yes, Mr. Holt. Your little balloon was picked up about 3 years ago in the Gulf of Guinea, and after various adventures and much discussion has led to our present voyage."
"I'm delighted to hear it. I suppose there were plenty of noodles who put it down to a practical joke or something of that sort. What's become of Stanley? Why didn't he come out and rescue me, as he did Emin? Not glory enough, I suppose. It would bother him, too, to get over these mountains, unless he flew over. By the way, has he got an airship?"
"No," replied Arnold with a laugh. "This is the only one in existence, and she has not been a week afloat. But if you'll allow us, we'll come down and get generally acquainted, and after that we can explain things at our leisure."
"Quite so, quite so. Do so by all means. Most happy, I'm sure. Ah, beautiful model. Comes down as easily as a bird. Capital mechanism. What's your motive power? Gas? Electricity? No, not steam. No funnels. Very ingenious. Always said it would be done some day. Build flying navies next, and be fighting in the clouds. Then there'll be general smash. Serve 'em right. Fools to fight. Why can't they live in peace?"
While Lewis Holt was running along in this style, jerking his words out in little short snappy sentences, and fussing about round the air ship, she had sunk gently to the earth, and her passengers had disembarked. Arnold, for the time being, took no notice of the questions with regard to the motive power, but introduced himself, then the ladies, and then Colston, to Lewis Holt, who may be described here, as elsewhere, as a little bronzed, grizzled man, anywhere between 55 and 70, with a lean, wiry, active body, a good square head, an ugly but kindly face, and keen, twinkling little grey eyes that looked straight into those of any one he might be addressing. The introductions over, he was invited on board the Ariel, and a few minutes later, in the deck saloon, he was chatting away, 13 to the dozen, and drinking with unspeakable gusto the first glass of champagne he had tasted for nearly 5 years. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18. A Navy of the Future. Arnold's instructions from the Council had been to remain in Aeria and make a thorough exploration of the wonderful region described in Lewis Holt's manuscript, until the time came for him to meet the Avondale, the steamer which was to bring out the materials for constructing the terrorists' aerial navy. Lewis Holt and his faithful retainer, during the 3 years and a half that they had been shut up in it from the rest of the world, had made themselves so fully acquainted with its geography that very little of its surface was represented by blanks on the map which the former had spent several months in constructing, and so no better or more willing guides could have been placed at their service than they were. Holt was an enthusiastic naturalist, and he descanted at great length on the strangeness of the flora and fauna that it had been his privilege to discover and classify in this isolated and hitherto unvisited region. It appeared that neither its animals nor its plants were quite like those of the rest of the continent, but seemed rather to belong to an anterior geological age. From this fact he had come to the conclusion that at some very remote period, while the greater portion of northern Africa was yet submerged by the waters of that ocean, of which what is now the Sahara was probably the deepest part, Aeria was one of the many islands that had risen above its surface, and that as the land rose and the waters subsided, its peculiar shape had prevented the forms of life which it contained from migrating or becoming modified in the struggle for existence with other forms, just as the flora and fauna of Australia have been shut off from those of the rest of the world. There were no traces of human inhabitants to be found, but there were apparently 2 or 3 families of anthropoid apes that seemed, so far as Holt had been able to judge, for they were extremely shy and cunning, and therefore difficult to approach, to be several degrees nearer to man, both in structure and intelligence, than any other members of the simian family that had been discovered in other parts of the world. As may well be imagined, a month passed rapidly and pleasantly away, what with exploring excursions by land and air, in the latter of which by no means the least diverting element was the keen and quaintly expressed delight of Louis Holt at the new method of travel. 2 or 3 times Arnold had for his satisfaction sent the Ariel flying over the ridge across which she had entered Aeria, but he had always been content with a glimpse of the outside world, and was always glad to get back again to the Happy Valley, as he invariably called his isolated paradise. The brief sojourn at this delightful land had brought back all the roses to Natasha's lovely cheeks, and had completely restored both her and the Princess to the perfect health that they had lost during their short but terrible experience of Russian convict life. But towards the end of the month they both began to get restless and anxious to get away to the rendezvous with the steamer that was bringing their friends and comrades out from England. So it came about that an hour or so after sunrise, on Friday the 20th of May, the company of the Ariel bade farewell for a time to Louis Holt and his companion, leaving them with a good supply of the creature comforts of civilization, which alone were lacking in Aeria, rose into the air and disappeared over the ridge to the north west. They had rather more than 2,500 miles of plain and mountain and desert to cross before they reached the sea coast on which they expected to meet the steamer, and Arnold regulated the speed of the Ariel so that they would reach it about daybreak on the following morning. The voyage was quite uneventful, and the course that they pursued led them westward through the Zegzeb and Niti countries, and north westward along the valley of the Niger, and then westward across the desert to the desolate sandy shores of the Western Sahara, which they crossed at sunrise on the Sunday morning in the latitude of the island which was to form their rendezvous with the steamer. They sighted the island about an hour later, but there was no sign of any vessel for 50 miles round it. The ocean appeared totally deserted, as indeed it usually is, for there is no trade with this barren and savage coast, and ships going to and from the southward portions of the continent give its treacherous sandbanks as wide a berth as possible. This, in fact, was the principal reason why this rocky islet, some 60 miles from the coast, had been chosen by the Terrorists for their temporary dockyard. According to their calculations, the steamer would not be due for another 24 hours at the least, and at that moment would be about 300 miles to the northward. The Ariel was therefore headed in that direction at 100 miles an hour, with a view to meeting her and convoying her for the rest of the voyage, and obviating such a disaster as Natasha's apprehensions pointed to. The air ship was kept at a height of 2,000 feet above the water, and a man was stationed in the forward conning tower to keep a bright look out ahead. For more than 3 hours she sped on her way without interruption, and then, a few minutes before 12, the man in the conning tower signalled to the wheelhouse, "Steamer in sight." The signal was at once transmitted to the saloon, where Arnold was sitting with the rest of the party. He immediately signalled half speed in reply to it, and went to the conning tower to see the steamer for himself. She was then about 12 miles to the northward. At the speed at which the Ariel was travelling, a very few minutes sufficed to bring her within view of the ocean voyagers. A red flag flying from the stern of the air ship was answered by a similar one from the mainmast of the steamer. The Ariel's engines were at once slowed down, the fan wheels went aloft, and she sank gently down to within 20 feet of the water, and swung round the steamer's stern. As soon as they were within hailing distance, those on board the air ship recognised Nicholas Roburoff and his wife Radna Michaelis, and several other members of the inner circle, standing on the bridge of the steamer. Handkerchiefs were waved, and cries of welcome and greeting passed and repassed from air to the sea, until Arnold raised his hand for silence, and hailing Roburoff said, "Are you all well on board?"
"Yes, all well," was the reply, "though we have had a rather risky time of it, for war was generally declared a fortnight ago, and we have had to run the blockade for a good part of the way. That is why we are a little before our time. Can you come nearer? We have some letters for you."
"Yes," replied Arnold, "I'll come alongside. You go ahead, I'll do the rest." So saying, he ran the Ariel up close to the quarter of the Avondale as easily as though she had been lying at anchor, instead of going 20 miles an hour through the water, and went forward and shook hands with Roburoff over the rail, taking a packet of letters from him at the same time. Meanwhile Colston, who had grasped the situation at a glance, had swung himself on to the steamer's deck, and was already engaged in an animated conversation with Radna. The first advantage that Arnold took of the leisure that was now at his disposal was to read the letter directed to himself that was among those for Natasha, the Princess, and Colston, which had been brought out by the Avondale. He recognised the writing as Tremayne's, and when he opened the envelope he found that it contained a somewhat lengthy letter from him and an enclosure in an unfamiliar hand, which consisted of only a few lines and was signed Natas. He started as his eye fell on the terrible name, which now meant so much to him, and he naturally read the note to which it was appended first. There was neither date nor formal address, and it ran as follows:
"You have done well, and fulfilled your promises as a true man should. For the personal service you have rendered to me I will not thank you in words, for the time may come when I shall be able to do so in deeds. What you have done for the cause was your duty, and for that I know you desire no thanks. You have proved that you hold in your hands such power as no single man ever wielded before. Use it well, and in the ages to come men shall remember your name with blessings, and you, if the Master of Destiny permits, shall attain to your heart's desire. Natas."
Arnold laid the little slip of paper down almost reverently, for, few as the words were, they were those of a man who was not only Natas, the Master of the Terror, but also the father of the woman whose love, in spite of his oath, was the object to the attainment of which he held all things else as secondary, and who, therefore, had the power to crown his life work with the supreme blessing without which it would be worthless, however glorious, for he knew full well that, though he might win Natasha's heart, she herself could never be his unless Natas gave her to him. The other letter was from Tremayne, dated more than a fortnight previously, and gave him a brief résumé of the course of events in Europe since his voyage of exploration had begun. It also urged him to push on the construction of the aërial navy as fast as possible, as there was now no telling where or how soon its presence might be required to determine the issue of the World War, the first skirmishes of which had already taken place in Eastern Europe. Natas and the Chief were both in London, making the final arrangements for the direction of the various diplomatic and military agents of the Brotherhood throughout Europe. From London they were to go to Alanmere, where they would remain until all arrangements were completed. As soon as the fleet was built and the crews and commanders of the airships had thoroughly learned their duties, the flagship was to go to Plymouth, where the Lurline would be lying. The news of her arrival would be telegraphed to Alanmere, and Natas and Tremayne would at once come south and put to sea in her. The airship was to wait for them at a point 200 miles due south west of Land's End and pick them up. The yacht was then to be sunk, and the executive of the Terrorists would for the time being vanish from the sight of men. It is unnecessary to say that Arnold carried out the plans laid down in this letter in every detail, and with the utmost possible expedition. The Avondale arrived the next day at the island which had been chosen as a dockyard, and the shipbuilding was at once commenced. All the material for constructing the airships had been brought out completely finished, as far as each individual part was concerned, and so there was nothing to do but to put them together. The crew and passengers of the steamer included the members of the executive of the Inner Circle, and 60 picked members of the Outer Circle, chiefly mechanics and sailors, destined to be first the builders and then the crews of the new vessels. These, under Arnold's directions, worked almost day and night at the task before them. 3 of the airships were put together at a time, 20 men working at each, and within a month from the time that the Avondale discharged her cargo
the 12 new vessels were ready to take the air. They were all built on the same plan as the Ariel, and 11 of them were practically identical with her as regards size and speed, but the 12th, the flagship of the aerial fleet, had been designed by Arnold on a more ambitious scale. This vessel was larger and much more powerful than any of the others. She was 100 feet long, with a beam of 15 feet amidships. On her 5 masts she carried 5 fan wheels, capable of raising her vertically to a height of 10,000 feet without the assistance of her air planes, and her 3 propellers, each worked by duplex engines, were able to drive her through the air at a speed of 200 miles an hour in a calm atmosphere. She was armed with 2 pneumatic guns forward and 2 aft, each 25 feet long, with a range of 12 miles at an altitude of 4,000 feet, and in addition to these she carried 2 shorter ones on each broadside, with a range of 6 miles at the same elevation. She also carried sufficient supply of power cylinders to give her an effective range of operations of 20,000 miles without replenishing them. In addition to the building materials and the necessary tools and appliances for putting them together, the cargo of the Avondale had included an ample supply of stores of all kinds, not the least important of which consisted of a quantity of power cylinders sufficient to provide the whole fleet 3 times over. The necessary chemicals and apparatus for charging them were also on board, and the last use that Arnold made of the engines of the steamer, which he had disconnected from the propeller and turned to all kinds of uses during the building operations, was to connect them with his storage pumps and charge every available cylinder to its utmost capacity. At length, when everything that could be carried in the air ships had been taken out of the steamer, she was towed out into deep water, and then a shot from one of the flagship's broadside guns sent her to the bottom of the sea, so severing the last link which had connected the now isolated band of revolutionists with the world on which they were ere long to declare war. The naming of the fleet was by common consent left to Natasha, and her half Oriental genius naturally led her to appropriately name the air ships after the winged angels and air spirits of Moslem and other Eastern mythologies. The flagship she named the Ithuriel, after the angel who was sent to seek out and confound the powers of darkness in that terrific conflict between the upper and nether worlds, which was a fitting antitype to the colossal struggle which was now to be waged for the empire of the earth. Arnold's first task as soon as the fleet finally took the air was to put the captains and crews of the vessels through a thorough drilling in management and evolution. A regular code of signals had been arranged by means of which orders as to formation, speed, altitude, and direction could be at once transmitted from the flagship. During the day flags were used, and at night flashes from electric reflectors. The scene of these evolutions was practically the course taken by the Ariel from Aeria to the island, and as the captains and lieutenants of the different vessels were all men of high intelligence and carefully selected for the work, and as the mechanism of the air ships was extremely simple, the whole fleet was well in hand by the time the mountain mass of Aeria was sighted a week after leaving the island. Arnold in the Ithuriel led the way to a narrow defile in the south-western side which had been discovered during his first visit, and which admitted of entrance to the valley at an elevation of about 3,000 feet. Through this the fleet passed in single file soon after sunrise one lovely morning in the middle of June, and within an hour the 13 vessels had come to rest on the shores of the lake. Then, for the first time, probably since the beginning of the world, the beautiful valley became the scene of busy activity, in the midst of which the lean, wiry figure of Louis Holt seemed to be here, there, and everywhere at once, doing the honours of Aeria as though it were a private estate to which the Terrorists had come by his special invitation. He was more than ever delighted with the air ships, and especially with the splendid proportions of the Ithuriel and the brilliant lustre of her polished hull, which had been left unpainted, and shone as though her plates had been of burnished silver. Altogether he was well pleased with this invasion of a solitude which, in spite of its great beauty and his professed contempt for the world in general, had for the last few months been getting a good deal more tedious than he would have cared to admit. In the absence of Natas and the Chief, the command of the new colony devolved, in accordance with the latter's directions, upon Nicholas Roburoff, who was a man of great administrative powers, and who set to work without an hour's delay to set his new kingdom in order, marking out sites for houses and gardens,
and preparing materials for building them and the factories for which the water power of the valley was to be utilised. Arnold, as Admiral of the Fleet, had transferred the command of the Ariel to Colston, but he retained him as his lieutenant in the Ithuriel for the next voyage, partly because he wanted to have him with him on what might prove to be a momentous expedition, and partly because Natasha, who was naturally anxious to rejoin her father as soon as possible, wished to have Radna for a companion in place of the Princess, who had elected to remain in the valley. As another separation of the lovers, who, according to the laws of the brotherhood, now only waited for the formal consent of Natas to their marriage, was not to be thought of, this arrangement gave everybody the most perfect satisfaction. 3 days sufficed to get everything into working order in the new colony, and on the morning of the 4th the Ithuriel, having on board the original crew of the Ariel, reinforced by 2 engineers and a couple of sailors, rose into the air amidst the cheers of the assembled colonists, crossed the northern ridge, and vanished like a silver arrow into space. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19. The Eve of Battle. It will now be necessary to go back about 6 weeks from the day that the Ithuriel started on her northward voyage, and to lay before the reader a brief outline of the events which had transpired in Europe subsequently to the date of Tremayne's letter to Arnold. On the evening of that day he went down to the House of Lords to make his speech in favour of the Italian loan. He had previously spoken some half-dozen times since he had taken his seat, and, young as he was, had always commanded a respectful hearing by his sound common sense and his intimate knowledge of foreign policy, but none of his brother peers had been prepared for the magnificent speech that he had made on this momentous night. He had never given his allegiance to any of the political parties of the day, but he was one of the foremost advocates of what was then known as the Imperial policy, and which had grown up out of what is known in the present day as Imperial Federation. To this he subordinated everything else, and held as his highest and indeed almost his only political ideal the consolidation of Britain and her colonies into an empire commercially and politically intact and apart from the rest of the world, self-governing in all its parts as regards local affairs, but governed as a whole by a representative Imperial Parliament, sitting in London, and composed of delegates from all portions of the Empire. This ideal, which it is scarcely necessary to say was still considered as beyond the range of practical politics, formed the keynote of such a speech as had never before been heard in the British House of Lords. He commenced by giving a rapid but minute survey of foreign policy, which astounded the most experienced of his hearers. Not only was it absolutely accurate as far as they could follow it, but it displayed an intimate knowledge of involutions of policy at which British diplomacy had only guessed. More than this, members of the Government and the Privy Council saw to their amazement that the speaker knew the inmost secrets of their own policy even better than they did themselves. How he had become possessed of them was a mystery, and all that they could do was to sit and listen in silent wonder. He drew a graphic word picture of the nations of the earth standing full armed on the threshold of such a war as the world had never seen before, a veritable Armageddon, which would shake the fabric of society to its foundations, even if it did not dissolve it finally in the blood of countless battlefields. He estimated with marvellous accuracy the exact amount of force which each combatant would be able to put to the field, and summed up the appalling mass of potential destruction that was ready to burst upon the world at a moment's notice. He showed the position of Italy, and proved to demonstration that, if the loan were not immediately granted, it would be necessary either for Britain to seize her fleet, as she did that of Denmark a century before, an act which the Italians would themselves resist at all hazards, or else to finance her through the war, as she had financed Germany during the Napoleonic struggle. To grant the loan would be to save the Italian fleet and army for the Triple Alliance. To refuse it would be to detach Italy from the alliance, and to drive her into the arms of their foes, for not only could she not stand alone amidst the shock of the contending powers, but without an immediate supply of ready money she would not be able to keep the sea for a month. Thus, he said in conclusion, the fate of Europe, and perhaps of the world, lay for the time being in their lordships' hands. The double alliance was already numerically stronger than the triple, and, moreover, they had at their command a new means of destruction, for the dreadful effectiveness of which he could vouch from personal experience. The trials of the Russian war balloons had been a secret, it was true, but he had nevertheless witnessed them, no matter how, and he knew what they could accomplish. It was true that there were in existence even more formidable engines than these, but they belonged to no nation, and were in the hands of those whose hands were against every man's, and whose designs were still wrapped in the deepest mystery. He therefore besought his hearers not to trust too implicitly to that hitherto unconquerable valour and resource which had so far rendered Britain impregnable to her enemies. These were not the days of personal valour, they were the days of warfare by machinery, of wholesale destruction by means which men had never before been called upon to face, and which annihilated from a distance before mere valour had time to strike its blow. If ever the fates were on the side of the biggest battalions, they were now, and, so far as human foresight could predict the issue of the colossal struggle, the greatest and the most perfectly equipped armaments would infallibly ensure the ultimate victory, quite apart from considerations of personal heroism and devotion. No such speech had been heard in either house since Edmund Burke had fulminated against the miserable policy which severed America from Britain and split the Anglo-Saxon race in two, but now, as then, personal feeling and class prejudice proved too strong for eloquence and logic. Italy was the most intensely radical state in Europe, and she was bankrupt to boot. And, added to this, there was a very strong party in the Upper House which believed that Britain needed no such ally, that with Germany and Austria at her side she could fight the world, in spite of the Tsar's new-fangled balloons, which would probably prove failures in actual war, as similar inventions had done before, and even if her allies succumbed, had she not stood alone before, and could she not do it again if necessary? She would fulfil her engagement with the Triple Alliance, and declare war the moment that one of the powers was attacked, but she would not pour British gold in millions into the bottomless gulf of Italian bankruptcy. Such were the main points of the speech of the Duke of Argyll, who followed Lord Alanmere, and spoke just before the division. When the figures were announced, it was found that the Loan Guarantee Bill had been negatived by a majority of 7 votes. The excitement in London that night was tremendous. The two Houses of Parliament had come into direct collision on a question which the Premier had plainly stated to be of vital importance, and a deadlock seemed inevitable. The evening papers brought out special editions giving Tremayne's speech verbatim, and the next morning the whole press of the country was talking of nothing else. The leading journals, according to their party bias, discussed it pro and con, and rent each other in a furious war of words, the prelude to this sterner struggle that was to come. Unhappily, the parties in Parliament were very evenly balanced, and a very strong section of the Radical opposition was, as it always had been, bitterly opposed to the arrangement with the Triple Alliance, which every one suspected and no one admitted until Tremayne astounded the Lords by reciting its conditions in the course of his speech. It was the avowed object of this section of the opposition to stand out of the war at any price till the last minute, and not to fight at all if it could possibly be avoided. The immediate consequence was that when the Government on the following day asked for an urgency vote of 10 millions for the mobilisation of the Volunteers and the Naval Reserve, the Opposition, led by Mr. John Morley, mustered to its last man and defeated the motion by a majority of 11. The next day a Cabinet Council was held, and in the afternoon Mr. Balfour rose in a densely crowded House, and after a dignified allusion to the adverse vote of the previous day, told the House that in view of the grave crisis which was now inevitable in European affairs, a crisis in which the fate, not only of Britain but of the whole Western world would probably be involved, the Ministry felt it impossible to remain in office without the hearty and unequivocal support of both Houses, a support which the two adverse votes in Lords and Commons had made it hopeless to look for as those Houses were at present constituted. He had therefore to inform the House that, after consultation with his colleagues, he had decided to place the resignations of the Ministry in the hands of His Majesty, and appeal to the country on the plain issue of intervention or non-intervention. Footnote: at the period in which the action of the narrative takes place, Her Majesty Queen Victoria had abdicated in favour of the present Prince of Wales, and was living in comparative retirement at Balmoral, retaining Osborne as an alternative residence. End of footnote. Under the circumstances there was nothing else to be done. The deplorable crisis which immediately followed was the logical consequence of the inherently vicious system of party government. While the fate of the world was practically trembling in the balance, Europe, armed to the teeth in readiness for the titanic struggle that a few weeks would now see shaking the world, was amused by the spectacle of what was really the most powerful nation on earth losing its head amidst the excitement of a general election, and frittering away on the petty issues of party strife the energies that should have been devoted with single-hearted unanimity to preparations for the conflict whose issue would involve its very existence. For a month the nations held their hand. Why, no one exactly knew, except perhaps two men who were now in daily consultation in a country house in Yorkshire. It may have been that the final preparations were not yet complete, or that the combatants were taking a brief breathing space before entering the arena, or that Europe was waiting to see the decision of Britain at the ballot boxes, or possibly the French fleet of war balloons was not quite ready to take the air. Any of these reasons might have been sufficient to explain the strange calm before the storm. But meanwhile the British nation was busy listening to the conflicting eloquence of partisan orators from 1,000 platforms throughout the land, and trying to make up its mind whether it should return a Conservative or a Radical Ministry to power. In the end Mr. Balfour came back with a solid 100 majority behind him, and at once set to work to, if possible, make up for lost time. The moment of fate had, however, gone for ever. During the precious days that had been fooled away in party strife, French gold and Russian diplomacy had done their work. The day after the Conservative Ministry returned to power, France declared war, and Russia, who had been nominally at war with Britain for over a month, suddenly took the offensive and poured her Asiatic troops into the passes of the Hindu Kush. 2 days later, the defection of Italy from the Triple Alliance told Europe how accurately Tremayne had gauged the situation in his now historic speech, and how the month of strange quietude had been spent by the controllers of the Double Alliance. The spell was broken at last. After 40 years of peace, Europe was plunged into the abyss of war, and from one end of the continent to the other nothing was heard but the tramp of vast armies as they marshalled themselves along the threatened frontiers and concentrated at the points of attack and defence. On all the lines of ocean traffic, steamers were hurrying homeward or to neutral ports in the hope of reaching a place of safety before hostilities actually broke out. Great liners were racing across the Atlantic either to Britain or America with their precious freights, while those flying the French flag on the westward voyage prepared to run the gauntlet of the British cruisers as best they might. All along the routes to India and the East the same thing was happening, and not a day passed but saw desperate races between fleet ocean greyhounds and hostile cruisers, which as a rule terminated in favour of the former, thanks to the superiority of private enterprise over government contract work in turning out ships and engines. In Britain the excitement was indescribable. The result of the general election had cast the final die in favour of immediate war in concert with the Triple Alliance. The defection of Italy had thoroughly awakened the popular mind to the extreme gravity of the situation, and the declaration of war by France had raised the blood of the nation to fever heat. The magic of battle had instantly quelled all party differences so far as the bulk of the people was concerned, and no one talked of anything but the war and its immediate issues. Men forgot that they belonged to parties, and only remembered that they were citizens of the same nation. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20. Between Two Lives. 6 weeks after he had made his speech in the House of Lords, Tremayne was sitting in his oak-panelled library at Allenmere, in deep and earnest converse with a man who was sitting in an invalid chair by a window, looking out upon the lawn. The face of this man exhibited a contrast so striking, and at the same time terrible, that the most careless glance cast upon it would have revealed the fact that it was the face of a man of extraordinary character, and that the story of some strange fate was indelibly stamped upon it. The upper part of it, as far down as the mouth, was cast in a mould of the highest and most intellectual manly beauty. The forehead was high and broad and smooth, the eyebrows dark and firm but finely arched, the nose somewhat prominently aquiline but well shaped, and with delicate, sensitive nostrils. The eyes were deep set, large and soft, and dark as the sky of a moonless night, yet shining in the firelight with a strange magnetic glint that seemed to fasten Tremayne's gaze and hold it at will. But the lower portion of the face was as repulsive as the upper part was attractive. The mouth was the mouth of a wild beast, and the lips and cheeks and chin were seared and seamed as though with fire, and what looked like the remains of a moustache and beard stood in black ragged patches about the heavy unsightly jaws. When the thick shapeless lips parted, they did so in a hideous grin which made visible long sharp white teeth, more like those of a wolf than those of a human being. His body, too, exhibited no less strange a contrast than his face did. To the hips it was that of a man of well-knit muscular frame, not massive, but strong and well proportioned. The arms were long and muscular, and the hands white and small, but firm, well shaped, and nervous. But from his hips downwards this strange being was a dwarf and a cripple. His hips were narrow and shrunken, one of his legs was some inches shorter than the other, and both were twisted and distorted, and hung helplessly down from the chair as he sat. Such was Natas, the Master of the Terror, and the man whose wrongs, whatever they might have been, had caused him to devote his life to a work of colossal vengeance, and his incomparable powers to the overthrow of a whole civilization. The tremendous task to which he had addressed himself with all the force of his mighty nature for 20 years was now at length approaching completion. The mine that he had so patiently laid, year after year, beneath the foundations of society, was complete in every detail. The first spark had been applied, and the first rumbling of the explosion was already sounding in the ears of men, though they little knew how much it imported. The work of the master intellect was almost done. The long days and nights of plotting and planning were over, and the hour for action had arrived at last. For him there was little more to do, and the time was very near when he could retire from the strife, and watch in peace and confidence the reaping of the harvest of ruin and desolation that his hands had sown. Henceforth the central figure of the world revolution must be the young engineer, whose genius had brought him forth out of his obscurity to take command of the subjugated powers of the air, and to arbitrate the destinies of the world. This was why he was sitting here in the long twilight of the June evening, talking so earnestly with the man who, under the spell of his mysterious power and master will, had been his second self in completing the work that he had designed, and had thought and spoken and acted as he had inspired him against all the traditions of his race and station, in that strange double life that he had lived, in each portion of which he had been unconscious of all that he had been and had done in the other. The time had now come to draw aside the veil which had so far divided these two lives from each other, to show him each as it was in very truth, and to leave him free to deliberately choose between them. Natas had been speaking without any interruption from Tremayne for nearly an hour, drawing the parallel of the two lives before him with absolute fidelity, neither omitting nor justifying anything, and his wondering hearer had listened to him in silence, unable to speak for the crowding emotions which were swarming through his brain. At length Natas concluded by saying "And now, Alan Tremayne, I have shown you faithfully the two paths which you have trodden since first I had need of you. So far you have been as clay in the hands of the potter. Now the spell is removed,
and you are free to choose which of them you will follow to the end. That of the English gentleman of fortune and high position, whose country is on the brink of war that would tax her vast resources to the utmost, and may end in her ruin, or that of the visible and controlling head of the only organization which can, at the supreme moment, be the arbiter of peace and war, order or anarchy, and which alone, if any earthly power can, will evolve order out of chaos, and bring peace on earth at last."
As Natas ceased, Tremayne passed his hand slowly over his eyes and brows, as though to clear away the mists which obscured his mental vision. Then he rose from his chair and paced the floor with quick, uneven strides for several minutes. At length he replied, speaking as one might who was just waking from some evil dream "You have made a conspirator and murderer of me. How is it possible that, knowing this, I can again become what I was before your infernal influence was cast about me?"
"What you have done at my command is nothing to you, and leaves no stain upon your honour, if you choose to put it so, for it was not your will that was working within you, but mine. As for the killing of Dornovitch, it was necessary, and you were the only instrument by which it could have been accomplished before irretrievable harm had been done. He alone of the outside world possessed the secret of the Terror. A woman of the outer circle in Paris had allowed her love for him to overcome her duty to the brotherhood, and had betrayed what she could in order, as she vainly thought, to shield him from its vengeance for the executive murders of the year before. He too had on him the draft of the secret treaty, the possession of which has enabled us to control the drift of European politics at the most crucial time. Had he escaped, not only would hundreds of lives have been sacrificed on suspicion to Russian official vengeance, but Russia and France would now be masters of the British line of communications to the east, for it would not have been possible for Mr. Balfour to have been forewarned and therefore forearmed in time to double the Mediterranean squadron as he has done. Surely one Russian's life is not too great a price to pay for all that."
"I do not care for the man's life, for he was an enemy, and even then plotting the ruin of my own country in the dark. It is not the killing, but the manner of it. England does not fight her battles with the assassin's knife, and his blood is on my hands."
"On your hands, perhaps, but not on your soul. It is on mine, and I will answer for it when we stand face to face at the bar where all secrets are laid bare. The man deserved death, for he was plotting the death of thousands. What matter then how or by whose hand he died? It is time the world had done with these miserable sophistries and these spurious distinctions between murder by wholesale and by retail, and it soon will have done with them. I, by your hand, killed Dornovitch in his sleep. That was murder, says the legal casuist. You read this morning in the Times how one of the Russian war balloons went the night before last and hung in the darkness over a sleeping town on the Austrian frontier, and dropped dynamite shells upon it, killing and maiming hundreds who had no personal quarrel with Russia. That is war, and therefore lawful."
"Nonsense, my friend, nonsense! There is no difference. All violence is crime, if you will, but it is a question of degree only. The world is mad on this subject of war. It considers the horrible thing honourable, and gives its highest distinctions to those who shed blood most skilfully on the battlefield, and the triumphs that are won by superior force or cunning are called glorious, and those who achieve them the nations fall down and worship."
"The nations must be taught wisdom, for war has had victims enough. But men are still foolish, and to cure them a terrible lesson will be necessary. But that lesson shall be taught, even though the whole earth be turned into a battlefield, and all the dwellings of men into charnel houses, in order to teach it to them."
"In other words, society is to be dissolved in order that anarchy and lawlessness may take its place. Society may not be perfect. Nay, I will grant that its sins are many and grievous, that it has forgotten its duty both to God and man in its worship of Mammon and its slavery to externals. But you, who have plotted its destruction, have you anything better to put in its place? You can destroy, perhaps, but can you build up?"
The jungle must be cleared and the swamp drained before the habitations of men can be built in their place. It has been mine to destroy, and I will pursue the work of destruction to the end, as I have sworn to do by that name which a Jew holds too sacred for speech. I believe myself to be the instrument of vengeance upon this generation, even as Joshua was upon Canaan, and as Khalid the sword of God was upon Byzantium in the days of her corruption. You may hold this for an old man's fancy if you will, but it shall surely come to pass in the fullness of time, which is now at hand, and then, where I have destroyed, may you, if you will, build up again."
"What do you mean? You are speaking in parables."
"Which shall soon be made plain. You read in your newspaper this morning of a mysterious movement that is taking place throughout the Buddhist people of the East. They believe that Buddha has returned to earth, reincarnated, to lead them to the conquest of the world. Now, as you know, every fourth man, woman, and child in the whole human race is a Buddhist, and the meaning of this movement is that that mighty mass of humanity, pent up and stagnant for centuries, is about to burst its bounds and overflow the earth in a flood of desolation and destruction. The nations of the West know nothing of this, and are unsheathing the sword to destroy each other. Like a house divided against itself, their power shall be brought to confusion, and their empire be made as a wilderness. And over the starving and war-smitten lands of Europe these eastern swarms shall sweep, innumerable as the locusts, resistless as the pestilence, and what fire and sword have spared they shall devour, and nothing shall be left of all the glory of Christendom but its name and the memory of its fall."
Natas spoke his frightful prophecy like one entranced, and when he had finished he let his head fall forward for a moment on his breast, as though he were exhausted. Then he raised it again and went on in a calmer voice.
"There is but one power under heaven that can stand between the Western world and this destruction, and that is the race to which you belong. It is the conquering race of the earth, and the choicest fruit of all the ages until now. It is nearly 200 million strong, and it is united by the ties of kindred blood and speech the wide world over. But it is also divided by petty jealousies and mean commercial interests. But for these the world might be an Anglo-Saxon planet. Would it not be a glorious task for you, who are the flower of this splendid race, so to unite it that it should stand as a solid barrier of invincible manhood, before which this impending flood of yellow barbarism should dash itself to pieces like the cloud waves against the granite summits of the eternal hills?"
"A glorious task, truly!" exclaimed Tremayne, once more springing from his chair and beginning to pace the room again. "But the man is not yet born who could accomplish it."
"There are 50 men on earth at this moment who can accomplish it, and of them the 2 chief are Englishmen, yourself and this Richard Arnold, whose genius has given the Terrorists the command of the air. Come, Alan Tremayne, here is a destiny such as no man ever had before revealed to him. It is not for a man of your nation and lineage to shrink from it. You have reproached me for using you to unworthy ends, as you thought them, and with pulling down where I am not able to build up again. Obey me still, this time of your own free will, and with your eyes open, and as I have pulled down by your hand, so by it I will build up again, if the Master of Destiny shall permit me. And if not, then shall you achieve the task without me. Now give me your ears, for the words that I have to say are weighty ones. No human power can stop the war which has now begun, nor can any curtail it until it has run its appointed course, but we have at our command a power which, if skilfully applied at the right moment, will turn the tide of conflict in favour of Britain, and if that moment the Mother of Nations can gather her children about her in obedience to the call of common kindred, all shall be well, and the world shall be hers. But before that is made possible she must pass through the fire, and be purged of that corruption which is even now poisoning her blood and clouding her eyes in the presence of her enemies. The overweening lust of gold must be burnt out of her soul in the fiery crucible of war, and she must learn to hold honour once more higher than wealth, and rich and poor and gentle and simple must be as one family, and not as master and servant. East and west, north and south, wherever the English tongue is spoken, men must clasp hands and forget all other things, save that they are brothers of blood and speech, and that the world is theirs if they choose to take it. This is a work that cannot be done by any nation, but only by a whole race which, with millions of hands and a single heart, devotes itself to achieve success or perish."
"Brave words! Brave words!" cried Tremayne, pausing in his walk in front of the chair in which Natas sat. "And if you could make me believe them true, I would follow you blindly to the end, no matter what that path might be. But I cannot believe them. I cannot think that you or I and a few followers, even aided by Arnold and his aerial fleet, could accomplish such a stupendous task as that. It is too great. It is superhuman. And yet it would be glorious even to fail worthily in such a task, even to fall fighting in such a titanic conflict." He paused, and stood silent and irresolute, as though appalled by the prospect with which he was confronted here at the parting of the ways. He glanced at the extraordinary being sitting near him, and saw his deep dark eyes fixed upon him as though they were reading his very soul within him. Then he took a step towards the cripple's chair, took his right hand in his, and said slowly and steadily and solemnly "It is a worthy destiny. I will essay it for good or evil, for life or death. I am with you to the end." As Tremayne spoke the fatal words which once more bound him, and this time for life and of his own free will, to Natas the Jew, this cripple who, chained to his chair, yet aspired to the throne of the world, he fancied he saw his shapeless lips move in a smile, and into his eyes there came a proud look of mingled joy and triumph as he returned the hand-clasp, and said in a softer, kinder voice than Tremayne had ever heard him use before "Well spoken. Those words were worthy of you and of your race. As your faith is, so shall your reward be. Now wheel my chair to yonder window that looks out towards the east, and you shall look past the shadows into the day which is beyond. So, that will do. Now get another chair and sit beside me. Fix your eyes on that bright star that shows above the trees, and do not speak, but think only of that star and its brightness." Tremayne did as he was bidden in silence, and when he was seated Natas swept his hands gently downwards over his open eyes again and again, till the lids grew heavy and fell, shutting out the brightness of the star and the dim beauty of the landscape which lay sleeping in the twilight and the June night. Then suddenly it seemed as though they opened again of their own accord, and were endowed with an infinite power of vision. The trees and lawns of the home park of Alanmere and the dark rolling hills of heather beyond were gone, and in their place lay stretched out a continent which he saw as though from some enormous height, with its plains and lowlands and rivers, vast steppes and snow-clad hills, forests and tablelands, huge mountain masses rearing lonely peaks of everlasting ice to a sunlight that had no heat, and then beyond these again more plains and forests that stretched away southward until they merged in the all-surrounding sea. Then he seemed to be carried forward towards the scene until he could distinguish the smallest objects upon the earth, and he saw, swarming southward and westward, vast hordes of men that divided into long streams, and poured through mountain passes and defiles, and spread themselves again over fertile lands, like locusts over green fields of young corn. And wherever those hordes swept forward, a long line of fire and smoke went in front of them, and where they had passed the earth was a blackened wilderness. Then, too, from the coasts and islands vast fleets of warships put out, pouring their clouds of smoke to the sky and making swiftly for the southward and westward, where from other coasts and islands other vessels put out to meet them, and meeting them were lost with them under great clouds of grey smoke, through which flashed incessantly long livid tongues of flame. Then, like a panorama rolled away from him, the mighty picture receded, and new lands came into view, familiar lands which he had traversed often. They too were black and wasted with the tempest of war from east to west, but nevertheless those swarming streams came on, countless and undiminished, up out of the south and east, while on the western verge vast armies and fleets battled desperately with each other on sea and land, as though they heeded not those locust swarms of dusky millions coming ever nearer and nearer. Once more the scene rolled backwards, and he saw a mighty city closely beleaguered by two vast hosts of men, who slowly pushed their batteries forward until they planted them on all the surrounding heights, and poured a hail of shot and shell upon the swarming, helpless millions that were crowded within the impassable ring of fire and smoke. Above the devoted city swam in mid-air strange shapes like monstrous birds of prey, and beneath where they floated the earth seemed ever and anon to open and belch forth smoke and flame, into which the crumbling houses fell and burned in heaps of shapeless ruins. Then he felt a cool hand laid almost caressingly on his brow, and the voice of Natas said beside him, "That is enough. You have seen the field of Armageddon, and when the day of battle comes you shall be there and play the part allotted to you from the beginning. Do you believe?"
"Yes," replied Tremayne, rising wearily from his chair. "I believe, and as the task is, so may Heaven make my strength in the stress of battle."
"Amen," said Natas very solemnly. That night the young Lord of Alanmere went sleepless to bed, and lay awake till dawn, revolving over and over again in his mind the marvellous things that he had seen and heard, and the tremendous task to which he had now irrevocably committed himself, for good or evil. In all these waking dreams there was ever present before his mental vision the face of a woman whose beauty was like and yet unlike that of the daughter of Natas. It lacked the brilliance and subtle charm which in Natasha so wondrously blended the dusky beauty of the daughters of the South with the fairer loveliness of the daughters of the North, but it atoned for this by that softer grace and sweetness which is the highest charm of purely English beauty. It was the face of the woman whom, in that portion of his strange double life which had been free from the mysterious influence of Natas, he had loved with well assured hope that she would one day rule his house and broad domains with him. She was now Lady Muriel Penarth, the daughter of Lord Marazion, a Cornish nobleman whose estates abutted on those which belonged to Lord Alanmere as Baron Tremayne of Tremayne in the county of Cornwall, as the peerage had it. Noble alike by lineage and nature, no fairer mistress could have been found for the lands of Tremayne and Alanmere. But what seas of blood and flame now lay between him and the realization of his love ideal? He must forsake his own and become a revolutionary and an outcast from society. He must draw the sword upon the world and his own race, and, armed with the most awful means of destruction that the wit of man had ever devised, he must fight his way through universal war to that peace which alone he could ask her to share with him. Still much could be done before he took the final step of severance which might be perpetual, and he would lose no time in doing it. As soon as it was fairly light he rose and took a long, rapid walk over the home park, and when he returned to breakfast at 9 he had resolved to execute forthwith a deed of gift transferring the whole of his vast property, which was unentailed and therefore entirely at his own disposal, to the woman who was to have shared it with him in a few months as his wife. If the fates were kind, he would come back from the World War and reclaim both the lands and their mistress, and if not, he would have the satisfaction of knowing that his broad acres at least had a worthy mistress. At breakfast he met Natas again, and during the meal one of his footmen entered bringing the letters that had come by the morning post. There were several letters for each of them, those for Natas being addressed to Herr F. Niemand, and for some time they were both employed in looking through their correspondence. Suddenly Natas looked up and said, "When do you expect to hear that Arnold is off the south coast?"
"Almost any day now. In fact, within the week, if everything has gone right. Here is a letter from Johnston to say that the Lurline has arrived at Plymouth, and that a bright look out is being kept for him. He will telegraph here and to the club in London as soon as the air ship is sighted. 24 hours will then see us on board the Ariel, or whichever of the ships he comes in."
"I hope the news will come soon, for Michael Roburoff, the President's brother, who has been in command of the American section, cables to say that he sails from New York the day after tomorrow with detailed accounts. That means that he will come with full reports of what the section has done and will be ready to do when the time comes, and also what the enemy are doing. He sails in the Aurania, and as the Atlantic routes are swarming with warships and torpedo boats, she will probably have to run the gauntlet, and it is of the last importance that Michael and his reports reach us safely. It will therefore be necessary for the air ship to meet the Aurania as soon as possible on her passage and take him off her before any harm happens to him. If he and his reports fell into the hands of the enemy, there is no telling what might happen."
"As nearly as I can calculate," said Tremayne, "the air ship should be sighted in 3 days from now, perhaps in 2. It will take the Aurania over 4 days to cross the Atlantic, and so we ought to be able to meet her somewhere in mid-ocean if she is able to get so far without being overhauled. Unfortunately, she is known to be a British ship, and subsidised by the British Government, so there will be very little chance of her getting through under the American flag. Still, she's about the fastest steamer afloat, and will take a lot of catching."
"And if the worst comes and she falls into the hand of the enemy, we must fight our first naval battle and retake her, even if we have to sink a few cruisers to do so," added Natas. "For, come what may, Michael must not be captured."
"Arnold will almost certainly come in his flagship, and if she is what he promised, she should be more than a match for a whole fleet, so I don't think there is much to fear unless the Aurania gets sunk before we reach her," said Tremayne.
Natas and his host devoted the rest of the forenoon to their correspondence, and to making the final arrangements for leaving Alanmere. Tremayne wrote full instructions to his lawyers for the drawing up of the deed, and directed them to have it ready for his signature by 2 o'clock on the following day. After lunch he rode over to Knaresborough himself with the postbag, telegraphed an abstract of his instructions in advance, and ordered his private saloon carriage to be attached to the up express, which passed through at 8 the next morning. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21. Just in Time. As the train drew up in King's Cross Station at 12 the next day, almost the first words that Tremayne heard were
"Special Pall Mall, sir. Appearance of the mysterious air ship over Plymouth this morning. Great battle in Austria yesterday. Defeat of the Austrians. Awful slaughter with war balloons. Special."
The boy was selling the papers as fast as he could hand them out to the eager passengers. Tremayne secured one, shut the door of the saloon again, and, turning to the middle page, read aloud to Natas "We have just received a telegram from our Plymouth correspondent to say that soon after daybreak this morning torpedo boat No. 157 steamed into the Sound, bringing the news that she had sighted a large 5-masted air ship about 10 miles from the coast, when in company with the cruiser Ariadne, whose commander had dispatched her with the news. Hardly had the report been received when the air ship herself passed over Mount Edgecombe and came towards the town. The news spread like wildfire, and in a few minutes the streets were filled with crowds of people who had thrown on a few clothes and rushed out to get a look at the strange visitant. At first it was thought that an attack on the arsenal was intended by the mysterious vessel, and the excitement had risen almost to the pitch of panic, when it was observed that she was flying a plain white flag, and that her intentions were apparently peaceful. Panic then gave place to curiosity. The air ship crossed the town at an elevation of about 3,000 feet, described a complete circle round it in the space of a few minutes, and then suddenly shot up into the air and vanished to the south-westward at an inconceivable speed. The vessel is described as being about 100 feet long, and was apparently armed with 8 guns. Her hull was of white polished metal, probably aluminium, and shone like silver in the sunlight. The wildest rumours are current as to the object of her visit, but of course no credence can be attached to any of them.
The vessel is plainly of the same type as that which destroyed Kronstadt 2 months ago, but larger and more powerful. The inference is that she is one of a fleet in the hands of the Terrorists, and the profoundest uncertainty and anxiety prevail throughout naval and military circles everywhere as to the use that they may make of these appalling means of destruction should they take any share in the war." Said Tremayne, as he finished reading. "Johnston's telegram must have crossed us on the way, but I shall find one at the club. Well, we have no time to lose, for we ought to start for Plymouth this evening. Your men will take you straight to the Great Western Hotel, and I will hurry my business through as fast as possible, and meet you there in time to catch the 6:30. At this rate we shall meet the Oriana as soon as she leaves New York." Within the next 6 hours Tremayne transferred the whole of his vast property in a single instrument to his promised wife, thus making her the richest woman in England, handed the precious deeds to her astonished father, obtained his promise to take his wife and daughter to Alanmere at the end of the London season, and to remain there with her until he returned to reclaim her and his estates together, and said good bye to Lady Muriel herself in an interview which was a good deal longer than that which he had with his bewildered and somewhat scandalised lawyers, who had never before been forced to rush any transaction through at such an indecent speed. Had Lord Alanmere not been the best client in the kingdom, they might have rebelled against such an outrage on the law's time-honoured delays, but he was not a man to be trifled with, and so the work was done, and an unbeatable record in legal dispatch accomplished, albeit very unwillingly, by the men of the law. By midnight the Lurline, ostensibly bound for Queenstown, had cleared the Sound, and, with the Eddystone Light on her port bow, headed away at full speed to the westward. She was about the fastest yacht afloat, and at a pinch could be driven at a good 27 miles an hour through the water. As both Natas and Tremayne were anxious to join the air ship as soon as possible, every ounce of steam that her boilers would stand was put on, and she slipped along in splendid style through the long dark seas that came rolling smoothly up Channel from the westward. In an hour and a half after passing the Eddystone she sighted the Lizard Light, and by the time she had brought it well abeam the first interruption of her voyage occurred. A huge dark mass loomed suddenly up out of the darkness of the moonless night. Then a blinding, dazzling ray of light shot across the water from the searchlight of a battleship that was patrolling the coast, attended by a couple of cruisers and 4 torpedo boats. One of these last came flying towards the yacht down the white path of the beam of light, and Tremayne, seeing that he would have to give an account of himself, stopped his engines and waited for the torpedo boat to come within hail.
"Steamer ahoy! Who are you, and where are you going to at that speed?"
"This is the Lurline, the Earl of Alanmere's yacht, from Plymouth to Queenstown. We are only going at our usual speed."
"Oh, if it's the Lurline you needn't say that," answered the officer who had hailed from the torpedo boat, with a laugh. "Is Lord Alanmere on board?"
"Yes, here I am," said Tremayne, replying instead of his sailing master. "Is that you, Selwyn? I thought I recognised your voice."
"Yes, it's I, or rather all that's left of me after 2 months in this buck-jumping little brute of a craft. She bobs twice in the same hole every time, and if it's a fairly deep hole she just dives straight through and out the other side. And there are such a lot of Frenchmen about that we get no rest day or night on this patrolling business."
"Very sorry for you, old man, but if you will see glory in a torpedo boat, I don't see that you can expect anything else. Will you come on board and have a drink?"
"No, thanks, very sorry, but I can't stop. By the way, have you heard of that air ship that was over this way this morning? I wonder what the deuce it really is, and what it's up to."
"I've heard of it. It was in the London papers this morning. Have you seen any more of it?"
"Oh yes, the thing was cruising about in mid-air all this morning, taking stock of us and the Frenchmen too, I suppose. She vanished during the afternoon, where to I don't know. It's awfully humiliating, you know, to be obliged to crawl about here on the water at 25 knots at the utmost, while that fellow is flying 100 miles an hour or so through the clouds without turning a hair, or I ought to say without as much as a puff of smoke. He seems to move of his own mere volition. I wonder what on earth he is."
"Not much on earth, apparently, but something very considerable in the air, where I hope he'll stop out of sight until I get to Queenstown. And as I want to get there pretty early in the morning, perhaps you'll excuse me saying good night and getting along, if you won't come on board."
"No, very sorry I can't. Good night, and keep well to the coast till you have to cross to Ireland. Good bye." "Good bye," shouted Tremayne in reply, as the torpedo boat swung round and headed back to the battleship, and he gave the order to go ahead again at full speed. In another hour they were off the Land's End, and from there they headed out due south west into the Atlantic. They had hardly made another 100 miles before it began to grow light, and then it became necessary to keep a bright look out for the air ship, for according to what they had heard from the commander of the torpedo boat, she might be sighted at any moment as soon as it was light enough to see her. Another hour passed, and there was still no sign of the air ship. This, of course, was to be expected, for they had still another 75 miles or so to go before the rendezvous was reached. "Steamer to the south'ard," sang out the man on the forecastle, just as Tremayne came on deck after an attempt at a brief nap. He picked up his glass and took a good look at the thin cloud of smoke away on the southern horizon. From what he could see it was a large steamer, and was coming up very fast, almost at right angles to the course of the Lurline. 15 minutes later he was able to see that the stranger was a warship, and that she was heading for Queenstown. She was therefore either a British ship attached to the Irish squadron, or else she was an enemy with designs on the liners bound for Liverpool. In either case it was most undesirable that the yacht should be overhauled again. Any mishap to her, even a lengthy delay, might have the most serious consequences. A single unlucky shell exploding in her engine room would disable her, and perhaps change the future history of the world. Tremayne therefore altered her course a little more to the northward, thus increasing the distance between her and the stranger, and at the same time ordered the engineer to keep up the utmost head of steam, and get the last possible yard out of her. The alteration in her course appeared to be instantly detected by the warship, for she at once swerved off more to the westward, and brought herself dead astern of the Lurline. She was now near enough for Tremayne to see that she was a large cruiser, attended by a brace of torpedo boats, which were running along one under each of her quarters, like a couple of dogs following a hunter. There was now no doubt but that, whatever her nationality, she was bent on overhauling the yacht, if possible, and the dense volumes of smoke that were pouring out of her funnels told Tremayne that she was stoking up vigorously for the chase. By this time she was about 7 miles away, and the Lurline, her twin screws beating the water at their utmost speed, and every plate in her trembling under the vibration of her engines, rushed through the water faster than she had ever done since the day she was launched. As far as could be seen she was holding her own well in what had now become a dead-on stern chase. Still the stranger showed no flag, and though Tremayne could hardly believe that a hostile cruiser and a couple of torpedo boats would venture so near to the ground occupied by the British battleships, the fact that she showed no colours looked at the best suspicious. Determined to settle the question, if possible one way or the other, she ran up the ensign of the Royal Yacht Squadron. This brought no reply from the cruiser, but a column of bluish-white smoke shot up a moment later from the funnels of one of the torpedo boats, telling that she had put on the forced draught, and, like a greyhound slipped from the leash, she began to draw away from the big ship, plunging through the long rollers, and half burying herself in the foam that she threw up from her bows. Tremayne knew that there were some of these viperish little craft in the French Navy that could be driven 30 miles an hour through the water, and if this was one of them, capture was only a matter of time, unless the air ship sighted them and came to the rescue. Happily, although there was a considerable swell on, the water was smooth and free from short waves, and this was to the advantage of the Lurline, for she went along as dry as a bone, while the torpedo boat, lying much lower in the water, rammed her nose into every roller, and so lost a certain amount of way. The yacht was making a good 28 miles an hour under the heroic efforts of the engineers, and at this rate it would be nearly 2 hours before she was overhauled, provided that the torpedo boat was not able to use the gun that she carried forward of her funnels with any dangerous effect. There could now be no doubt as to the hostility of the pursuers. Had they been British they would have answered the flag flying at the peak of the yacht. "Steamer coming down from the northward, sir," suddenly sang out a man whom Tremayne had just stationed in the 4 cross trees to look out for the air ship that was now so anxiously expected. A dense volume of smoke was seen rising in the direction indicated, and a few minutes later a second big steamer came into view, bearing down directly on the yacht, and so approaching the torpedo boat almost stem on.
There was no doubt about her nationality. A glance through the glass showed Tremayne the white ensign floating above the horizontal stream of smoke that stretched behind her. She was a British cruiser, no doubt a scout of the Irish squadron, and had sighted the smoke of the yacht and her pursuers, and had come to investigate. Tremayne breathed more freely now, for he knew that his flag would procure the assistance of the newcomers in case it was wanted, as indeed it very soon was. Hardly had the British cruiser come well in sight than a puff of smoke rose from the deck of the other warship, and a shell came whistling through the air and burst within 100 yards of the Lurline. 24 hours ago Tremayne had been one of the richest men in England, and just now he would have willingly given all that he had possessed to be 25 miles further to the south westward than he was. Another shell from the Frenchman passed clear over the Lurline and plunged into the water and burst, throwing a cloud of spray high into the air. Then came one from the torpedo boat, but she was still too far off for her light gun to do any damage, and the projectile fell spent into the sea, nearly 500 yards short. Immediately after this came a third shell from the French cruiser, and this, by an unlucky chance, struck the forecastle of the yacht, burst, and tore away several feet of the bulwarks, and worse than all, killed 4 of her crew instantly.
"First blood," said Tremayne to himself through his clenched teeth. "That shall be an unlucky shot for you, my friend, if we reach the air ship before you sink us."
Meanwhile the two cruisers, each approaching each other at a speed of more than 20 miles an hour, had got within shot. A puff of smoke spurted out from the side of the latest comer. The well-aimed projectile passed 50 yards astern of the Lurline, and struck the advancing torpedo boat square on the bow. The next instant it was plainly apparent that there was nothing more to be feared from her. The solid shot had passed clean through her two sides. Her nose went down and her stern came up. Then bang went another gun from the British cruiser. This time the messenger of death was a shell. It struck the inclined deck amidships. There was a flash of flame, a cloud of steam rose up from her bursting boilers, and then she broke in two and vanished beneath the smooth rolling waves. 2 minutes later the duel began in deadly earnest. The tricolor ran up to the masthead of the French cruiser, and jets of mingled smoke and flame spurted one after the other from her sides, and shells began bursting in quick succession around the rapidly advancing Englishman. Evidently the Frenchman, with his remaining torpedo boat, thought himself a good match for the British cruiser, for he showed no disposition to shirk the combat, despite the fact that he was so near to the cruising ground of a powerful squadron. As the two cruisers approached each other, the fire from their heavy guns was supplemented by that of their light, quick-firing armament, until each of them became a floating volcano, vomiting continuous jets of smoke and flame, and hurling showers of shot and shell across the rapidly lessening space between them. The din of the hideous concert became little short of appalling, even to the most hardened nerves. The continuous deep booming of the heavy guns as they belched forth their 300-pound projectiles, mingled with the sharp ringing reports of the 30 and 40-pound quick firers, and the horrible grinding rattle of the machine guns in the tops, that sounded clearly above all, and every few seconds came the scream and bang of bursting shells, and the dull crashing sound of rending and breaking steel as the terrible missiles of death and destruction found their destined mark. Happily the Lurline was out of the line of fire, or she would have been torn to fragments and sent to the bottom in a few seconds. She continued on her course at her utmost speed, and the French cruiser was, of course, too busy to pay any further attention to her. Not so the remaining torpedo boat, however, which, leaving the two big ships to fight out their duel for the present, was pursuing the yacht at the utmost speed of her forced draught. Capture or destruction soon only became a matter of a few minutes. Tremayne determined to hold on till he was sunk or sighted the air ship, kept his flag flying and his engines working to the last ounce that the quivering boilers would stand, and the Frenchman, seeing that he was determined to escape if he could, opened fire on him with his 20-pounder. Owing to the high speed of the two vessels and the rolling of the torpedo boat, not much execution was done at first, but as the distance diminished, shell after shell crashed through the bulwarks of the Lurline, ripping them longitudinally and tearing up the deck planks with their jagged fragments. The wheelhouse and the funnel escaped by a miracle, and the yacht being end on to her pursuer, the engines and boilers were comparatively safe. One boat had also escaped, and that was hanging ready to be lowered at a moment's notice. At last a shell struck the funnel, burst, and shattered it to fragments. Almost at the same moment the man in the forecross trees, who had stuck to his post in defiance of the cannonade, sang out with triumphant shout, "The air ship! The air ship!" Hardly had the words left his lips when a shell from the torpedo boat struck the Lurline under the quarter, and ripped one of her plates out like a sheet of paper. The next instant the engineer rushed up on deck, crying, "The bottom's out of her! She'll go down in 5 minutes!" Tremayne, who was the only man on deck save the look out, ran out of the wheelhouse, dived into the cabin, and a moment later reappeared with Natas in his arms, and followed by his 2 attendants. Then, without the loss of a second, but in perfect order, the quarter boat was manned and lowered, and pulled clear of the ill-fated Lurline, just as she pitched backwards into the sea, and went down with a run, stern foremost. The air ship, coming up at a tremendous speed, swooped suddenly down from a height of 2,000 feet, and slowed up within 1,000 yards of the torpedo boat. A projectile rushed through the air and landed on the deck of the Frenchman. There was a flash of greenish flame, a cloud of mingled smoke and steam, and when this had drifted away there was not a vestige of the torpedo boat to be seen. Then a few fragments of iron splashed into the water here and there, and that was all that betokened her fate. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22. Armed Neutrality. Hardly had the Lurline disappeared than the air ship was lying alongside the boat, floating on the water as easily and lightly as a seagull, and Natas and his 2 attendants, Tremayne and the 3 men who had been saved from the yacht, were at once taken on board. It would be useless to interrupt the progress of the narrative to describe the welcoming greetings which passed between the rescued party and the crew of the Ithuriel, or the amazement of Arnold and his companions when Natasha threw her arms around the neck of the almost helpless cripple, who was rifted over the rail by Tremayne and his 2 attendants, kissed him on the brow, and said, so that all could hear her, "We were in time! Thank God we were in time, my father!" Her father! This paralytic creature, who could not move a yard without the assistance of some one else, this was Natas, the father of Natasha and the master of the Terror, the man who had planned the ruin of a civilization, and for all they knew might aspire to the empire of the world. It was marvellous, inconceivable, but there was no time to think about it now, for the 2 cruisers were still blazing away at each other, and Tremayne had determined to punish the Frenchman for his discourtesy in not answering his flag, and his inhumanity in firing on an unarmed vessel which was well known as a private pleasure yacht all round the western and southern shores of Europe. As soon as Natas had been conveyed into the saloon, Tremayne, after returning Arnold's hearty handclasp, said to him "That rascally Frenchman chased and fired on us, and then sent his torpedo boat after us without the slightest provocation. I purposely hoisted the yacht squadron flag to show that we were non-combatants, and still he sank us. I suppose he took the Lurline for a fast dispatch boat, but still he ought to have had the sense and the politeness to let her alone when he saw that she was a yacht. So I want you to teach him better manners." "Certainly," replies Arnold. "I'll sink him for you in 5 seconds as soon as we get aloft again." "I don't want you to do that if you can help it. She has 500 or 600 men on board who are only doing as they are told, but we have not declared war on the world yet. Can't you disable her and force her to surrender to the British cruiser that came to our rescue? You know we must have been sunk or captured half an hour ago if she had not turned up so opportunely, in spite of your so happily coming 50 miles this side of the rendezvous. I should like to return the compliment by delivering his enemy into his hand." "I quite see what you mean, but I'm afraid I can't guarantee success. You see, our artillery is intended for destruction and not for disablement. Still, I'll have a try with pleasure. I'll see if I can't disable his screws, only you mustn't blame me if he goes to the bottom by accident." "Certainly not, you most capable destroyer of life and property," laughed Tremayne. "Only let him off as lightly as you can. Ah, Natasha, good morning again. I suppose Natas has taken no harm from the unceremonious way in which I had to almost throw him on board a boat.
Aerial voyaging seems to agree with you. You must not talk nonsense, my Lord Alanmere, especially when there is sterner work in hand," interrupted Natasha with a laugh. "What are you going to do with those two cruisers that are battering each other to pieces down there? Sink them both, or leave them to fight it out?" "Oh, neither, with your permission, fair lady. The British cruiser saved us by coming on the scene at the right moment, and as the Frenchmen fired upon us without due cause, I want Captain Arnold to disable her in some way and hand her over a prisoner to our rescuer." "Ah, that would be better, of course. One good turn deserves another. What are you going to do, Captain Arnold?"
"Drop a small shell under his stern and disable his propellers, if I can do so without sinking him, which I am afraid is rather doubtful," replied Arnold. While they were talking, the Ithuriel had risen 1,000 feet or so from the water, and had advanced to within about half a mile of the two cruisers, which were now manoeuvring round each other at a distance of about 1,000 yards, blazing away without cessation, and waiting for some lucky shot to partially disable one or the other, and so give an opportunity for boarding or ramming. In the old days, when France and Britain had last grappled in the struggle for the mastery of the sea, the two ships would have been laid alongside each other long before this, but that was not to be thought of while those terrible machine guns were able to rain their hail of death down from the tops, and the quick-firing cannon were hurling their 30 shots a minute across the intervening space of water. The French cruiser had so far taken no notice of the sudden annihilation of her second torpedo boat by the air ship, but as soon as the latter made her way astern of her she seemed to scent mischief, and turned one of her 3-barrelled Nordenfeldts on to her. The shots soon came singing about the Ithuriel in somewhat unpleasant proximity, and Arnold said, "Monsieur seems to take us for a natural enemy, and if he wants a fight he shall have it. If I don't disable him with this shot, I'll sink him with the next." So saying, he trained one of the broadside guns on the stern of the French cruiser, and at the right moment pressed the button. The shell bored its way through the air and down into the water until it struck and exploded against the submerged rudder. A huge column of foam rose up under the cruiser's stern. Half lifted out of the water, she plunged forward with a mighty lurch, burying her forecastle in the green water, and then she righted and lay helpless upon the sea, deprived of the power of motion and steering, and with the useless steam roaring in great clouds from her pipes. A moment later she began to settle by the stern, showing that her after plates had been badly injured, if not torn away, by the explosion. Meanwhile the Ithuriel had shot away out of range until the two cruisers looked like little toy ships spitting fire at each other, and Arnold said to Tremayne, who was with him in the wheelhouse, "I think that has settled her, as far as any more real fighting is concerned. Look, she can't stand that sort of thing very long." He handed Tremayne the glasses as he spoke. The French cruiser was lying motionless upon the water, with her after compartments full and very much down by the stern. She was still blazing away gamely with all her available guns, but it was obvious at a glance that she was now no match for her antagonist, who had taken full advantage of the help rendered by her unknown ally, and was pouring a perfect hail of shot and shell point blank into her half-disabled adversary, battering her deckworks into ruins, and piercing her hull again and again. At length, when the splendid fabric had been reduced to little better than a floating wreck by the terrible cannonade, the fire from the British cruiser stopped, and the signal "Will you surrender?" flew from her masthead. A few moments later the Tricolour, for the first time in the war, dipped to the white ensign, and the naval duel was over.
"Now we will leave them to talk it over," said Tremayne, shutting the glasses. "I should like to hear what they have to say about us, I must confess. But there is something more important to be done, and the sooner we are on the other side of the Atlantic the better. The Aurania started from New York this morning. How soon can you get across?"
"In about 16 hours if we had to go all the way," replied Arnold. "It is, say, 3,000 miles from here to New York, and the Ithuriel can fly 200 miles an hour if necessary. But the Aurania, if she starts in good time, will make between 400 and 500 miles during the day, and so we ought to meet her soon after sundown this evening if we are lucky." As Arnold ceased speaking, the report of a single gun came up from the water, and a string of signal flags floated out from the masthead of the British cruiser.
"Hello," said Tremayne, once more turning the glasses on to the two vessels. "That was a blank cartridge, and as far as I can make out that signal reads
We want to speak to you. And look, there goes a white flag to the fore. His intentions are evidently peaceful. What do you say? Shall we go down?" "I see no objection to it. It will only make a difference of half an hour or so, and perhaps we may learn something worth knowing from the captain about the naval force afloat in the Atlantic. I think it would be worth while. We have no need for concealment now, and besides, all Europe is talking about us, so there can be no harm in showing ourselves a bit more closely." "Very well, then, we will go down and hear what he has to say," replied Tremayne. "But I don't think it would be well for me to show myself just now, and so I will go below." Arnold at once signalled the necessary order from the conning tower to the engine room. The fan wheels revolved more slowly, and the Ithuriel sank swiftly downwards towards the two cruisers, now lying side by side. As soon as she came to a standstill within speaking distance of the British man of war, discipline was for the moment forgotten on board of both victor and vanquished, under the influence of the intense excitement and curiosity aroused by seeing the mysterious and much talked of air ship at such close quarters. The French and British captains were both standing on the quarter deck, eagerly scanning the strange craft through their glasses, till she came near enough to dispense with them, and every man and officer on board the two cruisers who was able to be on deck crowded to points of vantage and stared at her with all their eyes. The whole company of the Ithuriel, with the exception of Natas, Tremayne, and those whose duties kept them in the engine room, were also on deck, and Arnold stood close by the wheelhouse and the after gun, ready to give any orders that might be necessary in case the conversation took an unfriendly turn. "May I ask the name of that wonderful craft, and to what I am indebted for the assistance you have given me?" hailed the British captain. "Certainly. This is the terrorist airship Ithuriel, and we disabled the French cruiser because her captain had the bad manners to fire upon and sink an unarmed yacht that had no quarrel with him. But for that we should have left you to fight it out." "The terrorists, are you? If I'd known that, I confess I should not have asked to speak to you, and I tell you candidly that I am sorry you did not leave us to fight it out as you say. As I cannot look upon you as an ally or a friend, I can only regret the advantage you have given me over an honourable foe." There was emphasis on the word honourable, which brought a flush to Arnold's cheek as he replied "What I did to the French cruiser I should have done whether you had been on the scene or not. We are as much your foes as we are those of France. That is to say, we are totally indifferent to both of you. As for honourable foes, I may say that I only disabled the French cruiser because I thought she had acted both unfairly and dishonourably. But we are wasting time. Did you merely wish to speak to us in order to find out who we were?" "Yes, that was my first object, I confess. I also wish to know whether this is the same air ship which crossed the Mediterranean yesterday, and if not, how many of these vessels there are in existence, and what you mean to do with them." "Before I answer, may I ask how you know that an air ship crossed the Mediterranean yesterday?" asked Arnold, thoroughly mystified by this astounding piece of news. "We had it by telegraph at Queenstown during the night. She was going northward when observed by Larnaca." "Oh, yes, that was one of our dispatch boats," replied Arnold, forcing himself to speak with a calmness that he by no means felt. "I'm afraid my orders will hardly allow me to answer your other questions very fully, but I may tell you that we have a fleet of airships at our command, all constructed in England under the noses of your intelligent authorities, and that we mean to use them as it seems best to us, should we at any time consider it worth our while to interfere in the game that the European powers are playing with each other. Meanwhile we keep a position of armed neutrality. When we think the war has gone far enough, we shall probably stop it when a good opportunity offers." This was too much for a British sailor to listen to quietly on his own quarter deck, whoever said it, and so the captain of the Andromeda forgot his prudence for the moment, and said somewhat hotly "Confound it, sir! You talk as if you were omnipotent and arbiters of peace and war. Don't go too far with your insolence, or I shall haul that flag of truce down and give you 5 minutes to get out of range of my guns, or take your chance." For all answer there came a contemptuous laugh from the deck of the Ithuriel, the rapid ringing of an electric bell, and the disappearance of her company under cover. Then with one mighty leap she rose 2,000 feet into the air, and before the astounded and disgusted captain of the H.M. cruiser Andromeda very well knew what had become of her, she was a mere speck of light in the sky, speeding away at 200 miles an hour to the westward. As soon as she was fairly on her course, Arnold gave up the wheel to one of the crew and went into the saloon to discuss with Tremayne and Natas the all-important scrap of news that had fallen from the lips of the captain of the British cruiser. What was the other airship that had been seen crossing the Mediterranean? Surely it must be one of the terrorist fleet, for there were no others in existence. And yet strict orders had been given that none of the fleet were to take the air until the Ithuriel returned. Was it possible that there were traitors, even in Aeria, and that the airship seen from Larnaca was a deserter going northwards to the enemy, the worst enemy of all, the Russians? End of chapter 22. Chapter 23. A Battle in the Night. At 5:30 on the morning of the 23rd of June, the Cunard liner Aurania left New York for Queenstown and Liverpool. She was the largest and swiftest passenger steamer afloat, and on her maiden voyage she had lowered the Atlantic record by no less than 12 hours. That is to say, she had performed the journey from Sandy Hook to Queenstown in 4 days and a half exactly. Her measurement was 45,000 tons, and her twin screws, driven by quadruple engines, developed 60,000 horsepower, forced her through the water at the unparalleled speed of 30 knots, or 34½ statute miles an hour. Since the outbreak of the war, it had been found necessary to take all but the most powerful vessels off the Atlantic route. For, as had long been foreseen, the enemies of the Anglo-German alliance were making the most determined efforts to cripple the transatlantic trade of Britain and Germany, and swift, heavy-armed French and Italian cruisers, attended by torpedo boats and gunboats, and supported by battleships and depot vessels for coaling purposes, were swarming along the great ocean highway. These, of course, had to be opposed by an equal or greater force of British warships. In fact, the burden of keeping the Atlantic route open fell entirely on Britain, for the German and Austrian fleets had all the work they were capable of doing nearer home in the Baltic and Mediterranean. The terrible mistake that had been made by the House of Lords in negativing the Italian loan had already become disastrously apparent, for though the Anglo-Teutonic alliance was putting forth every effort, its available ships were only just sufficient to keep the home waters clear and the ocean routes practically open, even for the fastest steamers. The task, therefore, which lay before the Aurania when she cleared American waters was little less than running the gauntlet for nearly 3,000 miles. The French cruiser, which had been captured by the Andromeda thanks to the assistance of the Ithuriel, had left Brest with the express purpose of helping to intercept the great Cunarder, for she had crossed the Atlantic 5 times already without a scratch since the war had begun, showing a very clean pair of heels to everything that had attempted to overhaul her, and now on her 6th passage a grand effort was to be made to capture or cripple the famous ocean greyhound. It was by far her most important voyage in more senses than one. In the first place, her incomparable speed and good luck had made her out of sight the prime favourite with those passengers who were obliged to cross the Atlantic, war or no war, and for the same reason she also carried more mails and specie than any other liner, and this voyage she had an enormously valuable consignment of both on board. As for passengers, every available foot of space was taken for months in advance. Enterprising agents on both sides of the water had brought up every berth from stem to stern, and had put them up to auction, realizing fabulous prices, which had little chance of being abated, even when her sister ship, the Sidonia, the construction of which was being pushed forward on the Clyde with all possible speed, was ready to take the water. But the chief importance of this particular passage lay, though barely half a dozen persons were aware of it, in the fact that among her passengers was Michael Roburoff, chief of the American section of the Terrorists, who was bringing to the Council his report of the work of the Brotherhood in the United States, together with the information which he had collected by means of an army of spies as to the true intentions of the American government with regard to the war. These, so far as the rest of the world was concerned, were a profound secret,
and he was the only man outside the President's Cabinet and the Tsar's Privy Council who had accurate information with regard to them. The Aurania was therefore not only carrying mails, treasure, and passengers, but, in the person of Michael Roburoff, she was carrying secrets on the revelation of which the whole issue of the war and the destiny of the world might turn. America was the one great power not involved in the tremendous struggle that was being waged. The most astute diplomatist in Europe had no idea what her real policy was, but every one knew that the side on which she threw the weight of her boundless wealth and vast resources must infallibly win in the long run. The plan that had been adopted by Britain for keeping the Atlantic route open was briefly as follows. All along the 3,000 miles of the steamer track a battleship was stationed at the end of every day's run, that is to say, at intervals of about 500 miles, and patrolled within a radius of 100 miles. Each of these was attended by 2 heavily armed cruisers and 4 torpedo boats, while between these points swifter cruisers were constantly running to and fro convoying the liners. Thus, when the Aurania left New York, she was picked up on the limit of the American water by 2 cruisers, which would keep pace with her as well as they could until she reached the first battleship. As she passed the ironclad, these 2 would leave her, and the next 2 would take up the running, and so on, until she reached the range of operations of the Irish squadron. No other power in the world could have maintained such a system of ocean police, but Britain was putting forth the whole of her mighty naval strength, and so she spared neither ships nor money to keep open the American and Canadian routes, for on them nearly half her food supply depended, as well as her chief line of communication with the Far East. On the other hand, her enemies were making desperate efforts to break the chain of steel that was thus stretched across the hemisphere, for they well knew that, this once broken, the first real triumph of the war would have been won. 500 miles out from New York, the Aurania was joined by the Oceana, the largest vessel on the Canadian Pacific line from Halifax to Liverpool. So far no enemy had been seen. The 2 great liners reached the first battleship together, and were joined by the second pair of cruisers. Before sunset the Cunarder had drawn ahead of her companions, and by nightfall was racing away alone over the water with every light carefully concealed, and keeping an eager look-out for friend or foe. There was no moon, and the sky was so heavily overcast with clouds that, under any other circumstances, it would have been the height of rashness to go rushing through the darkness at such a headlong speed, but the captain of the Aurania was aware of the state of the road, and he knew that in speed and secrecy lay his only chances of getting his magnificent vessel through in safety. Soon after 10 o'clock lights were sighted dead ahead. The course was slightly altered, and the great liner swept past one of the North German Lloyd boats in company with a cruiser. The private signal was made and answered, and in half an hour she was again alone amidst the darkness. It was nearly 11 o'clock when Michael Roburoff, who was standing under the lee of one of the ventilators amidships, smoking a last pipe before turning in, saw a figure, muffled in a huge grey ulster, creeping into the deeper shadows under the bridge. It was so dark that he could only just make out the outline of the figure, but he could see enough to rouse his ever-ready suspicions in the furtive movements that the man was making. He stole out onto the starboard, that is the southward rail of the spar deck, and Michael, straining his eyes to the utmost, saw him take a round, flat object from under his coat, and then look round stealthily to see if he was observed. As he did so, Michael whipped a pistol out of his pocket, levelled it at the man, and said in a low, distinct tone, "Put that back, or I'll shoot." For all answer the man raised his arm to throw the object overboard. Michael, taking the best aim he could in the darkness, fired. The bullet struck the elbow of the raised arm. The man lurched forward with a low cry of rage and pain, grasped the object with his other hand, and as he fell to the deck, flung it into the sea. Scarcely had it touched the water when it burst into flame, and an intensely bright blaze of bluish-white light shot up, shattering the darkness, and illuminating the great ship from the waterline to the trucks of her masts. Instantly the deck of the liner was a scene of wild excitement. In a moment the man whom Roburoff had wounded was secured in the act of trying to throw himself overboard. Michael himself was rapidly questioned by the captain, who was immediately on the spot. He told his story in a dozen words, and explained that he had fired to disable the man and prevent the fire signal falling into the sea. There was no doubt about the guilt of the traitor, for he himself cut the captain's interrogation short by saying defiantly, in broken English that at once betrayed him as a Frenchman, "Yes, I do it. I give signal to the fleet down there. If I succeeded, I got 500,000 francs. I failed, so shoot. C'est la fortune de la guerre. Voilà, look, they come." As the spy said this, he pointed to the south-eastern horizon. A brief flash of white light went up through the night and vanished. It was the answering signal from the French or Italian cruisers, which were making all speed up from the south-east to head off the Aurania before she reached the next station and gained the protection of the British battleship. The spy's words were only too true. He had gone to America for the sole purpose of returning in the Aurania and giving the signal at this particular point on the passage. Within 10 miles were 4 of the fleetest French and Italian cruisers, 6 torpedo boats, and 2 battleships, which, by keeping well to the southward during the day and then putting on all steam as soon as night fell, had managed to head off the ocean greyhound at last. 2 cruisers and a battleship with 2 torpedo boats were coming up from the south-east. 1 cruiser, the other battleship, and 2 torpedo boats were bearing down from the south-west, and the remaining cruiser and a brace of torpedo boats had managed to slip through the British line and gained a position to the northward. This large force had not been brought up without good reason. The Aurania was the biggest prize afloat, and well worth fighting for, if it came to blows, as it very probably would do, added to which there was a very good chance of 1 or 2 other liners falling victims to a well-planned and successful raid. The French spy was at once sent below and put into safe keeping, and the signal to stoke up was sent to the engine rooms. The firemen responded with a will, extra hands were put on in the stoke holes, and the furnaces taxed to their utmost capacity. The boilers palpitated under the tremendous head of steam, the engines throbbed and groaned like labouring giants, and the great ship, trembling like some live animal under the lash, rushed faster and faster over the long dark rollers under the impulse of her whirling screws. There was no longer any need for concealment, even if it had been possible. Speed, and speed only, afforded the sole chance of escape. Of course, the captain of the Aurania had no idea of the strength or disposition of the force that had undertaken his capture. Had he known the true state of the case, his anxiety would have been a good deal greater than it was. He fully believed that he could out-steam the vessels to the south-east, and once past these he knew that he would be in touch with the British ships at the next station before any harm could come to him. He therefore headed a little more to the northward, and trusted with perfect confidence to his heels. Michael Roburoff was the hero of the moment, and the captain cordially thanked him for his prompt attempt to frustrate the atrocious act of the spy which deliberately endangered the liberty and perhaps the lives of more than 1,000 non-combatants. Michael, however, cut his thanks short by taking him aside and asking him what he thought of the position of affairs. He spoke so seriously that the captain thought he was frightened, and by the way of reassuring him, replied cheerily, "Don't have any fear for the Aurania, Mr. Roburoff. That's only a cruiser, or perhaps a couple down there, and the enemy haven't a ship that I can't give a good 5 knots and a beating to. We shall sight the British ships soon after daybreak, and by that time those fellows will be 50 miles behind us." "I have as much confidence in the Aurania's speed as you have, Captain Fraser," replied Michael, "but I'm afraid you are underrating the enemy's strength. Do you know that within the last few days it has been almost doubled, and that a determined effort is to be made, not only to catch and sink the Aurania, but also to break the British line of posts and cut the line of American and Canadian communication altogether?" "No, sir," replied the captain, looking sharply at Michael. "I don't know anything of the sort. Neither do the commanders of the British warships on this side. If your information is correct, I should like to know how you came by it. You are a Russian by name." "But not a subject of the Tsar," quickly interrupted Michael. "I am an American citizen, and I have come by this information, not as a friend of Russia, as you seem to suspect, but as her enemy, or rather as the enemy of her ruler. How I got it is my business.
It is enough for you to know that it is correct, and that you are in far greater danger than you think you are. The signal given by that French spy was evidently a part of a pre-arranged plan, and for all you know, you may even now be surrounded, or steaming straight into a trap that has been laid for you. If I may advise, I would earnestly counsel you to double on your course, and make every effort to rejoin the other liner and the cruisers we have passed." "Oh, nonsense, sir, nonsense," answered the captain testily. "Our watchdogs are far too wide awake to be caught napping like that. You have been deceived by one of the rumours that are filling the air just now. You can go to your berth and sleep in peace, and to-morrow you shall be half-way across the Atlantic without an enemy's ship in sight." "Captain Fraser," said Michael very seriously, "with your leave I shall not go to my berth, and what is more, I can tell you that very few of us will get much sleep to-night, and that if you do not back I hardly think you will be flying the British flag to-morrow. Ah, look, there, and there!" Michael seized the captain's arm suddenly and pointed rapidly to the south east and north east. Two thin rays of light flashed up into the sky, one after the other. Then came a third from the south west, and then darkness again. At the same instant came the hails from the lookouts, announcing the lights. Captain Fraser was wrong, and he saw that he was at a glance. The flash in the north east could not be from a friend, for it was a plain answer to the known enemy in the south east, and so too, in all probability, was the third. If so, the Aurania was almost surrounded. The captain wasted no words in confessing his error, but ran up on to the bridge to rectify it as far as he could at once. The helm was put hard over, the port screw was reversed, and the steamer swung round in a wide sweep, and was soon speeding back westward over her own tracks. An hour's run brought her in sight of the lights of the North German and her escort. She slowed as she passed them and told the news. She then sped on again at full speed to meet the Oceana and the two cruisers, which were about 50 miles behind. By 1 a.m. the three cruisers and the three liners had joined forces, and were steaming westward at 20 knots an hour. The liners in single file, led by a cruiser, and having one on each beam. Soon the flashes on the horizon grew more frequent, always drawing closer together. Then those in the westward dropped from the perpendicular to the horizontal, and swept the water as though seeking something. It was not long before the darting rays of one of the searchlights fell across the track of the British flotilla. Instantly, from all 3 points, converging flashes were concentrated upon it, revealing the outline of every ship with the most perfect distinctness. The last hope of running through the hostile fleet unperceived had now vanished. There was nothing for it but to go ahead full speed, and trust to the chances of a running fight to get clear. With a view of finding out the strength of the enemy, the British cruisers now turned their searchlights on and swept the horizon. A very few moments sufficed to show that an overwhelming force was closing in on them from 3 sides. They were completely caught in a trap from which there was no escape save by running the gauntlet. Whichever way they headed, they would have to pass through the converging fire of the enemy. The weakest point, so far as they could see, was the one cruiser and 2 torpedo boats to the northward, and so towards them they headed. At the speed at which they were travelling, it needed but a few minutes to bring them within range, and the British commanders rightly decided to concentrate their fire for the present on the single cruiser and her 2 attendants, in the hope of sinking them before the others could get into action. At 3,000 yards the heavy guns came into play, and a storm of shell was hurled upon the advancing foe, who lost no time in replying in the same terms. As the vessels approached each other, the shooting became closer and terribly effective. The searchlights of the British cruisers were kept full ahead, and every attempt of the torpedo boats to get round on the flank was foiled by a hail of shot from the quick-firing guns. Within 15 minutes of opening fire, one of these was sunk and the other disabled. The French cruiser, too, suffered fearfully from the tempest of shot and shell that was rained upon her. Had the British got within range of her half an hour sooner, the plan would have been completely foiled. As it was, her fate was sealed, but it was too late. The 3 British warships rushed at her together, vomiting flame and smoke and iron across the rapidly decreasing distance until within 500 yards of her. Then the fire from the 2 on either flank suddenly stopped. The centre one, still blazing away, put on her forced draught
swerved sharply round, and then darted in on her with the ram. There was a terrific shock, a heavy grinding crunch, and then the mighty mass of the charging vessel, hurled at nearly 30 miles an hour upon her victim, bored and ground her resistless way into her side. Then she suddenly reversed her engines and backed out. In less than 30 seconds it was all over. The Frenchman, almost cut in half by the frightful blow, reeled once, and once only, and then went down like a stone. But by this time the other two divisions of the enemy were within range, and through the roar of the lighter artillery now came the deep, sullen boom of the big guns on the battleships, and the great 1,000-pound projectiles began to scream through the air and fling the water up into mountains of foam where they pitched. Where one of them struck, death and destruction would follow as surely as though it were a thunderbolt from heaven. The three liners scattered and steamed away to the northward as fast as their propellers would drive them, but what was their utmost speed to that of the projectiles cleaving through the air at more than 2,000 feet a second? See, one at length strikes the German liner square amidship and bursts. There is a horrible explosion. The searchlight thrown on her shows a cloud of steam and smoke and flame rising up from her riven decks. Where her funnels were is a huge, ragged black hole. This is visible for an instant, then her back breaks, and in two halves she follows the French cruiser to the bottom of the Atlantic. The sinking of the German liner was the signal for the appearance of a new actor on the scene, and the commencement of a work of destruction more appalling than anything that human warfare had so far known. Michael Roburoff, standing on the spar deck of the flying Aurania, suddenly saw a bright stream of light shoot down from the clouds, and flash hither and thither till it hovered over the advancing French and Italian squadrons. For the moment the combat ceased, so astounded were the combatants on both sides at this mysterious apparition. Then, without the slightest warning, with no flash or roar of guns, there came a series of frightful explosions among the ships of the pursuers. They followed each other so quickly that the darkness behind the electric lights seemed lit with a continuous blaze of livid green flame for 3 or 4 minutes. Then there was darkness and silence, black darkness and absolute silence. The searchlights were extinguished, and the roar of the artillery was still. The British waited in dazed silence for it to begin again, but it never did. The whole of the pursuing squadron had been annihilated. End of chapter 23.
Chapter 24. The New Warfare. It will now be necessary, in order to ensure the continuity of the narrative, to lay before the reader a brief sketch of the course of events in Europe from the actual commencement of hostilities on a general scale between the two immense forces which may be most conveniently designated as the Anglo-Teutonic Alliance and the Franco-Slavonian League. In order that these two terms may be fully understood, it will be well to explain their general constitution. When the two forces into which the declaration of war ultimately divided the nations of Europe faced each other for the struggle which was to decide the mastery of the Western world, the Anglo-Teutonic Alliance consisted primarily of Britain, Germany, and Austria, and, ranged under its banner, whether from choice or necessity, stood Holland, Belgium, and Denmark in the north west, with Bulgaria, Greece, and Turkey in the south west. Egypt was strongly garrisoned for the land defence of the Suez Canal and the high road to the east by British, Indian, and Turkish troops. British and Belgian troops held Antwerp and the fortresses of the Belgian Quadrilateral in force. A powerful combined fleet of British, Danish, and Dutch war vessels of all classes held the approaches by the Sound and Kattegat to the Baltic Sea, and co-operated in touch with the German fleet. The Dutch and German having, at any rate for the time being, and under the pressure of irresistible circumstances, laid aside their hereditary national hatred and consented to act as allies under suitable guarantees to Holland. The co-operation of Denmark had been secured in spite of the family connections existing between the Danish and the Russian courts, and the rancour still remaining from the old Schleswig-Holstein quarrel, by very much the same means that had been taken in the historic days of the Battle of the Baltic. It is true that matters had not gone so far as they went when Nelson disobeyed orders by putting his telescope to his blind eye and engaged the Danish fleet in spite of the signals, but a demonstration of such overwhelming force had been made by sea and land on the part of Britain and Germany that the House of Dagmar had bowed to the inevitable and ranged itself on the side of the Anglo-Teutonic alliance. Marshalled against this imposing array of naval and military force stood the Franco-Slavonian League, consisting primarily of France, Russia, and Italy, supported, whether by consent or necessity, by Spain, Portugal, and Servia. The co operation of Spain had been purchased by the promise of Gibraltar at the conclusion of the war, and that of Portugal by the guarantee of a largely increased sphere of influence on the west coast of Africa, plus the Belgian states of the Congo. Roumania and Switzerland remained neutral, the former to be a battlefield for the neighbouring powers, and the latter for the present safe behind her ramparts of everlasting snow and ice. Scandinavia also remained neutral, the sport of the rival diplomacies of East and West, but not counted of sufficient importance to materially influence the colossal struggle one way or the other. In round numbers, the Anglo-Teutonic alliance had 7 millions of men on the war footing, including of course the Indian and colonial forces of the British Empire, while in case of necessity urgent levies were expected to produce between 2 and 3 millions more. Opposed to these, the Franco-Slavonian League had about 10 millions under arms, with nearly 3 millions in reserve. As regards naval strength, the alliance was able to pit rather more than 1,000 warships of all classes, and about the same number of torpedo boats, against nearly 900 warships and about 700 torpedo boats at the disposal of the League. In addition to this latter armament, it is very necessary to name a fleet of 100 war balloons of the type mentioned in an earlier chapter, 50 of which belonged to Russia and 50 to France. No other European power possessed any engine of destruction that was capable of being efficiently matched against the invention of M. Ribault, who was now occupying the position of director of the aerial fleet in the service of the League. It would be both a tedious repetition of sickening descriptions of scenes of bloodshed and useless waste of space to enumerate in detail all the series of conflicts by sea and land which resulted from the collision of the tremendous forces which were thus arrayed against each other in a conflict that was destined to be unparalleled in the history of the human race. To do so would be to occupy pages filled with more or less technical descriptions of strategic movements, marches and countermarches, skirmishes, reconnaissances, and battles which followed each other with such unparalleled rapidity that the combined efforts of the war correspondents of the European press proved entirely inadequate to keep pace with them in the form of anything like a continuous narrative. It will therefore be necessary to ask the reader to remain content with such brief summary as has been given, supplemented with the following extracts from a very lengthy résumé of the leading events of the war up to date, which were published in a special war supplement issued by the Daily Telegraph on the morning of Tuesday, the 28th of June, 1904. Although little more than a period of 6 weeks has elapsed since the actual outbreak of hostilities which marked the commencement of what, be its issue what it may, must indubitably prove the most colossal struggle in the history of human warfare, changes have already occurred which must infallibly mark their effect upon the future destiny of the world. Almost as soon as the first shot was fired, the nations of Europe, as if by instinct or under the influence of some power higher than that of international diplomacy, automatically marshalled themselves into the two most mighty hosts that have ever trod the field of battle since man first fought with man. Not less than 20 millions of men are at this moment facing each other under arms throughout the area of the war. These are almost equally divided, for although what is now known as the Franco-Slavonian League has some 3 millions of men more on land, it may be safely stated that the preponderance of naval strength possessed by the Anglo-Teutonic Alliance fully counterbalances this advantage. There is, however, another most important element, which has now for the first time been introduced into warfare, and which, although it is most unhappily arrayed amongst the forces opposed to our own country and her gallant allies, it would be both idle and most imprudent to ignore. We refer, of course, to the two fleets of war balloons, or, as it would be more correct to call them, navigable aerostats, possessed by France and Russia. So tremendous has been the influence which these terrible inventions have exercised upon the course of the war, that we are not transgressing the bounds of sober truth when we say that they have utterly disconcerted and brought to naught the highest strategy and the most skilfully devised plans of the brilliant array of masters of the military art whose presence adorns the ranks and enlightens the councils of the Alliance. Since the day when the Russians crossed the German and Austrian frontiers, and the troops of France and Italy simultaneously flung themselves across the western frontiers of Germany and through the passes of the Tyrol, their progress, unparalleled in rapidity even by the marvellous marches of Napoleon, has been marked, not by what we have hitherto been accustomed to call battles, but rather by a series of colossal butcheries. In every case of any moment the method of procedure on the part of the attacking forces has been the same, and with the deepest regret we confess it, it has been marked with the same unvarying success. Whenever a large army has been set in motion upon a predetermined point of attack, whether a fortress, an entrenched camp, or a strongly occupied position in the field, a squadron of aerostats has winged its way through the air under cover of the darkness of night, and silently and unperceived has marked the disposition of the forces, the approximate strength of the army or the position to be attacked, and, as far as they were observable, the points upon which the attack could be most favourably delivered. Then they have returned with their priceless information, and, according to it, the assailants have been able, in every case so far, to make their assaults where least expected, and to make it, moreover, upon an already partially demoralized force. From the detailed descriptions which we have already published of battles and sieges, or rather of the storming of great fortresses, it will be remembered that every assault on the part of the troops of the League has been preceded by a preliminary and irresistible attack from the clouds. The aerostats have stationed themselves at great elevations over the ramparts of fortresses and the bivouacs of armies, and have rained down a hail of dynamite, melinite, fire shells, and cyanogen poison grenades, which have at once put guns out of action, blown up magazines, rendered fortifications untenable, and rent masses of infantry and squadrons of cavalry into demoralized fragments, before they had the time or opportunity to strike a blow in reply. Then upon these silenced batteries, these wrecked fortifications, and these demoralized brigades, there has been poured a storm of artillery fire from the untouched enemy, advancing in perfect order and inspired with high-spirited confidence, which has been irresistibly opposed to the demoralization of their enemies. Is it any wonder or any disgrace to the defeated that under such novel and appalling conditions the orderly and disciplined onslaughts of the legions of the League have in almost every case been completely successful? The sober truth is that the invention and employment of these devastating appliances have completely altered the face of the field of battle and the conditions of modern warfare. It is not in human valour, no matter how heroic or self-devoted it may be, to oppose itself with anything like confidence to an enemy which strikes from the skies and cannot be struck in return. It was thus that the battles of Alexandrovo, Kalitz, and Czernowitz were won in the early stages of the war upon the Austro-German frontier. So, too, in the Rhine provinces, where the battles of Trèves, Mühlhausen, and Freiburg turned by the aid of the French aerostats from battles into butcheries. It was under the assault of these irresistible engines that the great fortresses of Königsberg, Thorn, Breslau, Strasburg, and Metz, to say nothing of many minor but strongly fortified places, were first reduced to a state of impotence for defence, and then battered into ruins by the siege guns of the assailants. All these terrible events, forming a series of catastrophes, unparalleled in the annals of war, are still fresh in the minds of our readers, for they have followed one upon the other with almost stupefying rapidity. And it is yet hardly 6 weeks since the Cossacks and Uhlans were engaged in their first skirmish near Gnesen. This is an amazingly brief space of time for the fate of empires to be decided, and yet we are forced, with the utmost sorrow and reluctance, to admit
that what were 2 months ago the magnificently disciplined and equipped armies of Germany and Austria are now completely shattered and broken up into fragmentary and isolated army corps, decimated as to numbers and demoralized as to discipline, gathered in and about such strong places as are left to them, and awaiting only with the courage of desperation the moment, we fear the inevitable moment, when they shall be finally crushed between the rapidly converging hosts of the victorious League. Within the next few days, Berlin, Hanover, Prague, Munich, and Vienna must be invested, and may possibly be destroyed or compelled to ignominious and unconditional surrender by the irresistible forces that will be arrayed against them. Meanwhile, with still deeper regret, we are forced to confess that those operations in the Low Countries and the east of Europe and Asia Minor, in which our own gallant troops have been engaged in conjunction with their several allies, have been, if not equally disastrous, at least void of any tangible success. Erzerum, Trebizond, and Scutari have fallen. The passes of the Balkans have been forced, although at immense cost to the enemy. Belgrade has been stormed. Adrianople is invested, and Constantinople is therefore most seriously threatened. By heroic efforts, the French attack upon the Quadrilateral has been rolled back at a fearful expense of human life. Antwerp is still untouched, and the command of the Baltic is still ours. In our own waters, as well as in the Atlantic and Mediterranean, we have won victories which prove that Great Britain is still the unconquered, and we trust unconquerable mistress of the seas. We have kept the Dardanelles open, and the Suez Canal is still inviolate. 2 combined attacks delivered by the allied French and Italian squadrons on Malta and Gibraltar have been repulsed by Admiral Beresford with heavy loss to the enemy, thanks to the timely warning delivered to Mr. Balfour by the Earl of Alanmere, upon whose mysterious disappearance we comment in another column, and the Prime Minister's prompt and statesmanlike action in doubling the strength of the Mediterranean fleet before the outbreak of hostilities. Thanks to the tireless activity and splendid handling of the Channel Fleet, the North Sea Division, and the Irish Squadron, the enemy's flag has been practically swept from the home waters, and the shores of our beloved country are as inviolate as they have been for more than 7 centuries. These brilliant achievements go far to compensate us, as an individual nation, for the disasters which have befallen our allies on the Continent, and in addition we have the satisfaction of knowing that so far the most complete success has attended our arms in the East, and that the repeated and determined assaults of our Russian foes have been triumphantly hurled back from the impregnable bulwarks of our Indian Empire. It has been pointed out, and it would be vain to ignore the fact, that not only have all our victories been won in the absence of the aerial fleet of the League, but that we, in common with our allies, have been worsted in each of the happily few cases in which even one of these terrible aerostats has delivered its assaults upon us. Against this, however, we take leave to set our belief that these machines do not yet inspire sufficient confidence in their possessors to warrant them in undertaking operations above the sea, or at any considerable distance from their bases of manoeuvring. It is true that we are entirely ignorant of the essentials of their construction, but the fact that no attempt has yet been made to send them into action over blue water inspires us with the hope and belief that their effective range of operations is confined to the land. It would be superfluous to say that the British Empire is now involved in a struggle in comparison with which all our former wars sink into absolute insignificance, a struggle which will tax its immense resources to the very utmost. Nothing, however, has yet occurred to warrant the belief that those resources will not prove equal to the strain, or that the greatest empire on earth will not emerge from this combat of the giants with her ancient glory enhanced by the new and hitherto unequalled triumphs. Certainly at no period in our history have we been so splendidly prepared to face our enemies both at home and abroad. All arms of the services are in the highest state of efficiency, and the Government dockyards and arsenals, as well as private firms, are working day and night to still further strengthen them, and to provide ample supplies of munitions of war. The hearts of all the nations united under our flag are beating as that of one man, and from the highest to the lowest ranks of society all are inspired by a spirit of whole-souled patriotism which, if necessary, will make any sacrifice to preserve the flag untarnished and the honour of Britain without a spot. At the head of affairs stands the man who of all others has proved himself to be the most fitted to direct the destinies of the Empire in this tremendous crisis of her history. Party feeling for the time being has almost entirely disappeared, save amongst the few scattered bands of isolated revolutionaries and malcontents, and Mr. Balfour possesses the absolute confidence of His Majesty on the one hand, and the undivided support of an impregnable majority in both Houses of Parliament on the other. He is admirably seconded by such lieutenants as Lord Randolph Churchill, Sir Joseph Chamberlain, and Sir George J. Goschen on his own side of the House, and by the Earls of Rosebery and Morley, Lord Brassey, and Sir Charles Dilke, in what, previous to the outbreak of the war, was the opposing political camp, but which is now a party as loyal as that of the Government to the best interests of the Empire, and fully determined to give the utmost possible moral support consistent with fair and impartial criticism. The disastrous mistake which was made by a very small majority of the Upper House in rejecting the Government guarantee for the ill-fated Italian loan is now, of course, past repair, for Italy, as events have proved, exasperated by what her spokesman termed her selfish betrayal by Britain, has passionately thrown herself into the arms of the League, and the alliance has now no more bitter enemy than she is. It is, however, only justice to those who defeated the loan to add that they have now clearly seen and frankly owned their grievous mistake, and rallied as one man to the support of the Government. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25. The Heralds of Disaster. Another column in the same issue contained an account of the mysterious disappearance of Lord Alanmere, and the doings of the Ithuriel in the Atlantic. The account concluded as follows: As the enemy's squadron came up in chase, it was annihilated without warning and with appalling suddenness by the airship, which must have crossed the Atlantic in something like 16 hours. After this fearful achievement, it descended to the Aurania, took off a saloon passenger named Michael Roburoff, evidently, from his reception a Terrorist himself, and then vanished through the clouds. For the present, and until we have fuller information, we attempt no detailed analysis of these astounding events. We merely content ourselves with saying, in the most solemn words that we can use, that, awful and disastrous as is the war that is now raging throughout the greatest part of the old world, it is our firm belief that, behind the smoke clouds of battle and beneath the surface of visible events, there is working a secret power, possibly greater than any which has yet been called into action, and which, at an unexpected moment, may suddenly put forth its strength, upheave the foundations of society, and bury existing institutions in the ruins of civilization. One fact is quite manifest, and that is, that although the League possesses a weapon of fearful efficiency for destruction in their fleet of aerostats, the Terrorists, controlled by no law save their own, and hampered by no traditions or limitations of civilized warfare, are in command of another fleet of unknown strength, the airships of which are apparently as superior to the aerostats of the League as a modern battleship would be to a three-decker of the time of Nelson. The power represented by such a fleet as this is absolutely inconceivable. The aerostats are large, clumsy, and comparatively slow. They do not carry guns, and can only drop their projectiles vertically downwards. Moreover, their sphere of operations has so far been entirely confined to the land. Very different, however, would seem to be the powers of the Terrorist airships. They have proved conclusively that they are swift almost beyond imagination. They have crossed oceans and continents in a few hours, they can ascend to enormous heights, and they carry artillery of unknown design and tremendous range, whose projectiles excel in destructiveness the very lightnings of heaven itself. In the presence of such an awful and mysterious power as this, even the quarrels of nations seem to shrink into unimportance, and almost to pettiness. Where and when it may strike, no man knows save those who wield it, and therefore there is nothing for the peoples of the earth, however mighty they may be, to do but to await the blow in humiliating impotence, but still with a humble trust in that higher power which alone can save it from accomplishing the destruction of society and the enslavement of the human race." It may well be imagined with what interest, and it may fairly be added, with what intense anxiety, these words were read by hundreds of thousands of people throughout the British Islands. Even the news from the seat of war began to pall in interest before such tidings as these, invested as they were with the irresistible if terrible charm of the unknown and the mysterious. By noon it was almost impossible to get any one in London or any of the large towns to talk of anything but the disappearance of Lord Alanmere, the Terrorists, and their marvellous aërial fleet. But it goes without saying that nowhere did the news produce greater distress or more utter bewilderment than it did among the occupants of Alanmere Castle, and especially in the breast of her who had been so quickly and so strangely installed as its new owner and mistress. Everywhere the wildest rumours passed from lip to lip, growing in sensation and absurdity as they went. A report telegraphed by an anonymous idiot from Liverpool to the effect that 6 airships had appeared over the Mersey and demanded a ransom of £10,000,000 from the town, was eagerly seized on by the cheaper evening papers, which rushed out edition after edition on the strength of it, until the St. James's Gazette put an end to the excitement by publishing a telegram from the Mayor of Liverpool denouncing the report as an insane and criminal hoax. The next edition of the St. James's, however, contained a telegram from Huring in Denmark via Newcastle, which was of almost, if not quite, as startling and disquieting a nature, and which moreover contained a very considerable measure of truth. The telegram ran as follows: "Naval disaster in the Baltic. The Sound forced by a Russian squadron assisted by a terrorist airship. From our own correspondent, Huring, June 28th, 8 a.m. With the deepest regret I have to record the first naval disaster to the British arms during the present war. As soon as it became dark last night, heavy firing was heard from Copenhagen to southward, and before long the sound deepened into an almost continuous roar of light and heavy guns. Our naval force in the Baltic was so strong that it was deemed incredible that the Russian fleet, which we have held imprisoned here since the commencement of hostilities, should dream even of making an attempt to escape. The cannonade, however, was the beginning of such an attempt, and it is useless disguising the fact that it has been completely successful. That this would have been the case, or indeed that the attempt would ever have been made by the Russian fleet alone, cannot be for a moment credited. But, incredible as it seems, it is nevertheless true that it was assisted, and that in a practically irresistible fashion, by one of those airships which have hitherto been believed to belong exclusively to the Terrorists, that is to say, to the deadliest enemies that Russia possesses. As nearly as is known, the Russian fleet consisted of 12 battleships, 25 armoured and unarmoured cruisers, and about 40 torpedo boats. These came charging ahead at full speed into the entrance to the Sound, in spite of the overwhelming force of the Allied fleets, supported by the fortresses of Copenhagen and Elsinore. The attack was so sudden and so completely unexpected that it must be confessed the defenders were to a certain extent taken unawares. The Russians came on in the form of an elongated wedge, their most powerful vessels being at the apex and external sides. The firing was furious and sustained from the beginning to the end of the rush, but the damage inflicted by the cannonade of the Russian fleet on the torpedo boats, which every now and then darted out from between the warships as opportunity offered to employ their silent and deadly weapons, was as nothing in comparison with the frightful havoc achieved by the airship. This extraordinary craft hovered over the attacking force, darting hither and thither with bewildering rapidity, and raining down shells charged with an unknown explosive of fearful power among the crowded ships of the great force which was blocking the Sound. Half a dozen of these shells were fired upon the seaward fortifications of Copenhagen in passing, and produced a perfectly paralysing effect.
On the water the results of the air ship's attack were destructive almost beyond description, particularly when she stationed herself over the Allied fleet and began firing her 4 guns right and left, ahead and astern. Every time a shell struck either a battleship or a cruiser, the terrific explosion which resulted either sank the ship in a few minutes, or so far disabled it that it fell an easy prey to the guns and rams of the Russians. As for the torpedo boats which were struck, they were simply scattered over the water in indistinguishable fragments. Under these conditions, maintenance of formation and effective fighting were practically impossible, and the huge iron wedge of the Russian squadron was driven almost without a check through the demoralised ranks of the Allied fleet. The Gut of Elsinore was reached in a little more than 3 hours after the first sounds of the cannonade were heard. Shortly before this, the air ship had stationed itself about 1,000 feet above the water and a mile from the fortifications. From this position it commenced a brief, rapid cannonade from its smokeless and flameless guns, the effects of which on the fortress are said to have been indescribably awful. Great blocks of steel-sheathed masonry were dislodged from the ramparts and hurled bodily into the sea, carrying with them guns and men to irretrievable destruction. In less than half an hour the once impregnable fortress of Elsinore was little better than a heap of ruins. The last shell blew up the central magazine. The tremendous explosion was heard for miles along the coast, and proved to be the closing act of the briefest but most deadly great naval action in the history of war. The Russian fleet steamed triumphantly past the silent Cerberus of the Sound with flashing searchlights, blazing rockets, and jubilant salvos of blank cartridge in honour of their really brilliant victory. The losses of the Allied fleet, so far as they are present known, are distressingly heavy. We have lost the battleships Neptune, Hotspur, Anson, Superb, Black Prince, and Rodney, the armoured cruisers Narcissus, Beatrice, and Mersey, the unarmoured cruisers Arethusa, Barossa, Clyde, Lais, Seagull, Grasshopper, and Nautilus, and not less than 19 torpedo boats of the first and second classes. The Germans and Danes have lost the battleships Kaiser Wilhelm, Friedrich der Grosse, Danzig, Viborg, and Funen, 5 German and 3 Danish cruisers, and about a dozen torpedo boats. Under whatever circumstances the Russians have obtained the assistance of the air ship, which rendered them services that have proved so disastrous to the Allies, there can be no doubt but that her arrival on the scene puts a completely different aspect on the face of affairs at sea. I have written this telegram on board first-class torpedo boat No. 87, which followed the Russian fleet from the Sound round the Skaw. They passed through the Kattegat in 2 columns of line ahead, with the air ship apparently resting after her flight on board one of the largest steamers. We could see her quite distinctly by the glare of the rockets and the electric light. She is a small 3-masted vessel, almost exactly resembling the one which partially destroyed Kronstadt in the middle of March. After rounding the Skaw, the Russian fleet steamed away westward into the German Ocean, and we put in here to send off our dispatches. This telegram has, of course, been officially revised, and my information, as far as it goes, can therefore be relied upon. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26. An Interlude. At noon on the 26th, as the tropical sun was pouring down its vertical rays upon the lovely valley of Aeria, the Ithuriel crossed the ridge which divided it from the outer world, and came to rest on the level stretch of sward on the northern shore of the lake. Before she touched the earth, Arnold glanced rapidly round and discovered his aerial fleet resting under a series of large palm-thatched sheds which had already been erected to protect them from the burning sun and the rare but violent tropical rainstorms. He counted them. There were only 11, and therefore the evil tidings that they had heard from the captain of the Andromeda was true. Even before greetings were exchanged with the colonists, Natas ordered Nicholas Roburoff to be summoned on board alone. He received him in the lower saloon, on either side of which, as he went in, he found a member of the crew armed with a magazine rifle and fixed to bayonet. Seated at the cabin table were Natas, Tremayne, and Arnold. The President was received in cold and ominous silence.
Not even a glance of recognition was vouchsafed to him. He stood at the other end of the table with bowed head, a prisoner before his judges. Natas looked at him for some moments in dead silence, and there was a dark gleam of anger in his eyes which made Arnold tremble for the man whose life hung upon a word of a judge from whose sentence there could be no appeal. At length Natas spoke. His voice was hard and even. There were no modulations in it that displayed the slightest feeling, whether of anger or any other emotion. It was like the voice of an impassive machine speaking the very words of fate itself.
"You know why we have returned, and why you have been sent for?" "Yes, Master."
Roburoff's voice was low and respectful, but there was no quaver of fear in it.
"You were left here in command of the settlement and in charge of the fleet. You were ordered to permit no vessel to leave the valley till the flagship returned. One of them was seen crossing the Mediterranean in a northerly direction 3 days ago. Either you are a traitor, or that vessel is in the hands of traitors. Explain."
Nicholas Roburoff remained silent for a few moments. His breast heaved once or twice convulsively, as though he were striving hard to repress some violent emotion. Then he drew himself up like a soldier coming to attention, and, looking straight in front of him, told his story briefly and calmly, though he knew that, according to the laws of the Order, its sequel might, and probably would, be his own death.
"The night of the day on which the flagship left the valley was visited by a violent storm, which raged for about 4 hours without cessation. We had no proper shelter but the airships, and so I distributed the company among them. When nearly all had been provided for, there was one vessel left unoccupied, and 4 of the unmarried men had not been accommodated. They therefore took their places in the spare vessel. They were Peter Tamborov, Amos Vornier, Ivan Chesesko, and Paul Orelov, all Russians. We closed the hatches of the vessels and remained inside till the storm ceased. When we were able to open the hatches again it was pitch dark, so dark that it was impossible to see even a yard from one's face. Suspecting no evil, we retired to rest again till sunrise. When day dawned, it was found that the vessel in which the 4 men I have named had taken shelter had disappeared. I at once ordered 3 vessels to rise and pass through the defile. On the outside we separated and made the entire circuit of area, rising as high as the fan wheels would take us, and examining the horizon in all directions for the missing vessel. We failed to discover her, and were forced to the conclusion that the deserters had taken her away early in the night at full speed, and would therefore be far beyond the possibility of capture, as we possessed no faster vessel than the missing one. So we returned. That is all." "Go to the forward cabin, and remain there till you are sent for," said Natas. The President instantly returned and walked mechanically through the door that was opened for him by one of the sentinels. The other went in front of him, the second behind, closing the door as he left the saloon. A brief discussion took place between Natas and his 2 lieutenants, and within a quarter of an hour Nicholas Roburoff was again standing at the end of the table to hear the decision of his judges. Without any preamble it was delivered by Natas in these words: "We have heard your story and believe it. You have been guilty of a serious mistake, for these 4 men were all ordinary members of the Outer Circle, who had only been brought here on account of their mechanical skill to occupy subordinate positions. You therefore committed a grave error, amounting almost to a breach of the rule which states that no members of the Outer Circle shall be entrusted with any charge or work, save under the supervision of a member of the Inner Circle responsible for them. Had such a breach been even technically committed, your life would have been forfeited, and you would have been executed for breach of trust. We have considered the circumstances, and find you guilty of indiscretion and want of forethought. You will cease from now to be President of the Inner Circle. Your place will be taken for the time by Alan Tremayne as Chief of the Executive. You will cease also to share the councils of the Order for a space of 12 months, during which time you will be incapable of any responsible charge or authority. Your restoration will, of course, depend upon your behaviour. I have said." As he finished speaking, Natas waved his hand towards the door. It was opened, the sentry stepped aside, and Nicholas Roburoff walked out in silence, with bowed head, and a heart heavy with shame. The penalty was really the most severe that could be inflicted on him, for he found himself suddenly deprived both of authority and the confidence of his chiefs at the very hour when the work of the Brotherhood was culminating to its fruition. Yet, heavy as the punishment seemed in comparison with the fault, it was justified by the necessities of the case. Without the strictest safeguards, not only against treachery or disobedience, but even mere carelessness, it would have been impossible to have carried on the tremendous work which the Brotherhood had silently and secretly accomplished, and which was soon to produce results as momentous as they would be unexpected. No one knew this better than the late President himself, who frankly acknowledged the justice and the necessity of his punishment, and prepared to devote himself heart and soul to regaining his lost credit in the eyes of the Master. No sooner was the sentence pronounced than the matter was instantly dismissed, and never alluded to again, so far as Roburoff was concerned, by any one. No one presumed even to comment upon a word or deed of the Master. The disgraced President fell naturally, and apparently without observation, into his humbler sphere of duties, and the members of the colony treated him with exactly the same friendliness and fraternity as they had done before. Natas had decided, and there was nothing more for any one to say or do in the matter. Arnold, as soon as he had exchanged greetings with the Princess, now known simply as Anna Oranovsky, and his other friends and acquaintances in the colony, not of course forgetting Louis Holt, at once shut himself up in his laboratory by the turbine, and for the next 4 hours remained invisible, preparing a large supply of his motor gases, and pumping them into the exhausted cylinders of the Ithuriel, and all the others that were available by means of his hydraulic machinery. Soon after 4 he had finished his task, and come out to take his part in a ceremony of a very different character to that which he had been obliged to assist earlier in the day. This was the fulfilment of the promise which Radna Michaelis had made to Colston in the council chamber of the house on Clapham Common on the evening of his departure on the expedition which had so brilliantly proved the powers of the Ariel, and brought such confusion on the enemies of the Brotherhood. Almost the first words that Colston had said to Radna when he boarded the Avondale were, "Natasha is yonder, safe and sound, and you are mine at last." And she had replied very quietly, yet with a thrill in her voice that told her lover how gladly she accepted her own condition. "What you have fairly won is yours to take when you will have it. Besides, you cannot do justice on Kastovitch now, for it has already been done. We had news before we left England that he had been shot through the heart by the brother of a girl whom he treated worse than he treated me. But, as has been stated before, the laws of the Brotherhood did not permit of the marriage of any of its members without the direct sanction of Natas, and therefore it had been necessary to wait until now. As Radna and Colston were 2 of the most trusted and prominent members of the Inner Circle, it was fitting that their wedding should be honoured by the presence of the Master in person. An added solemnity was also given to it by the fact that, in all human probability, it was the first time since the world began that the mighty hills which looked down upon Aeria had witnessed the plighting of the troth of a man and a woman. Like all other formal acts of the Brotherhood, the ceremony was simple in the extreme, but in this case at least it was none the less impressive on that account. In a lovely glade, through which a crystal stream ran laughing on its way to the lake, Natas sat under the shade of a spreading tree fern. In front of him was a small table covered with a white cloth, on which lay a roll of parchment and a copy of the Hebrew Scriptures. At this table, facing Natas, stood the betrothed pair with their witnesses, Natasha for Radna and Arnold for Colston, or Alexis Mazanoff, to give him his true name, which must of course be used on such an occasion. In a wide semicircle some 4 yards off stood all the members of the little community, Louis Holt and his faithful servitor not excepted. In the midst of a silence broken only by the whispering of the warm-scented wind in the tree-tops, the Master of the Terror spoke in a kindly yet solemn tone. "Alexis Mazanoff and Radna Michaelis, you stand here before Heaven, and in the presence of your comrades to take each other for wedded wife and husband, till death shall part the hands that now are joined." Your mutual vows have long ago been pledged, and what you are about to do is good earnest of their fulfilment. But above the duty that you owe to each other stands your duty to that great cause to which you have already irrevocably devoted your lives. You have already sworn that as long as you shall live its ends shall be your ends, and that no human consideration shall weigh with you where those ends are concerned. Do you take each other for husband and wife, subject to that condition and all that it implies?" "We do," replied the lovers with one voice, and then Natas went on "Then by the laws of our order, the only laws that we are permitted to obey, I pronounce you man and wife before Heaven and his company. Be faithful to each other and the cause in the days to come, as you have been in the days that are past, and if it shall please the Master of Destiny that you shall be blessed with children, see to it that you train them up in the love of truth, freedom, and justice, and in the hatred of tyranny and wrong. May the blessings of your life be yours as you shall deserve them, and when the appointed hour shall come, may you be found ready to pass from the mystery of the things that are into the deeper mystery of the things that are to be." So saying, the Master raised his hands as though in blessing, and as Alexis and Radna bent their heads, the slanting sun rays fell upon the thickly coiled white hair of the new made wife, crowning her shapely head like a diadem of silver. All that remained to do now was to sign the marriage roll of the Brotherhood, and when they had done this the entry stood as follows: "Married on the 10th day of the month Tammuz, in the year of the world 5664, in the presence of me, Natas, and those of the Brotherhood now resident in the colony of Aeria, Alexis Mazanoff, Radna Michaelis Mazanoff. Witnesses: Richard Arnold, Natasha." As Natasha laid down the pen after signing, she looked up quickly, as though moved by some sudden impulse. Her eyes met Arnold's, and an instant later the happy flush on Radna's cheek was rivalled by that which rose to her own. Her lips half parted in a smile, and then she turned suddenly away to be the first to offer her congratulations to the newly wedded wife, while Arnold, his heart beating as it had never done since the model of the Ariel first rose from the floor of his room in the Southwark tenement house, grasped Mazanoff by the hand and said simply, "God bless you both, old man." The whole ceremony had not taken more than 15 minutes from beginning to end. After Arnold came Tremayne with his good wishes, and then Anna Oranovsky and the rest of the friends and comrades of the newly wedded lovers. One usually conspicuous feature in similar ceremonies was entirely wanting. There were no wedding presents. For this there was a very sufficient reason. All the property of the members of the Inner Circle, saving only articles of personal necessity, were held in common. Articles of mere convenience or luxury were looked upon with indifference, if not with absolute contempt, and so no one had anything to give. After all, this was not a very serious matter for a company of men and women who held in their hands the power of levying indemnities to any amount upon the wealth centres of the world under pain of immediate destruction. That evening the supper of the colonists took the shape of a sylvan marriage feast, eaten in the open air under the palms and tree ferns, as the sun was sinking down behind the western peaks of Aeria, and the full moon was rising over those to the eastward. The whole earth might have been searched in vain for a happier company of men and women than that which sat down to the marriage feast of Radna Michaelis and Alexis Mazanoff in the virgin groves of Aeria. For the time being the world war and all its horrors were forgotten, and they allowed their thoughts to turn without restraint to the promise of the days when the work of the Brotherhood should be accomplished, and there should be peace on earth at last. It had been decided that 3 of the airships would be sufficient for the chase and capture, or destruction, as the case might be, of the deserters. These were the Ithuriel, under the command of Arnold, the Ariel, commanded by Mazanoff, who of course did not sail alone, and the Orion in charge of Tremayne, who had already mastered the details of aerial navigation under Arnold's tuition. To the unspeakable satisfaction of the latter, Natas had signified his intention of accompanying him in the Ithuriel. As Natasha utterly refused to be parted so soon from her father again, one of his attendants was dispensed with, and she took his place. This fact had, of course, something to do with the Admiral's satisfaction with the arrangement.
By 9 o'clock the moon was high in the heavens. At that hour the fan wheels of the little squadron rose from the decks, and at a signal from Arnold began to revolve. The three vessels ascended quietly into the air amidst the cheers and farewells of the colonists, and in single file passed slowly down the beautiful valley bathed in the brilliant moonlight. One by one they disappeared through the defile that led to the outer world, and once clear of the mountains, the Ithuriel, with one of her consorts on either side, headed away due north at the speed of 100 miles an hour. End of chapter 26.